Yes, and you can start. And you can start the recording as well, Abhinav.
But that's me.
Hello. So we are going live now, Truvin. And hello all. Welcome to this day 2 of Global Power Platform Bootcamp, Delhi NPH edition. To begin the morning, we have a very good speaker, Parvinder Chana, all the way from Toronto, coming in at a Friday evening for us. And this really is almost late evening for him, but we are very glad that he's joining, and for all the people who are joining us, I am pretty sure this is going to be an amazing session. So welcome here, Parvinder, and the platform is yours.
Awesome. Thank you. Thanks for an amazing introduction. Really appreciate that. Thanks. So should I go? Can I share my screen now? Can I go ahead?
Yes, please.
All right. Let me do that. And please let me know, what do you see on, do you see PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Awesome. Let me know when I'm good to go and get started. Good.
We are already live. Yes, please.
All right, perfect. Hi, everyone. Nice to be here. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak here. I'm super excited. This is the first time I'm speaking in any of Indian event, and I'm loving it. I'm so much excited about it and so much looking forward to it. I'm in Vancouver here in Canada, and it's Friday evening, 7 p.m. It's almost a party time, but I'm glad to be here and having this evening with you guys. Anyhow, I just want to speak about our agenda for today. I will be speaking about Power BI paginated reports, and especially very specifically talking about Power BI datasets. Again, in paginated reports, you can use other data sources as well. But in this particular session, I just want to be very clear that we will be looking into the things using Power BI paginated report builder, using Power BI datasets. So these are the items which I would like to cover in this in next 1 hour, and also want to give you guys an opportunity to ask some questions. So there might be some I go on a little bit quicker pace. If you find something you need to ask, please feel free to interrupt me. I'm not looking at the team chat right now, so I might not be able to answer on chat. So maybe moderator can help me and feel free to stop me. Again, we will go through, this is the agenda, and just quickly run through like what we're going to cover, like what are the paginated reports, why we want to use Power BI datasets, parameters, and some fun stuff. And before I start, just if you don't know me, or we never had a chance to connect through social media, my name is Parvinder Chana, and some people call me Parv Chana. I don't mind whatever you want to call me. I run a consulting company here from Vancouver called Veritas IT Solution. It's pretty much focused on BI solution, and specifically on Power BI. Feel free to connect me on LinkedIn. You're more than happy. Please, I always like to accept, and anybody reaches out to me. And again, almost a month ago, like 1st January 2022, I started a YouTube channel, which is youtube.com/Veritas. It's more about talking about all Power BI, paginated, all fun stuff I like to do. And then again, I'm a Power BI community super user. If you ever went to Power BI community, and I run under a name called Parry2K, and if you saw my reply there, probably that's me. And the one thing I would like to highlight here is, if you have any question around Power BI, the best place is to go to Power BI community, and there are amazing people, another super user and smart people over there who can really help you to solve your answer your questions. And I'm also Microsoft Data Platform MVP for almost 3 years now, and I hope I can maintain that, but let's see how does it go. Before we start, I just want to make sure that I have a level set on the prerequisite about this session because I don't want you to get lost like what this is all about. So I want to make sure that you guys understand a little bit of SSRS because Paginated report is ultimately is an SSRS. If you're coming from that background, I used SSRS long time ago, and if you know the SSRS, it's awesome. If basic report development, that's great. And the knowledge DAX is very important. And this is like if you know the basic concepts of DAX, then you will be can do amazing things with Paginated report. So those are the prerequisites for this session. And again, that doesn't mean that you need to be very advanced knowledge in this, but if you know those things, it will really help you to understand the concepts. So before we go, like what is Power BI Report Builder? So Power BI Report Builder, as I said, usually it is known as a paginated report, but actually there's no product called paginated report. The product is actually called Power BI Report Builder. So if you download a product called Power BI Report Builder, but you create a paginated reports. What our paginated reports are mainly used, as I mentioned, SSRS, SQL Server reporting services, which we used for many years, mainly for operational reporting, right? Where you have a long PDF, pre-formatted forms. For example, like we are printing an account statement or ledgers, and it's not analytical, but more operational reporting for the purpose of printing, for the purpose of exporting to PDF, for sending it by email, exporting to Excel, and all that fun stuff. So that's what this product is all about. And again, it's also known as a Pixel Perfect. The reason it is known as a Pixel Perfect because you can really control each and everything. If you already use SSRS, you can actually control each cell, how you want to border, the size, the color, and all the single things you can do it. Like for example, if you are using a Power BI desktop, you are using metrics visual, there are certain things you can do, but outside that you cannot do, like you cannot control much of the stuff. But with Power BI Report Builder, you can really control everything, and that's why it is also known as a Pixel Perfect reporting. Again, as I said, it's pretty much SSRS. If you know SSRS, the transition from SSRS to paginated reporting is pretty easy, pretty seamless. It's amazing. The reason the topic what I'm doing is not about to talk about the paginated reports or SSRS and doing things like that. Like what things we need to do if we're using paginated report and then we're using Power BI dataset as our source, because then it becomes a little bit. There are certain things the DAX comes in the picture that we need to pay attention to. And again, last but not least, this custom RS custom DAX filter function. This is a very specific a DAX function which is used in the paginated report. Basically, it converts your parameter into a filter, comma separated value. This is a very specific function to the paginated report. I never knew about this function. I used Power BI for last almost 4 or 5 years until I get into the paginated reports like a year and a half ago, and then I found okay what this filter does. So just to let you know, this is very specific to paginated report for the filtering purposes, but you will not use it into regular Power BI desktop reports. Before we go, like as I said, the purpose of this particular presentation is to use Power BI data sets into Power BI Report Builder. But the question comes is like why we are using Power BI data sets, why not the other sources and all this stuff. So first, like what is Power BI dataset? If you are designing a model in Power BI desktop today and you publish that model into the cloud and in Power BI service, it gets refreshed on the regular basis. So it contains the data. So now you already have your business logic in your data set, right? And then you have created how the fact tables are related with the dimensions. You created your measures, you created your business logic, how you calculate profit, how you calculate commission, how you calculate cost of a product and whatnot. So those measures are already built in. So now you have a Power BI data set which is already in memory if you're using the import method for the Power BI data set, which is the most recommended and highly used method of bringing the data into Power BI data set. Now, since you have this data set, you can take advantage of it for the purpose of connecting your Power BI desktop with the data set which is already in the service, contains your data and also has the business logic with all the measures and the formulas built in it. And then you can use it for your analytical reporting, which is Power BI Desktop, where you can slice and dice the data. And then you can use the same single source for your operational reporting. Why this is useful? Let's say, for example, if we simplify this whole equation, let's say you have a SQL Server, which is a data warehouse, and then you brought the data warehouse in Power BI Desktop. You created an amazing model, you created your measures, and now you're using that Power BI data set for your analytical report. Now, tomorrow you want to go to the Paginated report and you want to create a customer statement with some profit percentage or product cost or whatever you want to do it. The one way is like you can connect your Paginated report and you take the data from your SQL Server backend system, which will work perfectly fine. But what you will do in that case is you will then create your formulas in the Paginated report, like how you're calculating profit, gross profit percentage, or any other calculation. But that could now, so basically what is happening at that point in time, your business logic is sitting in the two places. It's sitting in a Power BI data set for analytical reporting, and then it's also sitting in your Paginated report for your operational reporting. So the value added here is using the Power BI data set is because your business logic, your formula is already tested, approved, certified by the organization. Okay, this is how we calculate the things. And now you can take advantage of that and use it for analytical and operational reporting. And that's why this is really, really big value added. If you have a amazing data set in your organization, then use that for your operational reporting as well. And that's what we are. That's what a lot of my customers they use it like this way as of today. We spend time in building an amazing data set with all the measures and all the stuff, and then we have this presentation layer. One is analytical, which is using Power BI Desktop, and then we have this operational reporting, which we're then using Power BI Paginated report, and that's what Power BI data set is. So I'm going to go into a quick demo about a couple of things which I really want to talk about. What are the things we need to take care of when we are using Power BI data set in our Paginated report builder. So to do that, what I'm going to do here is quickly jump into a small model. The reason why we need to know this is because this is the data set we created, for example, and that's what we're going to use into our operational reporting. Here, a very, very simple data set, which I'm showing it to you guys. So we have a fact table as a sales, and then we have a calendar dimension, which is of course connected to the sales. So DIM customer, and so it's a typical star schema model, which is highly recommended to be used in BI model, especially in Power BI. And so basically DIM product is filtering sales, and DIM customer filtering sales, and calendar is also filtering the sales. Now, I published this data set already in my Power BI service, and we are going to use that as a source in our Paginated report builder. So let's go to Paginated report quickly. And I should have this open. I have to keep an eye on my time. It's 13 minutes. Any questions so far? Maybe while this is loading. Are we good?
Good. Not yet any.
Okay, perfect. So again, before we, I have the report builder here. I'm logging into my tenant. Again, similar to Power BI Desktop, you can connect to the multiple tenants to where my data set is currently residing. I'm logging to that tenant. So that is residing under my company tenant. So I'm logging as myself in Power BI report builder, and to connect to my data set, the credential screen open in another monitor. So here you go. So I'm connected. So first thing I'm going to do is my data source, as I said, it is going to be Power BI data set. So let's start with that. So if you go with the new, now you have the option, like you have a data sources, other things you can connect to. But if in this particular, we are going with the Power BI data set. So I'm going to start with that. And once this opens, so I'm going to the workspace where this thing is. So here it is in Meetup Paginated, and the model name is called Sales Report Vancouver Meetup. I think I created it a long time ago when I presented here. So that's what I'm connected to. So now once I'm connected to that, so that's my data source, and I'm going to create the data set. Now, one thing I really always like to highlight here, the terminology is a little bit confusing. We are connected to Power BI data set, which becomes the source for paginated report. So that is not a data set here. So the data set in paginated report does not mean that Power BI data set. So these are two different things. Here in paginated report, the data source is Power BI data set, and the data set is going to be a query which will use data source. So these terms are a little bit because this particular data source and data set concept came from SSRS, and that's why it's more or less the same. So our data source in this case is again Power BI data set, which already is in the Power BI service, and now I'm going to create a query here, which is actually a data set. So I'm going to add a data set. First thing I'm going to do, you can name dataset whatever you want, and then your data source is paginated report. If you're a DAX guru, then you can actually write the DAX code here, and it will work. But we are going through. I'm going through like if we know a little bit DAX, but not much. But how we work with this. So we go with the query designer here. So what you will see here is once we open the query designer, it will bring the model, what I showed you in the Power BI desktop. We will have all the dimensions. We will have all the measures, what we created. So here you go. And so our model is loaded. So again, just to make sure it's a little bit. So this is my model, what I'm connected to. Again, I'm going back quickly to my Power BI, and as you can see, all those tables are in here, what we are seeing, because this is the one we published in the service. So everything is in here, and the measures, whatever the measures I created in Power BI desktop in my data set, those are all here, like year to date and all that fun stuff. So all the business logic is now buried in those measures, and either I create an analytical report or operational reporting that, like whatever that dollar sales is, it means sum of sales amount is the same if I'm looking through analytical report. It's the same if I'm looking from operational report. It's not like we're going to get the two different numbers depending on how we are slicing and dicing the data. The first thing I'm going to do here is, let's say the very fundamental question we want to ask here is, I want a list of customer and product. So I drag my customer and my product from my dimensions, and I say, okay, this is what my need is, and I'm just okay. So what you will see is when you go through Query Designer, it will create a DAX query here, which will automatically create. So this, if you know this query, as I said, if you already know DAX and you can write this query by yourself, you can actually type it in here if you like to. And now this is what the DAX query look like. So I go, okay. Now this is perfect. I want this, and I say, okay, I want to visualize this, and I go table, insert table, and go here. I go customer, I go product, and then run it. So now what I expect here is that I will see customer and product, but I know this is not going to work. It's going to take forever ages to load it, and this is the first and the basic fundamental. And what you're going to take from here is, when you are connected to Power BI data set, if you use two dimensions and directly start using it, it will not work. And I will tell you why it will not work. There's a logical reason, because this question has came many times when people start using Paginated report and they connected to Power BI data set and they do something like this, what I just did, and they said it never worked. And the reason behind that is, let's quickly jump back to Power BI data set. And what we did, so as I said, this is our model. So what I did, this is like a smaller version of the model. I just picked up the commonly used fact and dimension here instead of all tables, which contains a lot of stuff, right? So to simplify the demo here. And so sales table, as you can see, the DIM product is connected to sales and DIM customer is connected to sales. So what we did in Paginated report, we picked up DIM product and a product from DIM product and a customer from DIM customer. And and if we look into our data model, these guys don't have a direct relationship, right? And that is the reason that the Paginated report is taking forever to run, because what will happen at this point of time is if we're bringing a data from, it's like going to the SQL statement and say select star from dim product, comma, dim customer, right? There's no join between these two tables, and then you will get a Cartesian product. So basically a full join of each product, and it will return every customer. And so that's what is happening. And that's why if I go back to Paginated report, it's still loading. I know it will not load. So I will just stop it here and instead of wasting time. So if we go to on the other side, if I go to Power BI desktop and try to do the same thing, I say, okay, bring customer and also bring my product. The same thing, this is what we did in the Paginated report, and the same thing we're trying to repeat here. And this works instantly, it works perfectly fine. But this was not the experience what we were seeing in Paginated report. And to understand that why this is happening, what happens is, if you guys never used it, and if we go in a performance analyzer, we can see what query runs to execute this particular visual. So if we go start recording and we refresh visual, and if we go table, because we have only one visual on this page. So if we go in table visual, so we copy query, and maybe I just open it in a notepad here. So if we look at the query here, what this DAX query it did is, I have a page level filter which is for 2010 to 2030. But if you look into this section of the code, again, I don't want to go too deep into DAX, but what it does is it takes summarized by the data dim customer, because we picked the customer and then the product, and then it went to sales table. What this sales table is? Sales table is a fact table, because that is what joining customer and product together, and then it is returning the row on this from the sales table. So DAX engine is smart enough. If we pick customer and product, it brought the fact table in between, and if there is a no sales between a customer and a product, it will return the blank value and it will not show up. So the behavior in Power BI desktop is different than doing the same action in Power BI, in Paginated report. As you saw in Paginated report, if I go back to dataset properties, what we saw here was the code, the DAX code it generated is just this summarized column dim customer, dim product. But whereas the same action I did in Power BI desktop, the code is like this long. So now the best way is another second tip from here is, like, you take this Power query from your Power BI desktop, from performance analyzer, you extract this query, you take this query and copy and paste, come back to your Paginated report builder, and then paste the query here. I'm going to remove this year filter from here. Maybe I do this in here. It's a little bit bigger, so I don't want my year filter in here. And let's see anything else. What was that DS01 filter table? So I remove this, and then I remove this from here as well. So I want name customer, product, counter, role, sales, all this stuff. I don't need to worry about that. And this DS0 primary window, it is only giving you the top and 500 rows in Power BI visual in desktop, because then you can scroll and it will give you the next 501. So in Paginated report, we don't need to worry about this. So we can remove this, because this is not what we need. And then we can return this DS0 core as our evaluation. This is what is going to return the result. So if I take this query now, since I modified it, and I go back into my Power BI report builder, copy the query there and go OK. So it's the same query, it's the same customer and product, but the query has now changed because it's using the count row sales from the fact table. And now if I run it, it will be super fast. It will return some result set I expect it to. Here you go. So now before that it was keep on spinning. So it's pretty much, again, I don't want to go to the formatting and designing all this stuff, but the point here is, if if you are bringing two dimensions, you always want to think through, if you're using Power BI dataset, how your model is set up in Power BI desktop when you created the model, how the tables are related there, and then come back here and accordingly you pick and choose the columns from your dimension table. Or that's the second way is actually go to Power BI desktop, create what you wanted to create, put it the columns and the measures in a table visual, and through performance analyzer get the query and bring the query in here, because that contains the logic and it takes care of everything. The other way is, if I really don't want to go back to Power BI desktop and create the query there, so the other way would be, let me create another data set. What I will do is I will go to Query Designer, and once this opens, it's a little bit slow. Okay, so we are already 25 minutes in. Oh, I have to run. So no. Let's see, what we're going to do is, again, I'm going to use same, maybe search quickly here, customer. So I go customer, and then I go product. So I'm bringing my product column as well, similar what we did, customer and product. But what I will do here in this case, I will put a sales measure in here as well. So what does that means is, when I put the sales measure, let's go back to our Power BI desktop model quickly, just to understand that, because the sales is a sum of sales amount from the sales fact table. As soon as I put the sales measure in there, now the DIM product and the DIM customers are connected to the sales table, and everything should work. So if I go $sales here, if none of the customer and the product combination have a sales, it will return the blank value. And as we all know in Power BI desktop, if a measure returns a blank value, it does not show up in the result set. So that's what is going to happen. So if I go OK, it's going to create a DAX query for us. So let's see what happens with that once it do that. So again, it's summarizing columns by customer, by product, and then it is using the measure $sales. And just to confirm, $sales is just a make sure that we see that, and $sales is just a let me close this. It's just a sales amount in our fact table. So sales is a fact table, and then it's just a sum of sales. So nothing extraordinary there. So now if I go and change in this Tablix visual here and switch from dataset, instead of dataset to dataset 2, and now I have a customer and a product, but it should run similarly faster, because the $sales is there, which will not now return a full Cartesian product between, like, all customer has all the product, but it will only return those rows which has some sales. So this will overcome that issue what we saw when we created the original query. So it should be pretty quick. All right, here you go. So 2 or 3 things we talked about right now. The takeaways are, when you are getting a columns from the 2 dimensions, multiple dimensions, or it could be 2 or 3, and if you don't put a measure in between, then it will take forever to run, because it's going to be full outer join, what we saw. And so the best practice is go back to your model and understand how the things are, and then bring the columns from your dimension table, and then bring the measure from your fact table. Even you're not visualizing the measure, but if you have a requirement to put to output like something like this, even we are not putting $sales here as an output, but because of that we are getting a list of customer and product. So this is the one thing which I hope helps you to let me actually minimize this guy. So I'm going to delete these 2 things. And one of the other things which I really want to talk about is about the date parameters, which is a little bit interesting to work with. So again, we are going to create a dataset 1, meetup paginated report, query designer, and any question so far? Or we are good?
No problem. We will take if any come in at the end of the session. It's going well.
Sure. All good.
Yep, we have more people pouring in because with coffee in India time.
Let me see if I can have a chat on the side as well on my different monitor. All right.
Would you like to take
Yeah,
one question?
Rajiv, yeah, I'm going to talk about that. Let's do this. Thanks for the question. So that's exactly what I'm going to do right now. And your question on can we format? Yes, we can. Let's do it. So what we're going to do in this second demo is like, okay, we want a sales by customer or by product, doesn't matter what it is, but we want within a date range. So user pick the date range, and then we want to show the sales within that date range. So that will be the parameters. So what we will do is, again, maybe let's say sales by customer. So I pick my customer, and then I pick my dollar sales. Again, I want to see my sales by customer, and then on my the upper section is, again, if you're from SSRS, this section is for parameters. So let's do this. So we're going to add date as our parameter from date dimension. Again, everything you want to think through the model perspective, right? Customer is coming from the customer dimension. Dollar sales is a measure coming from a fact sales table, which is just a sum of sales amount. And our parameter, which is calendar, we want to give the range. It's coming from our calendar dimension. So I have a date coming from my calendar dimension. And then what I want is a from and to, so I can have a range inclusive. So what does that means is now I have a start date and the end date. And then these two checkboxes convert this range into the parameters. So if you want to add a parameter, you check mark these check mark these checkboxes, and then that becomes in a parameter. So now once I do this, I click OK. So what you will see here is the DAX query will be totally different what we have just seen before. And so it has created like all this interesting DAX query, which I will try to explain. But assume this is the DAX query here. So we go OK. So now we have a data set with the customer and the dollar sales. I think it automatically converted into ID underscore dollar sales because maybe dollar sign is not possible as a column name. So let's go insert table. And then we're going to go dataset one customer, and here I want to see the sales. Maybe I call it dollar sales, and it should be right aligned because this is number and the format would be right dollar. So that's formatting. So now we have a customer and we have a sales, and let's remove this column. And now if you see on the parameter section up, there is a from date and to date parameter. So what happens here is, so automatically when we pick up the parameter, when we did in the query designer, and those becomes the parameters. And if we click on a data set, you show hidden data sets, you will see the parameter has a data set created, which is a hidden. And if we go in a from calendar table, a date parameter, and if we look into the available values, what it does is it takes the value from the query, and then it used from calendar data as a data set, and these are the things it uses the value and the caption. Again, if we go to from calendar date table data set, which it automatically created, if I look into data set properties, again, this is a DAX query which has been created and it does all that stuff in there. Again, I'm not going into deep into this DAX code, but this is what exactly happened. So for each parameter, it created a data set and then used that data set as a source values for the parameter. So if we run this thing now, and I also have a YouTube video. I'm not sure if I talked about this or not, but on my YouTube channel, I have actually a few videos on Paginated report. And to see all this thing in more detail, you can always go there and look at it. I know why this error is coming up in here, and because I've done it many times. When I go to the parameter properties, what it did is it used the format from calendar date parameter. The data type is date and time. But the available values, which is picking from the queries, those are the text values, and that's why it is giving the error. So if I switch it to text, it should work. And of course, I have to do it for my two parameters as well, because it's a similar thing, text. And if I run this, so what's going to happen now? You can see we have the parameter from and to. The biggest challenging I know this will work, but the biggest challenge is this is not a great user experience, because selecting a date, let's say if your calendar table is holding the data for 10 years, it means there are 365 dates, 365 multiplied by 10 years, it's a 3,650 rows. So it's not a great experience to select a date and then you pick up a from date and then you pick up a to date. So parameter is there, it would work, but the problem is the experience to improve the parameter. I think this is one of the question Rajiv asked, is like how we can make the changes. So we change the type to this to date time to text, but the experience is not great, like spending there is no sales within that period what I picked. But the point here is that the from and to date, the experience is not great, and we can really improve on that. How are we going to do that? What we're going to do here is I'm going to go to from and calendar date parameter, and I'm going to, instead of text, I'm going to change it to date and time, and I'm going to tell it I don't want the available values. I just make it none, because I don't want a list of values to come over. And then I go to my to calendar, and similarly I'm going to switch it to date and time and say available values are none. And immediately you see here in the preview, it has now calendar icon. So if I go and run it, and now we have a different experience. We have a calendar here. Now it's much richer user experience. So I can simply type the value here, 2010 0101 if I wanted, that's the date I am looking for, or 2020 to 0131. And so now this is date parameter, whether I can input it or I can select through a calendar. So it's much richer experience. But unfortunately, it's going to give us the error. And I know why that error is coming up, and let me walk you through. If we look at the errors, what it's saying is DEX comparison operations do not support comparing value of type date with value of type text. And why this error is coming? So the answer is in the query which we created. I'm going to hide. Now I'm not using these hidden parameter tables which was created. I can really delete those ones because I'm not using this as the value for my parameters. Those can go away. So if we go back to our dataset 1, which we originally created. So if you look at the query here, maybe I will just copy this query in a notepad to explain it better. Oh my God, that's so badly formatted. So what it is doing is it's basically creating a, maybe I will focus on this one area. So it created a variable from calendar date 1. It is using that parameter, which is from calendar date, which we just changed to date time. It is assuming that as a text parameter. And then what it is doing, it is trying to find out if the valid date has been entered or not, or user picked a all in the second, because there is an option to pick the all as well. Like you saw at the first on the top, there was a all and then all the dates. So it's basically trying to figure out whether the user picked all or a valid date. And then what at the end of the day it's doing in, I wish I had more time to explain all this, but in nutshell, in summarized column, when the final result output is coming up, it is filtering our calendar table, and it is saying, okay, if the all is selected, then return everything, because all means everything in that case. And if it is not all, so because this is or, so if it is not true all, because this is giving us true or false, and if it's true, then return everything. If this is false, and then come here, check, give me calendar date where the value of that v from calendar date 1 is greater than equal to, right? So that's what is the from and to ranges. So since we changed our measure to a date time measure, so all this is no text, and that's why we were getting the error. So now it is pretty straightforward. What we can do here is, let me go back to my this query here. I can go, okay, I don't want this whole thing to happen. So my variable could be simply from calendar date, and because now I don't have the option of all, I can remove it, this part. So my similar to calendar date, my query is going to be to calendar date, and I'm going to remove all that stuff. So basically what we have is we have a first variable from calendar date, which is just a parameter value, and to calendar date, which is parameter value. And then in my summarize column where I'm saying filter values calendar date, again, this is a little bit of a DAX here. And I remove, now there's no concept of all, I'm going to remove that. What I'm going to tell it, here it is, calendar date is greater than equal to date value from calendar date 1. There's no concept of time value, it is pure date. I can remove this part as well. And then I remove 2 and everything here. I hope all the parentheses are closed correctly. So now our query has shrunk to this small. So basically what we're doing is from calendar parameter is from this variable is from this parameter, this variable is from this parameter, and then I am within calendar date, I am filtering from within that date range. So now if I take this whole thing and go back to my report builder and paste it here, this is the new code what it looked like, and go OK. And if I run it now, it should work. So it gives you a warning message, okay, you made the changes manually, and make sure everything is parameters and all those things, field list is updated. So we said, okay, we haven't changed the output. Output is still the same. And so let's run it now. And now if I go 2010, 0101, 2020, 12, I don't know if I have the data for that date range or not. So now if I view report, still an error. So maybe I missed some parentheses somewhere. Filter values, calendar date value, and calendar date. This seems extra here. And yeah, these are extras. So let's re-go. If I'm not going to spend too much time here, but I think you guys got the gist here. What we're doing is basically that's a syntax error there because I'm missing some parentheses. But let's put it back here. Let me make sure this looks okay. Or I can go to a DAX formatter, and that will tell me as well. So if I quickly run, we are 812. Oh my God. See if I can do another demo. And how are we doing on any questions while this thing is uploading?
You address the one in chat.
Check. So then let's go to 2010, 0101, 2020, 1231. I hope this run this time. Oh no. So probably I'm missing something in my data set in the query. I can try to debug it. Let's do this thing quickly. Let's get it, and what I'm missing doesn't look anything obvious. Text format. If not, then we'll move to the next one. I'm just going to, through the DAX formatter, I'm going to see if I have. Oh, here you go. Filter values. Define variable from calendar date. Oh, this was correct. Syntax error. Anybody have an idea what I'm missing here? Define summarize columns, customer, filter, values, calendar date. Okay, calendar date is greater than this, and not sure. Let's go to Text Studio and run the query. Team customer filter values, calendar date. This comma. Jeez. There you go. That should work. So I was missing that end of filter parentheses here. Sorry. Let's put it in here quickly. Okay. Anyway, you guys figured out, learn how probably to debug this, because this, if you manually added this, because this interface is not formatting the query, and I knew I was missing something. So if I run it again, should work. Here you go. I'm not sure why there's no data showing up, but the point is the query ran the error which we were seeing before. It is not there anymore. I guess I don't have I don't know how old the data is in my model. I don't remember that, but it's a query is running. It should show us data. So that's basically what it is. So the point here is you can actually change the parameters the way you want it to be, and then include in your DAX query and to modify it. That's where you need a little bit of knowledge of DAX. I'm just going to quickly run through. We have 15 more minutes, and I also want to give you guys a time to talk, because I think there's a hard stop at 1 hour. So I can't go more than that. So I'm going to show one last thing here quickly. I have tons of things to show, but given the time, can't do much. Do check out some of videos on my channel, on YouTube channel. There's one playlist I did on purely on Paginated reports. So I'm going to go in a customer. What I want to show here is, so let's say we have a customer here, as in again we are doing the same thing. We are having customer and then sales by customer, and then we want a parameter called customer. Instead of previously we did the date range. The reason why I showed the date range was to show how you can actually, instead of having the long list of dates, you can change the parameter to date and time, and then that becomes in a calendar icon. So again, I did a dim customer here and selected and checked that parameter and then go OK. So if we go here, so again, it created. Now what you will see here is, I'm just going to quickly show you guys a query here. So the RS custom DAX filter I talked about. So this is now, it has been used. Basically what it is going to do is, it is going to take the dim customer value and convert into the comma separated, create a table to filter in the DAX format. So this is what the RS custom DAX filter does. And so if we finish this, and maybe sometime I've seen when I have this table visual here, I ran into this a few times. The table visual does not show any value, and I don't know why. It's a bug or where is the problem, and which we just recently saw in the previous demo. Even though it was returning a data set, but we were not seeing the value. So if now let me remove this from and calendar date parameters as well. So now we have just simple customer parameter here. And again, if we go to show hidden data set, what we have here is, it created automatically a table called dim customer as in a data set query, which is going to be populating this dim customer parameter. So if you go on available values, we see it there. So if I go OK and run this, I hope it shows me. Oh, geez. I have to delete this one, because the previous query which we created was using that parameter from 10 to date parameters, which I deleted. And so if I run this now, it will populate the customer list here. Okay, so now we have a list of customers, and we can have like single select and all the stuff as well. And then if we view report, and then it will show those customers and the sales of those customers. So those three we selected, and we see the sales. So I'm going to extend this to a little bit further, and that's what I want to show in this demo. And let's say if I go query, So now I have a parameter called customer. Then I also want a parameter called product. So you can see the sales by customer, but then also select if you want to see a specific product you want to see from that customer list. So what we can do here is we can come back here to our query designer, search product, and now go back to product, and then we put that in our parameter list and check mark and OK. So now what we did is we're seeing the sales by customer, but we also giving the user to opportunity to select a customer in the parameter and also select product if we really wanted to. So you will see once this, so now we have another parameter called dim product, and it's listed there. So the purpose of this demo is just quickly to, when this execute here, is to show you guys, come on. So let's say we have these, I select these 3 customers. And if I go look at the product list, so what is happening is it's giving me the list of all the products. Maybe not necessarily the customer what I've selected, they only purchased these products, right? So they might have purchased, not necessarily they have purchased all the products. So what I wanted to do here is, rather than to improve the user experience, so this is where the cascading parameters come in the picture, and also you can shorten the list of the product. So how about if I selected these 3 customers, I want to show only those products which are purchased by these 3 customers instead of everything. So what we can do here is, so we can go back to our design, and we create another data set. You can create your own data set for the parameters, how you want to populate the parameters. So what I'm going to do here is, I usually give the data set name as I start with parameters, so I know what that is. So let's call it parameter product, and I'm going to pick my data sources again, my Power BI data set. And let's see if I can finish within the next 2-3 minutes, and then I probably leave last 5 minutes for a quick question if you guys might have. So I'm going to go pick product from my data set. So now I have a product. What I will do is I also put the sales dollar to next to the product. So what does that means is it will only return those products which has some sales, right? Because in Power BI, as you guys know, when you drop a column from a dimension table and you put a measure, if measure returns a blank value, it does not show up in the list until you force it to. So this will only give me the list of those products which are sold. And then what I can do here is I can use customer as my customer, make sure, go bigger. So a customer as my product, which we also used in our original query, and then make this as a parameter. So what we're saying here is, in this particular data set query which we're creating, we're saying, okay, give us the sales by product. And so that will return only those products which are sold, and then also filter this data set by this particular dim customer parameter. So once we go OK here, it will of course create another this query called parameter product, or maybe we should call products. Right, so this creates the query, and boom. So we are not visualizing this particular query in our report anywhere. The purpose of this particular query is just to populate our dim product parameter. So if I go back to my parameter products, so in available values, instead of the default hidden data set it created to populate the parameter value, I will pick the one which I created. I call it parameter product. I use that, and value field is my product. And of course, my label field is also product. And now this is what is done. So if I run this, and I'm going to select same 2 or 3 customers what we selected earlier, and the product should be now the list of the product what those customers has purchased, not like the whole slew of things here. So let's go here, and 1, 2, 3, and now this product query will execute, And now the list of the product is only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because these are the 5 product which is purchased by these 3 customers we selected. In case we end up selecting like maybe more, so random customers here. So now our product parameter is going to be populated based on the products which are sold to these customers. So as you can see, the list is a little longer. So what does this means is it's a great user experience. Now you have a cascaded parameter where you're selecting first parameter and the second parameter is getting populated based on that. So that's kind of how you can use it. Now I can select the products if I really wanted to, or select all, and then visualize the data. We have 5 minutes. I'm quickly going to run through a couple of the slides just to make sure that I'm not missing anything. Again, do I need to pay for Power BI Report Builder? You can, if you have a Power BI Pro license, you can use Power BI Report Builder today. You can download it, you can get to Dataset, and you can start building the reports. But to publish the report to Power BI service, you need a Power BI premium capacity or Power BI premium per user license. If it's a premium per user backed workspace, any user who is going to use that workspace need a PPU license. So minimum requirement for Power BI paginated report. For the development purposes, yes, you with the Power BI Pro, go download it, develop the report, but it is within your desktop at that point of time. But if you want to publish those reports in Power BI service, it can be only published to the workspaces which are Power BI Premium or the PPU-backed workspaces. Again, best practice, I said, copy and paste DAX code from Power BI. So if you don't know much about, like, you don't want to spend time in Query Builder and all this stuff, go to Power BI Desktop, create the table visual, whatever you want, and then through Performance Analyzer, get the DAX query and go and add that into a report builder. But you need to still add those parameters and RS custom DAX filter. Like that's if you're, it's like writing your own SQL query. One thing is when you are if you using a DAX query from Power BI Desktop, with the measure name, it automatically add the table in which the measure is sitting. Measures are global across the model, right? So make sure the table name is removed when you copy the query from Power BI Desktop to Power BI Paginated Report. Because if you go back to your model and you move your measure from table A to table B, Power BI Desktop will automatically adjust, it will not have any impact on Power BI Desktop. But Paginated Report, if you still say, okay, my measure is in table A, and it will give the error. So anytime you're using a measure as a best practice, never ever use a table name next to the measures. And the reason why I pointed it out here is because when you copy the query from Power BI Desktop, it puts the table name next to the measures, and you should remove it before you paste into Power BI Report Builder. And as I said, always add a measure to your query, because we saw when we took customer and product, it was going up forever because full join Cartesian product it was returning. And now with the measure, we have the fact table in between, and which help us to reduce the number of rows. Again, this is my channel. I have a link of I will share this text with the team and with the sponsors, and they will share it with you guys. There are some videos I did on Paginated Report, so feel free to go and watch and give your feedback. There are a few other links. I wish I had more time. I wanted to show you guys through, but here are a few other links. Do you want to know more about other things in Paginated Report? Awesome. Thank you. Give me your feedback. What do you guys think? Scan this code and your feedback, and whatever time we have, 2 minutes, any question I can answer, I will be more than happy.
So Parvinder, there is one question from Rajiv that if you could provide few tips for people planning
Could you
to
provide
migrate.
few tips for people planning to migrate reports from SSRs to Paginated Report? Depend if you are using if you're not using Power BI Dataset as a source, which I would highly recommend. Then there is the transition is very, very straightforward. Like as I said, the Power BI premium licensing is involved in there, and pretty much from the development perspective, it is more or less the same experience if you're SSRS. The only thing what you want to make sure that it supports the data sources what you're using in your SSRS reports.
True, and there's also one hybrid cloud implementation in case it is supported.
Sorry, my speaker was mute. Sorry, go ahead.
No, Parvinder, I was just saying that there is also hybrid cloud implementation that they can utilize in case it is restricted. It doesn't convert to your entire report, but allows you to pin up certain visuals in Power BI dashboards
100%
from your on-premise.
Yeah, totally. Any other question? Come on, guys. I have 1 more minute left. Then my Friday starts. Maybe I did a good job explaining this.
Yes, amazing. And this is pretty extensive and hands-on session, Parvinder. Thank you so much for this, and really comprehensive. A topic pretty close to my heart too, because I've worked on RS reports for around 12 years earlier. So this is like this is a refresher kind of thing for me.
I know.
And look forward to how clients are increasingly adapting these days, getting more and more requests of adapting these into Power BI with the paginated visual coming in picture. This is picking up pace extremely well, and then PPU licensing is like bringing it. Earlier you needed a premium license, which was a big deterrent to it. Now
totally.
PPU is bringing it back. So
there's a lot of stuff. That's why I like to talk about this, is because if you start using Power BI data sets and you have the same mindset of using the SQL queries as in the past, then you need to switch gear from that, because that works differently when you start using Power BI data set, because the measures come in the picture. Your modeling is really critical. You need to know how the dimensions, how the tables are connected, right? So it's not a SQL query. You write every data set is a separate SQL query where condition join, because here the join and everything is done at the model level, not within your data set, right? So that's kind of why this becomes a little bit complicated, not complicated, but a little bit learning curve if you're using Power BI data set as your source.
Right. So I guess there are no more questions in chat window. So if you have anything, audience, if you have any more questions regarding this, you could always reach out, and also later on put up on YouTube, or also I believe post directly to Parvinder too.
Oh, anytime, please feel free to. No problem. More than welcome.
Thank you so much, Parvinder. This was a very well-timed session, and thank you so much for sparing this Friday evening and for the greater good of the community. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks for the opportunity. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the other sessions, and have a good day, guys. Enjoy your weekend. Bye now.
Thanks much, Parvinder. Thanks. Bye. All right. So audience, we are up for next session, and to present that, I think we already have Sagar with us. So thank you so much, Sagar, for joining us today. Early morning, right, for you too here. So thank you so much for taking out time for this event. And really, I think just a week back, we've learned that you published a book to authors of Hands-on Azure Data Platform. So really delighted, and would like to hear from you more about it. For the audience, Sagar is an Azure Data and AI Platform evangelist, and has been a very active community contributor from C#, MVP too, and he is contributing on a daily basis on LinkedIn and various other platforms, which is bringing a lot of education to the masses. Thanks so much, Sagar, for joining us, and welcome to the platform.
First of all, good morning, everyone, and thanks a lot for the nice introduction. So I will get started. I'll share my screen. Let me know once it is visible. Welcome everyone to the session. Today I'm going to speak about how we can implement CI/CD pipelines to decrease the time to market for Power BI reports using Azure DevOps. This is a quick introduction about me. I'm currently working as a data solution architect with one of the MNC companies currently located in Netherlands. I have been an active blogger on multiple platforms, and recently also published one book. So that's briefly about me. Feel free to reach out on any platform in case you want to connect. let's take a moment to know a bit about the agenda for the today's session. So the main focus will be on how we can implement CI/CD Azure DevOps pipeline to deploy Power BI reports to multiple environments with let's say single click of a button in less time and without any manual effort. So first, we will try to understand the need of Azure DevOps integration with Power BI. Then we will explore a bit about how what should be the approach to enable continuous delivery with Power BI. And then we will also explore about how we can enable versioning for the PBIX reports, because it's a different PBIX files are different kind of binary files, not the normal files, and how we can implement versioning and build pipelines and release pipeline with Azure DevOps to adapt the DevOps way of working. And also, once the development is done, we can keep track of all the changes, as well as the report should be available to consumers in a less amount of time. And of course, at the end, we can pick up a Q&A, and also feel free to ask a question in between in the Teams chat, or feel free to interrupt by raising your hand. So yeah, without any further ado, let's start with the need of Azure DevOps integration with Power BI. So yeah, we all know we use Power BI desktop to develop Power BI reports. In the traditional way of working, if we don't adapt CI/CD way of working, then we have to wait for weeks and weeks to for the consumer to get access to the reports, because there will be a dependency on someone who is working on the Power BI report. And then once they get time, or if they are busy, they won't be able to publish the reports to the Power BI service, and consumer has to manually check. So there is a longer wait, slower time to market for the new features. So once the Power BI reports are developed, we keep enhancing and adding new features to the reports based on the requirements set by the business. But even every time when we make a small change, or even if it is a large change, then whenever there is a manual intervention, it definitely takes some time and there is a dependency. But ideally, once the changes are developed and committed, those changes or new features should be automatically deployed to all the environments, and it should be available easily for the end users. Lack of agility. We are working in an agile way of working, and yeah, we have to deliver the product features in increments. And if we have to wait for a longer period of time to get the new feature for the consumer, then it is there is a lack of agility, and that can create a lot of problems. Possibility of manual error. So yeah, if we are trying to deploy the report, and sometimes you can, if we don't follow the correct naming convention, or we can also basically override the existing report, which we don't want to publish basically. So there can be a lack of versioning and possibility of manual error if we do it manually, and lack of well-governed development process. So ideally, with a DevOps and agile way of working, we follow a very well-governed and developed process, where starting from the development, once the development activities are done, the thorough testing should be done, and the different version of the report should be available in the repo somewhere. It can be any repo, maybe Azure DevOps repo or Git repo or any other repository. That all those, and then once the reports are available in the repo, then via pipeline it should be deployed. But if we don't add up the DevOps integration, then manually we have to do the same activity multiple times in multiple environments, and there can also be a possibility of error. So considering all the disadvantages or pointers, there is a real need to integrate Power BI with Azure DevOps for the smoother deployment, as well as easier access to the new reports and features for the consumers. Yeah, so after understanding the need of Azure DevOps integration with Power BI, let's understand how we can enable continuous delivery with Power BI. So Let's understand the traditional flow a bit and how we can enable continuous delivery. So basically, there'll be a Power BI developer. So from the key user, we get the requirement. After understanding the requirement, the developer will prepare the report. Basically, all the Power BI developer will use Power BI desktop to create the reports. They can create the reports. The report overall contains dashboard reports as well as data sets. And then once the reports are developed and ready, and then we publish the reports to the Power BI service, Power BI app, and there will be end consumers who will be the workspace member who will try to access the report. So we are talking about only the development environment. But in the industry, like most of us are aware, we are following the DTEP tree. So we have multiple environments like development, test, acceptance, and production. And each environment has their own requirement and the reason to set up multiple environments. We will also look at the need of those environments in detail. So it will be very time consuming if a developer will prepare the report. He will deploy the report to the dev environment, then he will make some changes. Instead of deploying the new report to the development environment, he can also directly deploy it to the production environment. So there will be a lot of inconsistency, lack of governance, and also we cannot enable continuous delivery. So once a developer is ready, end user has to wait for the developers to publish the report to Power BI. And there can be any number of reasons, maybe personal or maybe business reasons why the developer will be busy in developing some other stuff and he doesn't deploy the report to the Power BI service, and end user will keep waiting for the new reports and the new features. So there is a real need of enabling continuous delivery for the Power BI report in the development process. So as I quickly touched upon the multiple DTEP environments, like some team or some organizations call it as a DTEP or some call it as a ODTEP. So let's talk about the need of different environments. So we have a development environment. So once we understand the requirement from the business and from the teams or from our stakeholder, ideally the Power BI developers use Power BI desktop to create the Power BI reports and the data model in the Power BI. Basically, Power BI in the Power BI desktop, we can actually do multiple activities like data wrangling, data transformation, modeling, and of course create a report. Once the development of the Power BI report is done, then move on to the next stage, that is the test environment. So we try to publish the reports into the test environment in the Power BI service. So all the members who are part of that workspace will be able to get access to the reports. And one of the best practice and recommendation is to publish the report to the app workspace instead of my workspace, because in my workspace only let's say limited people, or there will be people who should not have access to the report. So ideally for each business line or for the stakeholder you are working upon, you should have a workspace and try to publish the report to the app workspace. So only the member who belong to that workspace and the domain or team will be able to access the report. Then once the testing is done, we have an acceptance environment. So once the testing is finished, basically we can try to publish the same content of the Power BI report to the acceptance environment. So there is a minor difference or wall between the test and the acceptance environment. So in the test environment, we try to test all the technical feature and try to see if all the requirements are met. And in the acceptance environment, we can actually add few more people from the business lines or domain. So they can also do some kind of functional testing on the top of report that we created. So it will give more confidence and the ability to verify the results for the stakeholders or the business teams. And then once the acceptance is done, then we have a real production live environment. So once we are done with the testing and acceptance with the key users, we are sure that the reports are working fine as per the requirements set by the technical team as well as the functional team, and it's time to publish the reports to the production environment. While publishing the reports to the production environment, we have to make sure that basically the workspace, all the member who should be a part of that workspace should be added to the workspace, so they can once the reports are published, they will get an access to the report. And at the same time, if there are certain users who should not get access to the report, then or who doesn't belong to the team, then they should also be removed from the workspace. So it is just a precaution or FYI before we do the deployment to the production. So this is how the overall development life cycle works when we start working with the Power BI report from the Power BI desktop in the dev environment, followed by tests and acceptance to do the thorough testing and publishing the report to the production environment to get the real business insights from the users, from the business teams, and also get their feedback, to enhance the Power BI reports or the features that we have developed in the Power BI. So once the Power BI reports are published to the production environment, basically end users or the business team will start using those reports. There can be certain scenarios where there are also other users or the other stakeholders who would like to get an access to the report, so they will also start requesting the access request. So in order to let's say avoid any conflict, it is better to recommendation is to have a separate report published in the app to the end user. So basically we split each report into at least 2 separate Power BI desktop files which are published to the workspace. And there will be certain feature, let's say, which you want to be accessible by certain set of people, and certain set of people should not be able to access certain features, certain reports, or certain data sets, let's say. Then while publishing the report, once the reports are published, basically you will get a screen like this where here you will be able to see all the reports which are published to the workspace. And basically this is the toggle. If you enable this toggle, then this report will be included in the app, and all the users who have access to the workspace will be able to access the report. And if you disable this toggle, then these users will not be able to access the report. So if you want to also once the Power BI reports are ready, and if you want certain feature to be enabled and certain features to be hidden, or you want to deploy it at a later stage, then using using the app toggle, you can actually control who should be able to access what part of the report. Yeah, so just now we understand what should be the approach. We understood the need of enabling continuous delivery for the Power BI reports, and we also understand manually or the overall approach on how we should be how we should follow the development life cycle, starting from developing the reports in the development environment to publishing it to the production environment, and once they are published, how we can control certain features of the report. Now we will talk about the actual implementation, how we can enable a versioning or version history and CI/CD implementation with Azure DevOps. So once the Power BI reports are ready, how it should be with a single click of a button, the report should be deployed to all the environment, and the end user should be able to access the reports in a less amount of time. So this is basically the overall life cycle of enabling versioning and CI/CD with DevOps. We will also look at each component in detail. So again, there is a Power BI developer who will start working on the report based on the requirements set by the business, the stakeholder in the Power BI desktop. Once the report is ready, ideally the developer can publish the report to the Azure DevOps repo. Here we are focusing more on Azure DevOps, but we are free to choose any Git provided tool to publish the reports. So Power BI developer can publish the reports to the Azure DevOps repo. Once let's say ideally what we do is during the development we create a development branch, and once the changes are committed we merge it to the master branch. So once it is available, as soon as the reports are available in the master branch or latest files are available in the master branch, then there is a stage called FAT stage. So it is a functional acceptance testing stage. So in the DevOps build pipeline, we can download all the artifacts, and then in the build pipeline we can write a test scenario based on the functional and technical requirement to do the testing automatically. So as soon as the files are merged to the master branch, it will trigger the build pipeline. The build pipeline is nothing but it will download all the artifacts which are present in the repo, followed by some scripts or testing scenarios. So it will do thorough testing. So if the pipeline is successful, then it will move to the next stage, and if the pipeline is not successful, then the build pipeline will fail, and then we have to look into the failure test and try to resolve it. So if the functional acceptance testing stage is successful, then basically the reports, data sets, and all the relevant artifacts will be deployed to the development workspace. So the development. So as soon as the Power BI report is ready, with the integration of Azure DevOps with build and release pipeline, the reports will be the artifacts will be downloaded and it will be deployed to the development workspace. Same way for UAT in production as well. We can basically create multiple stages in the pipeline. So once the build is successful, it will do the user acceptance testing and the production testing. And if the testing is successful, then the report and all the artifacts will be published to the test and acceptance work and production workspace. Now, once the reports are available in the relevant corresponding workspace in the DTAP environment, it will be published to the Power BI app as well. So there is a release pipeline. In the release pipeline, we can add a couple of tasks. We will also look at the pipeline in the demo. Once the reports are available and published to the workspace, it will be published to the Power BI service automatically, and then end users and analysts will be able to access the reports and data as soon as they are published. So we talked about multiple stages, starting from developing the reports in Power BI desktop to accessing those reports by the end users and the analysts. But all these activities will be done automatically without any manual intervention. And also it will be the new features or Power BI reports will be available to the end user in a spur of a minute. Let's say in few minutes, as soon as the features are developed, the testing will be done automatically. The reports will be published to the workspace and also to the Power BI service, and end user will be able to access the latest reports and data. So here we can save actually quite a lot of time if we enable versioning and CI/CD for the Power BI reports. So this is the overall life cycle, how we can automate by integrating Power BI with CI/CD and with Azure DevOps. Now we will look at the actual implementation, how we can enable versioning, and how we should develop CI/CD pipeline with proper steps. And then at the end in the demo we will look at the pipeline. So let's first talk about the first topic, that is versioning or version history. So these are just a recommendation from my working experience with Power BI, but these are also industry standard basically recommendations. So in order to maintain the versioning, basically we can use OneDrive or SharePoint sync from Microsoft. So we all know when we create the Power BI report, it will create the PBIX file. So when all those PBIX file, we can follow certain naming convention and try to put those files in the SharePoint and OneDrive. SharePoint sync option will also help us to synchronize those files between the local system and the OneDrive. But there is a limitation of this approach. This approach works well if you are working with a small project or small team, where you are, let's say, developing hardly 4 to 5 reports or few reports for month in a team. But if you want to develop enterprise organization level solution, then it is not a professional or recommended solution. So OneDrive solution or SharePoint solution will work if you are dealing with like small set of reports and small team. But if you are looking for an enterprise level solution, then the recommended approach or solution should be to use Git repositories. But as I already mentioned, when we prepare the Power BI reports, it creates the PBIX files. Those are not human readable files. It is basically a binary file. So every time when we publish if we try to publish the same report 2 times, because those are the binary files, the Git repository or Azure DevOps repo consider each file as a separate file. So it will give a new version to each file because the PBIX file includes the imported dataset. File can also be sometimes big. So when we are talking about enterprise implementation, we deal with large amount of data to get the business insights or to determine the KPIs. So the big data set can also be large, but we have a solution available in Git. So Git repository has an extension called large file storage, which is basically used to store large file in a separate Git repository. So in order to use Git repository for the versioning and the version history, we can actually in the main repository will include only the pointers to the actual location where the dataset exists, and for every file, every PBIX file that we save, Git large file storage LFS will create a pointer and save the binary file as a binary large object. So this way, if we enable Power BI report with the Git repository, then we can enable versioning as well. And also there is no problem, or it is very much compatible even if you are dealing with large data set to create the Power BI reports. So yeah, I hope the session is going well, and feel free to interrupt in case you have any query. Yeah. Then yeah, sorry, any queries?
Nope, I was saying we are good.
Okay, great. Yeah, thanks for the feedback. Yeah, so after understanding how we can enable versioning or versioning history with the Power BI reports, let's also talk about how we should develop CI/CD pipeline with Azure DevOps. So basically, we are going to now look at the 8 steps by which how we can enable what are the prerequisites and how we should build the build and the release pipeline to enable single click or one click automation to deploy the Power BI reports to the multiple environments and the report and make the reports accessible in a less amount of time. So first prerequisite or first step, if you want to, before you start creating the actual CI/CD pipelines with Azure DevOps, we have to create a service principal or in the app registration. So most of you or most of the people who are working in Power BI or in Azure must be aware about service principal. So service principal is a non-personal account or entity which we can create. It is closely integrated with Azure AD, which we can use to do the secure authentication to basically connect or communicate with different services like Power BI, Data Factory, Databricks, or Key Vault, etc. So first step is to create a service principal using app registration. So in order to do that, we have to sign into the Azure portal, select the Azure Active Directory, and then app registration. Click on the new registration. As soon as you click on the new registration, you will get a pop-up where you have to provide the app registration name or service principal name. And once you click on a submit button, the service principal will be created. Now, once the service principal is created, again, you have to go to the certificate and the secrets tab and generate a new client secret. This is basically the password by which, using the combination of service principal ID and password, we can use that non-personal account or entity to communicate or authenticate to different services. So create service principal and generate the new secret and store it somewhere, which we are going to use it later. Now, once the service principal is created or app is created, we have to provide permission to the service principal or the app created in the app registration, because we want to integrate service principal with Power BI. There are certain set of rules required. So once if we provided permission, as soon as we should be able to use the service principal to create our CI/CD pipelines for the one-click automation deployment. So click on the app. Once the app service principals are created, click on the app permission tab and add a permission. There are select the application permission. So in the application permission, we have to select Power BI service, and this is basically the service to which this service principal will have an access. And then there will be a checkbox in which there will be multiple permissions available. So we have to select tenant.read all and tenant.read write all. Once we checkbox on these two options, then click on the add permission to confirm the updates. So in these two steps, we created a service principal in app registration, which is a part of Azure Active Directory, and we have provided a relevant permission so that we can integrate this with Power BI and also use it during the CI/CD deployment. Now, once the app registrations are created, next step is to set up the Power BI tenant. So we have to sign into the Power BI portal. Click on the gear icon. So this is basically the gear icon on the setting, and then select the admin portal. As soon as you select the admin portal, you will get this pop-up. So here from the left pane, you have to select the tenant settings, and you have to enable this feature. So that will allow service principal to use the Power BI API. So what we are doing is like all applications available in the market, even in Power BI, we have APIs available to do the automation. So we are basically using those APIs in the CI/CD pipelines to do the automation and to deploy the reports automatically. So as soon as you enable this feature, it will basically come up with this pop-up box. Here we have to configure the Power BI workspace. So we have to select the workspace. So whatever workspace for which you want to enable the CI/CD deployment, you have to select the workspace. Click on the three vertical dots on the right of the workspace. So this pop-up will come up, and then click on the workspace access. And here in the workspace access, we have to search the service principal or the app that we have previously registered with the required permission. So this is the step number 4, where we created app registration, we provided all the permission, and we are here configuring the Power BI workspace. So using the internal Power BI APIs and providing the correct permission to the SPN, we will use that service principal in the CI/CD pipeline to do the automated deployment. Now comes to the actual pipeline development work. So as we all know, in the Azure DevOps marketplace, we have multiple extensions available. Power BI extensions is there are actually multiple extensions available for Power BI. This is just one of the example. So we have to install the Power BI extension from the marketplace. So we just have to sign into the Azure DevOps organization. So whatever organization that you are working upon, you can go to the organization setting, select the extension and click on the browse marketplace at the top right. And in the browse marketplace, try to search for the Power BI extents, try to write Power BI extents. So this screen will appear. This extension is available free to use. So if you click on a get it free button, it will take hardly maybe 1 minute or so. So it will basically download this extension in your Azure DevOps marketplace. And then once it is installed, we should be able to use this task in our pipeline to enable CI/CD for the Power BI reports. So this is step number 5, and we have to do this step only one time. If you install this extension once, you should be able to use it in future without any intervention. Now, the next step is to install the Power BI. Next step is to create service connection in Azure DevOps, because that is the service connection which we are going to link it with the service principal which we created in the app registration in step 1 and 2. So in Azure DevOps, go to the project setting, select the service connection and click on the new service connection button, and then select the Power BI service connection. As soon as you select the Power BI service connection, you will get a pop-up box. So fill in the parameters required for the service connection. Here we have to provide the tenant name, client ID. Client ID is the service principal ID which we created in the step 1, and client secret is the secret which we created for the service principal again in step 1. So once we provide all the relevant information, click on the OK button. So this will create service connection in Azure DevOps, and we will be using that as an authentication and authorization entity to deploy the reports from Azure DevOps to Power BI Workspace. Now all the prerequisite steps are done. Then the next step is to basically create the build and the release pipeline. So first of all, we will create a build pipeline. So let's first talk about how you can create a build pipeline, and let's also then talk about the different steps of the build pipeline before we move on to the release pipeline creation. So from the dashboard or from the left pane of Azure DevOps, select the pipelines section, click on the new pipeline, and then select the Azure Gets repo as a source that will trigger our pipeline. So this will be the repo in which you are going to publish the reports. As soon as you commit to the master branch of the report, we can enable an option to trigger the pipeline automatically. So this is select the Azure repo where you are going to maintain all your Power BI artifacts. Then Azure DevOps will suggest basically several templates to you. So select the started pipeline and basically add the following YML content to your snippet to the pipeline. So let's talk about different sections. So first one is trigger. So as I already mentioned, we are integrating the build pipeline with the Power BI with the Git repo where we are going to maintain all the Azure DevOps artifact. So as soon as this is the branch name. So as soon as we are going to publish the Power BI artifacts to the Git repo in the master branch, this pipeline will be triggered automatically and it will perform these steps. This is basically the pool or underlying compute. So we are going to use VM image or underlying compute as a Windows latest. Then there are like multiple steps. So first step is copy files. So in copy file, we are going to copy the file from the repo. So in Azure DevOps repo, you can follow different folder structure or standard. As per your folder structure and standard, basically you can provide the path to your source folder where you are maintaining all the PBIX file. Let's say we don't want. Sometimes you can also, apart from the PBIX file, you can also mention some other files or code or some scripts. So if you want to filter the files, then in the content you can put like **.pbix. So from this folder, it will only pick up the PBIX file, and this is the target folder in which those files will be maintained. So we are going to use this target folder in the release pipeline to extract the files and then publish it to the Power BI report. Then the next step is to archive the file, because if there are, let's say, 100 reports that you want to publish, we are not going to create one task to download 100 artifacts. So we are going to create an archive file that we will extract in the release pipeline, and then once the reports are extracted in the runtime automatically, we will publish the report. So this is basically the folder where so we downloaded all the PBIX file in the step 1. In step 2, we are archiving all the PBIX file, and then in step 3 we are publishing the artifacts. So this will be the build artifact that we are artifact and the location which we are going to use it in the release pipeline. So this is how the build pipeline works. Once the build pipeline is ready, as soon as you publish the reports or artifacts to the master branch, this pipeline will run, which will download all the PBIX files. It will archive the file in a zip format and then publish the artifact to make it available for the release pipeline. In addition, this is just the basic version of the build pipeline, but as we discussed at the beginning, As per your functional and the business and the technical testing requirement, we can also add few more steps which will actually do the thorough testing, and then once the testing is successful, it then only the artifacts will be downloaded, archived, and it will be available for the release pipeline. So this is step number 7, where we are going to create the build pipeline, and then the last step is to create a release pipeline. So the release pipeline is integrated with the build pipeline. So as soon as we publish our reports to the master branch, build pipeline will be triggered. Build pipeline will do the testing. It will then download the PBX file, archive, and then publish the artifact. And as soon as the artifacts are published, this release pipeline will be triggered, which has 2 tasks. We will discuss it in detail. But let's first understand how we can create the release pipelines. So creation of release pipeline is, we have to follow the same step as we followed for the build pipeline, but the options are different. So from the left pane, from the dashboard, select the pipeline and then select the release pipeline instead of the build pipeline. Click the new pipeline button and select the empty job. So as soon as you select the empty job, basically you can, these are the 2 tasks, simple 2 tasks which you have to create. First task is to extract the file. So all the artifact zip file which we publish in the build file, we are going to extract the same file. Here we can provide the target path. So in the extract file task, we are mentioning that we want to look for the zip file and then extract the zip file to be available or to make it ready for the deployment. And then the second task is to Power BI action publish. So this will, in this task, we have to provide the Power BI service details along and the service connection name, the service connection which we created and integrated with the service principal. So using that service principal, it will do the authentication because it has permission to the Power BI service workspace, and we will be able to publish the reports using this release pipeline. So this is like the detailed step on how you can build a build pipeline, release pipeline, and how you can integrate with the Git to automate your CI/CD implementation and decrease time to market, less manual efforts, and also the new features and the Power BI reports will be available to the end users in a less amount of time. So yeah, just to have a glimpse of the pipeline, let's look at the release pipeline as well. So in the release pipeline, once you create the pipeline, you have to select the agent. So by default, there are multiple agents available. Ideally, you can select anyone. So Windows latest. This is the first task. So in this task, we have to extract the file which we created in the build pipeline. So we have to provide the file pattern. So star zip. So it will look for the zip file. All the zip files which are available in the artifacts will be extracted, and it will create a destination folder called PBI artifacts. And I have selected an option in this. So every time when we run this pipeline, it will clean the existing file and then before extracting, and then once the cleaning is done, it will publish the new file or new extracted files. And this is the Power BI published Power BI file. So here we have to provide the source file name. So this is basically the location which we extracted in the last in the previous task. Publishing user password, this is the client ID, and here we have to put client password and the group name. So this is how the overall pipeline works. So in this so there are multiple advantages, and it will also overcome all the problems which we discussed at the beginning. So we can easily integrate Power BI reports with Azure DevOps repo, followed by build pipeline with automated testing, and the release pipeline which will publish the report to all the workspace and also to Power BI service. So end user will be able to access the reports in a less amount of time. Yeah, so yeah, that's it from my side. Now if we have any query, we can pick it up. So feel free to ask any query if you have.
So thanks so much, Sagar. We do not have something in chat, but yes, one question is like, can we use the deployment pipelines for deploying to multiple workspaces? For instance, the same Power BI report up to in a multi-tenant environment or
Yes.
something.
Yes. That's a really interesting question, and yes, it is possible. So basically, the deployment is completely driven by this task. So if you want to deploy to the multiple environment, then we can either create multiple tasks in this risk pipeline, or if you want to only create a single task, then somehow in the PowerShell or in the variable group, we can mention the list of all workspace separated by comma or something. So yes, it is possible to deploy to multiple workspace at a time using the release pipeline.
Okay, great. And Sagar, we also hear about the deployment pipelines that are by default used in Power BI, right? So any support is there to integrate them with the regular CI/CD pipeline, or they are altogether a standalone different entity there?
Yeah, exactly. So, of course, that is also a very good question. There is a minor difference between the automated deployment pipelines feature provided by Power BI and the CI/CD integration with Azure DevOps. So, let's say if you want to use the inbuilt feature of deployment pipeline in Power BI, you have to actually go to the workspace or call that APIs to deploy the environment. So, but there is a lack of flexibility and customization. So, if you create our own CI/CD pipeline, then in this task, basically, let's say currently you have a scenario where you want to deploy to multiple workspace. So that option will be difficult, or we have to do some manual intervention if we use the deployment pipeline feature. But if we use the Azure DevOps integration, then we can actually write some PowerShell or write some logic in Python, PowerShell, or any other language to create all the custom scenarios, and then use those variable values in the runtime to do the automation. So yes, both the options are possible, but the integration with Azure DevOps is more flexible and easier to automate compared to the previous one.
Awesome, that's a very comprehensive answer. Thanks much, Sagar.
Yeah.
I'm looking at YouTube and other channels just for some other questions. Till then, anyone in the audience, if anyone has any questions for Sagar, please please come up and post your question. Or you could also turn on your mic for a couple of minutes and interact.
Sagar, Rajiv this side. I have done at least on the automated deployment which we have on the Power BI side. But with respect to this Azure DevOps, I guess this would work even with a pro license workspace, right? So in
Yes.
licensing, I think there is nothing related to licensing here.
Yeah, exactly. There is nothing. It's purely driven by service principal in Azure Active Directory. So you don't need a pro license as well, and you just create a service principal in Azure Active Directory, and if you configure your workspace, then you can use that non-personal account to do all your automation. So this is like one of the feature, but Power BI has many other advanced APIs available, like scanner APIs, admin APIs. So if with a single configuration, we can actually leverage all of them in an automated way via pipeline, or in a script or programming way as well.
And thanks much for bringing that up, Rajiv. That is a very important difference to know between those deployment pipelines, because they need at least you to be a premium or premium user. In the meanwhile, Sagar, we learned that you have also published a book recently. Would you like to tell us about that?
Yeah, sure. So give me like few seconds. I will stop sharing my screen and share a new deck, so I can quickly talk about the book which was published last week.
There is a question in Sagar from Ritesh in the meanwhile. Do we require any licenses for build or release pipeline to run?
Yeah, that's a good question. So yes, if you want to be able to create a build and release pipeline, you should be a basic user in the Azure DevOps organization. So if in your organization, if you are working with various CI/CD pipeline, then you don't need an additional license. But if you're not a basic user, then you have to there is a licensing available and cost is also there. So the cost is per user, it is $5 per month or something.
Sagar, Rajiv this side again, and also administrator access would be required for the installation of the extensions, right, on the organization.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, so I'm again sharing my screen. So quickly update you all about the recent book which was published on hands-on Azure Data Platform. So this is the book cover. The book is about hands-on Azure Data Platform, and the main goal, it will help or enable readers to build scalable enterprise-grade relational and non-relational database system with various Azure data services like Data Factory, Databricks, Azure Synapse, Cosmos DB, SQL DB, PostgreSQL, and also how you can build your CI/CD pipeline to enable continuous integration and continuous deployment for your data workload. I have my co-author Swerabhisek Misra. He is also working for one of the MNC, and Ashirwad is working with Microsoft. The book will actually focuses more on the in-depth knowledge of the principle of data warehouse and data lake. It will also enable the readers to get acquainted with various storages available in Azure, like storage files, blob, queues, blob storage, ADLS Gen 2, relational databases like Azure SQL DB, PostgreSQL, and MySQL, and also it is covering the multi-model Cosmos database. With different APIs like Graph, Gremlin API, SQL API, etc., and how you can leverage Databricks and Data Factory to develop your data integration solution and also make it compatible with DevOps to create a fully automated CI/CD pipeline. So basically, how you can do the data ingestion, data transformation in a generic way, in a DevOps way of working with CI/CD pipelines, ETL pipelines, CLD pipelines, and how you can migrate your on-prem workload, data workload from on-premise to public cloud like Azure. So this is the book that got published last week by BPB, and it is also available in Amazon India and internationally on BPB site as well, and also on the other Amazon website. So feel free to grab a copy and share your reviews and rating.
Thanks much, Sagar. Thank you so much for highlighting that. Before we close this, Sagar, I see that there is one other question popped up from Ritesh. It is that we have any limitations on how many build or release pipelines can run in parallel? If he's already a basic user.
There is no limitation, Ritesh, actually. So it is ideally you can run n number of build and release pipeline parallelly. But if you are working in an enterprise organization like in the team or company which I am working, the admin has set up some permission, so you can run, let's say, 100 to parallel pipeline, but you can also set a limit, because they want every team to be able to execute their pipeline. So ideally you can run n number of parallel pipelines, but admin can also choose an option to control it or make it a threshold. So after a certain number of pipelines you run parallelly, they will try to decrease the priority of your pipeline, so the other people can also get a chance to work on the work and execute the pipeline, because the compute or agent which we are specifying, this is common and shared by everyone in this organization.
Thank you so much, Sagar, for addressing that. Uh, I I do not see any further questions. Thanks much, Sagar, for your time today. It was really an amazing session. I also learned pretty much things. This is a live use case that we have to implement on multiple platforms, I think, and this is going to help definitely. So thanks much for your time, Sagar, today.
Yeah, thanks.
Pleasure hosting you.
Yeah, and also thanks everyone for joining the session. Wish you a happy day.
So we are almost time for the next session. We'll just wait for our next speaker to come up here.
So I think Mohammed is already here in the. I can see him. So maybe you can start.
Oh, awesome! That's awesome. Thanks much, Mohammed, for joining us. Can we have you on screen now?
Hi everybody. Morning, good evening, good afternoon, everybody. I have some network issues. Is that okay if I don't on my camera?
Sure, sure.
Yeah.
That is fine. That's fine.
Yeah. Let me start sharing my screen.
So just to apprise everyone, Mohammed Fatehullah Basha is someone who has been addressing himself as a citizen developer. So it will be amazing to see how the power of the platform, right? How all the amount of difference that it makes to learn from a real citizen developer here who is amongst us, and he wants to showcase it what he has done with integration of Teams, virtual agents, forms, Power Automate, and Automate Desktop, utilizing virtually many components of the platform together, knitting them together, and how they affect a real life use case. Thank you so much, Mohammed Basha, for joining us, and the platform is yours to present.
Thank you so much, Dhruvin, for the introduction. Thank you all for joining for my session. I'll give my best and give my best so that this session would be valuable to you. So thank you, Global Power Platform Bootcamp team, for selecting my session for this bootcamp. So let me start introducing myself. My name is Mohammed Basha. I'm Cloud Alliances Manager and a citizen developer at Vojusa. So giving you a brief intro about me. So I am a global partner operations manager. I manage 3 of the hyperscalers, Microsoft, GCP, and AWS. So my day-to-day activities ranges from starts from morning 6 to night 11 o'clock. In between, I take breaks. So what activities that I involve in is creating opportunities on the portal, syncing opportunities on the company SFDC portal and partner portal. Usually, client partners they create opportunities on the company portal, company CRM portal, but they forget to create it on the partner portal. As a result of which, there's a less partner visibility, and then giving information to the client partner about funding programs, different funding programs about different partners, and then helping out navigate through the different MDF program, different competency program. So during course of my activities, during course of my time, what I felt was I felt two pain points. One was as I was handling global operations, there was the time the client partner used to reach out to me and then provide them the information. There was a gap of around 5 hours to 1 day. So when they used to reach out to me, I used to be asleep, and then when I used to provide them the information, they used to be asleep. So that was a major pain point. And the other pain point what I was facing was most of the activities what I used to receive was mundane and repetitive activities. So I wanted to automate these some of these activities. So I started exploring options. So being a partner of Microsoft is a privilege, and you get a lot of freebies like licenses. Being a partner of Microsoft, so my company being a partner of Microsoft, we got O365 licenses free from Microsoft, and there was a components of Power Platform also bundled in. Although it doesn't have end-to-end capabilities what a app or per user plan has, but still you can automate a lot of activities or build applications from scratch or analyze data, right? So I started using Power Automate, and then I started automating some of the activities, and then I started using Power Automate Desktop, and then Teams being the focal point of all these activities, and internal messenger. I started integrating all these activities into Microsoft Teams, right? So I started building these activities, and that gave a lot of visibility across partner ecosystem. And my client partners, who we were divided by time and distance, they were happy with the response the bot gave it to them, right? So this is a brief about me. So explaining about Microsoft cloud ecosystem. So you have 6 different verticals in Microsoft ecosystem. Power Platform being one of the services offered under business applications, we will discuss in detail. So on top of it, Microsoft has come up with industry verticals specific towards industry. Most of them were in preview. Now I believe they are into general availability, and you can make use of it as well. So in industry verticals, what happens is you have these pre-packaged solutions. So as if you're using healthcare industry vertical, right, you have this Microsoft Healthcare bot, which you can start using it as a plug and play solution without any without thinking about compliance issue or HIPAA compliant, whether the service is the Microsoft Cloud service is restricted to any compliance, right? So Microsoft has come up with these verticals, and now to build an application, you come up with a lot of challenges. It's you have budget constraints, you have time constraints, you don't have resources available, or expertise who can develop an app from the scratch, and the application has become obsolete. It's a legacy application. Then you have IT constraint. You have, for any changes to be made in the application, you have to reach out to the IT, and the process is complex. Paper processes involved. Business expectation is too high, and the time to market has become too less. So to overcome these challenges, Microsoft has come up with a robust platform called Power Platform. In this Power Platform, you have by making use of Power Platform, you can analyze the data, you can build applications from scratch, and then you can automate some of the repetitive and mundane activities, right? So anybody can make use of this Power Platform, whether it's a pro developer, frontline worker, or a citizen developer like me. So I started making use of some components of Power Platform, majorly Power Automate, Power Virtual Agents, and Power Automate Desktop, and to some extent Power BI. Getting deeper into Power Platform services, you have Power BI. It's a business intelligence tool, and it's not just a visualization tool. You can come up with a powerful dashboards which can help businesses come up with informed and intelligent decision making. And then you have Power Apps. Power Apps is a low code no code rapid development platform. There are three different services in Power Apps: Canvas apps, model driven apps, and then Power App portals, portal apps. So in Canvas app, it's as the name suggests, it starts with blank canvas. You have complete flexibility to design to the level of pixel, and yeah. So when it comes to model driven app, it is driven. It is on top. The model driven app is built on top of Dataverse, which I'd be explaining in some time. So it's developed on top of Dataverse. So you have less flexibility, but to develop an app from the scratch, the effort is lessen, and the model-driven app is taken care of developing an app. Instead of developing an app from scratch, you can have that app ready for you to just get it going. Right. So then these two apps are not developed. Sorry, not cannot be used by external users, or it cannot be published on Play Store or Apple Store. So so this difficulty has been overcome by Portal Apps, which was developed for external users. Again, it sits on top of Dataverse, but external users can make use of can communicate the information through the app. As an example, if you want to raise a support ticket by using portals, you can raise a support ticket. And then comes Power Automate. Power Automate is used to automate some of your repetitive tasks. So in Power Automate, you have different services. One is cloud flows. So earlier, Power Automate was called Power Flows, and now the name has changed to Power Automate. So in Power Automate, you have three different flows. One is cloud flows, another is Power Automate Desktop, and a third is business process flow. So cloud flows, to explain you the difference between different flows is, in cloud flows, if you're sending automated response, if you're sending an automated email, if a row is created in SharePoint, then you want to take an approval, those kind of use cases can be implemented using cloud flows. So when it comes to Power Automate Desktop, when you want to automate your web applications or legacy applications, like you want to create an opportunity on the portal, you can make use of Power Automate Desktop. When it comes to business process flow, it's a guided flow. So suppose you want to design an app from the scratch, and you want to guide a person from creating an opportunity from generation to closure. Then you create that guided flow from stage 1 to stage 2, stage 2 through stage 4 to winning an opportunity or losing an opportunity, right? To move from one stage to another stage, you have to meet certain requirements, and only then you can move to another stage. So this is about the business process flow. And then last but not the least, it's a Power Virtual Agents. It's a powerful chatbot. It doesn't use any coding. It comes with a no code graphical interface. Just by drag and drop, you can create powerful chatbots, and without any data scientist or software developer involved, you can create a powerful chatbot. Okay, to support these activities, you have data connectors, AI builders, and Dataverse. So in data connector is nothing but a connection, a bridge between your apps, Power Platform apps or Azure apps, or third-party apps, right? Data connectors, you have 500 plus out of the box data connectors. In data connectors, again, you have three types: standard, premium, and custom data connectors. In standard data connectors, it comes bundled with your freebies. For premium data connectors, you have to buy licenses per app or per user licenses. And in custom data connectors, you have to suppose you don't find a connector between these two, right, standard and premium data connectors, you can develop a data connector from the scratch which meets your business needs, right? Then you have AI Builder. It's a turnkey AI solution. By making use of this AI Builder, you can make use of Microsoft Services AI capabilities just by plug and play, right? You have two different models in AI Builder: pre-built model and custom models. So pre-built model, again, you can't make any changes. You can just plug and play and start making use of the powerful AI services of Microsoft. When it comes to custom, if your business needs are not met by pre-built models, you can make use of custom models, wherein you train a model and then deploy the model and then start making use of custom models. Again, it's an add-in service. You have to buy this if you want to make use of AI Builder. It comes for a trail version, and after that you have to buy this add-in service. And then comes a Dataverse, which is heart of Power Platform. So it's a scalable, robust relational database. It provides integration not just to Power Platform or Azure services, but also third-party services as well. It can provide security to the level of row. It provides low level security, and then you can apply logic to the data level instead of app level. So these are some of the benefits of using Dataverse. So to show you today's demo, what the Microsoft services what I've used is Microsoft Teams, which is an internal messenger. So I have integrated Microsoft virtual agents on top of Teams, and through Teams, cloud flows are called. I made use of Power Automate through Teams itself. Cloud flows are called, and through cloud flows, Power Automate desktop is called. And then to call that Power Automate desktop, you need on-prem data gateway. And suppose if you are not able to answer any queries, you can make use of Q&A maker, knowledge base Q&A maker, which is again called through through cloud flows itself, right? So some of the use case what I have used for today's demo is my personal use cases, what I go through day in and day out. So registering an opportunity on the partner portal, or suppose I want to directly connect to the PDM, company PDM. Just type in a query, and email is triggered between you and the PDM, and then carry out the conversation with take the discussion forward with the PDM, then know about some of the Microsoft advanced specialization and competencies, funding, Microsoft funding, and then system fallback. Suppose bot doesn't answer your query, it doesn't have that information. What do you do? Whether you direct it to the live agent, or you direct it to the, what I have done is in my demo, I have directed to the knowledge base making use of Q&A maker. Yeah, so this is a brief about Power Platform. Let me get directly into the demo. Okay, so to install a Power Virtual Agents on top of Teams, it's free. To give you this information, it's a freebie that you get once you have Teams in your laptop. You can make use of Power Virtual Agent. But if you want to make use of standalone Power Virtual Agents, you have to pay for it. So you can click on Power Virtual Agents. I have already installed, so there'll be an install button. You can install, and if in case you are not able to install, you have to contact your admin, and they can help you with the installation, or provide you sufficient rights so that you can go ahead and install Power Virtual Agents. So once Power Virtual Agents is installed, you can create a new chatbot, right? You can create a new chatbot, tag it to a team, and then start testing your chatbot. So here you can build a new chatbot, tag it to the team which you have already created, and press on continue. Since I have already created a chatbot, I just wanted to get into the chatbot and show you the flow. Once I show you the flow, each and every flow, the use cases what I have implemented, then I'll show you the actual chatbot, how it works. Right. So I type in hi. Okay. So before getting into this, I will just explain you about the topics I have created earlier. So I have created, so there are two types of topics. One is system topics and other is user related topics. User related topics are nothing but these greetings. You can see the gear icon and comments icon, right, together. So those are system topics and you can't delete it. You can make changes to the topics, but you can't delete these topics. You can, when compared to system topics, you can make changes as well as delete these topics. So user topics you can delete it. System topics you can't delete it. You can make changes to the system topics. So in the greeting itself, what I have done is, once you start greeting, right, I have directed it to another flow, right, which I have directed it. I have connected it to another topic, which is partnership topic. Yeah. So under partnership topics, I'll be showing a demo for Microsoft. I have created this partnership topics and I'll show you the flows as well. So if for each and every use case, I'll show you the flow, how it runs. So before getting into the flows, I'll just show you one trick. What I have done is, so I have called a flow over here to get the user information, so that when a email had to be connected and sent back to the user, there'll be no information. So before getting into the flows itself, I'm calling a flow, getting the information of the person who is using the chatbot. Right, this will make it easy for you to again get the person's email ID, name, and all the other details which are there in Azure Active Directory. So Azure Active Directory is again tightly coupled, and you can get this information in your chatbot. Right, I'll just show you how it works. So I didn't make use of any code over here. It was a predefined template. So you get this information from Power Virtual Agents. We get a user profile information and send it back to the Power Virtual Agent. And I'll show you where exactly I made use of this, getting the user profile information, right? Okay. So if a user selects Microsoft, so again Microsoft asks, like, what query do you have with Microsoft? Whether it's registered opportunity, funding, others in the sense they can just type in the query and email is triggered to the PDM, and email is initiated between the PDM and the person who has initiated the query, and the discussion can be taken forward, and advanced specialization. So if I click on register opportunity, right, a form is sent. So once the form is filled, right, once the form is filled and submitted, here the responses are submitted. I have triggered another cloud flow. So there we get the responses of the form, and then a message is posted on Teams. An email is triggered to the client partner telling that the opportunity you have submitted these details of the opportunity. And the fifth step, what happens is you send this form responses through this cloud flow into Power Automate desktop, right? So I have created input variables. I'll show you when I am explaining Power Automate desktop, right? So these details you can pass this information of Microsoft Forms from Cloud Flows into Power Automate desktop. So what Power Automate desktop does is, after getting the details from Microsoft Forms, it starts creating the opportunity on the portal. It takes my credentials and start creating opportunity on the portal. Once opportunity is created, then the output variable is passed from Power Automate desktop into Cloudflow, providing you the information that this is the opportunity ID, and email is triggered that opportunity has been submitted, and this is the opportunity unique. So whenever we submit an opportunity on the portal, a unique ID is generated. So that ID is passed on to the client partner who fills the forms, telling that opportunity has been submitted. You can reach out to, if in case you want to reach out to Microsoft, just provide this unique reference ID. Right. So this is about um this is a brief about one of the use cases of registering the opportunity on the portal. So suppose it's a funding related query. What a client partner does is, what a chatbot does is ask like, what is the funding about, whether it's related to Azure, Microsoft Workplace, business applications, or there's another another vertical called partner investment engine, which deals about workshops and small funding related queries, right? So once you click on I want to know about business applications, again the information is provided. So it tells like these kind of workshops can be carried, these kind of things can be done in order to get the funding from Microsoft, and it tells like this is the criteria for the deal, and the deal value should be this, and the funding would be provided around 2k to 18.8k, and that is again it's a 10x. Every $1 Microsoft invests, $10 it expects partner to get a client of around $10, right? It provides criterias and other information, right? End of topic. This is about funding. And the third thing is what I told, if a client partner's query doesn't fall in any of the vertical, it directly wants to connect to the Microsoft PDM, it can directly connect. You can just type in the query, an email is triggered to the Virtusa PDM, sorry, company PDM, right? And then if a client partner wants to know more about advanced specialization, where are we with the advanced specialization? Usually what happens is whenever there's a partner opportunity, a Microsoft person asks like whether you have this advanced specialization with you or not. So client partner won't be knowing it. So they reach out to the Microsoft point of contact, the PDM. So that information can be provided just by typing in. So because of compliance purpose, I can't show exactly getting into my partner portal, company partner portal. What we can do is we can get into the portal, we can extend this feature. I'm just providing you the link to the advanced specialization, but what we can do is we can get into the portal, extract the information from web using Power Automate desktop, and then provide that information whether we have met prerequisites for advanced specialization, or whether we are advanced specialization partner or not. So we can provide that level of detail when it comes to advanced specialization, just by getting into portal and making use of Power Automate desktop using web recorder or extracting information from the web, right? So these are the four use cases what I'd be showing it to you. So I'll start from the scratch. I'll start from one after the other. We'll start with the for testing the bot, and then I'll tell you how I have implemented. I'll show you the actual demo on the web as well. Yeah. And I type in hi. Chatbot automatically identifies my name, right? I just typed in hi. I didn't even ask for my name, right? Because I'm a company person, and it knows that and it extracts the information from Azure Active Directory, my name and other details, what I showed you, right? So I told which partnership do you want to explore? I want to explore Microsoft partnership, and it asked me for whether you want to register an opportunity, funding, others, or advanced specialization. I click on register opportunity. Then a form is provided. Please click on the link, fill the form, register the opportunity. So this is thank you for filling the form. You will receive a confirmation email shortly with opportunity ID. Right. So this This step is what I was talking about. You'll receive a confirmation email telling that the opportunity has been registered, right? So what I do is I click on the link and I start filling the details. So these details are directly uh, from the partner portal. I'll give my email ID so that I can show you the email what I receive. So here I have added branching, right? If I select Microsoft solution, it directly takes from Microsoft solution if it's a reseller deal. If it's a partner solutions deal, you can see the partner solution. I can add partner solution over here, right? Azure Migration Accelerator. This is the arbitrary list of what I've developed only to show this demo. And I need so Microsoft solution would be Azure, and I need help from Microsoft. And what kind of help I need? I need help with related to workload and workload specific value proposition. And would you like Microsoft sellers to view this deal? Yes. And then I'll write. This is the hard coded ID I'm giving, since the opportunity ID would be unique and directly generated once you submit the opportunity. Since I'm not using Microsoft Partner Portal, I've hard coded this opportunity ID. So once you submit this opportunity, right, here I'll show you flow would be triggered. Here you can see that it's triggered. Flow started to run. Here you can see here the flow is calling Power Automate Desktop. It will take some time. In the meantime, what I'll do is it has got responses from the flow. A message would be triggered in the Teams. I'll show you later. And then email. I would have received an email about the opportunity what I have submitted. Here, see these details. I have received an email. Right. So just this morning my website wasn't working, so I made an arbitrary website, temporary website, just to show you how the variables are passed. Let's see if it works now. So these variables you can see here, it has taken all the variables, right, and it's passing into Power Automate Desktop. No, my website is not working. Apologies. So what I'll do is I'll just show you what exactly would have happened. So I had created a arbitrary website. right? So when I gave the website name, and automatically whenever a Power Cloud Flows calls a Power Automate desktop, you saw that it's not available, right? Desktop would open and then it starts filling my credentials. Here I have given my credentials. Here the details are passed, right? Here input variables, the form responses are passed here. Here I have created input variables. Here form responses are passed. What is the opportunity ID? What is the partner contact email ID? Everything is passed and created on the opportunity is created on the fly. And once the opportunity is submitted, what I did was I extracted details from the website like opportunity ID. So once that opportunity ID is extracted from the website, it passes as an output variable. Here you can see that I have passed it as an output variable, and that output variable would be passed here. Since it's the flow has failed because I couldn't launch. Here I'll show you somewhere when I was successfully when I had successfully launched it, right? So it would extract the output variable would be passed in the email, and the email would be triggered, and I would receive an email that opportunity was created, and this is the opportunity ID, right? So this is complete end-to-end flow, and I'll show you how exactly I created. So before that, I'll show you um, one more thing here. So to connect to Power Automate desktop, you should have that on-prem gateway, and it connects either to attended or non unattended unattended flows. So in unattended flows, what happens is there's no need of manual intervention, or there's no need for you to be signed in. But in attended RPS, you have to be signed in into the account. And one more thing, what you should notice, environment should be same. If it's a developer environment, it should be a developer environment in the Power Automate desktop as well here. So usually people here you won't be able to see if it's a different environment. You have created a Power Automate desktop flow and you want to reflect the details in the cloud flow, and the environments are different, you won't be able to see. So I wasted a lot of time when integrating both these flows. So here you can see that automatically it reflects two of my flows which are there on the, here you can see that it's there on the Power Automate desktop. These are the two flows which were there on Power Automate desktop. It's already reflecting. I selected this, and then the input variables are all automatically taken from here. Here I had created input variables, and what it does is from form responses I have passed this form responses into this integrated input variables. I have passed each and every form response, and then from the output response of Power Automate desktop, I have integrated into the email that telling that opportunity has been submitted. Email is triggered to the CP, right? So here to create an input variable, it's pretty simple. You just need to click here input, write in input name. Name, it can be anything. Usually it should be as a best practice, write it as var variable input, and then start typing your partner name or whatever it could be. It would be the data type would be string, and that's it. Create an input variable, right? And then for output variable also, create an output variable. That's it. Write a name and create an output variable, and then the output variable would be passed. And the difference between input output variable and flow variables are, so whenever you create a variable inside the Power Automate desktop flow, it can't be passed to the cloud flows or outside the Power Automate desktop flow. As a result of which, you have to create the output variable. Even if you have created flow variables, what you have to do is you have to tag it to, you have to pass it to output variable, and then pass it to and connect it to the cloud flows, right? So that is the major difference between flow variables. Whenever you create a variable, it attributes towards flow variables, but it can't be passed outside the Power Automate desktop. right? So this is end-to-end flow when it comes to one of the use case of creating opportunity on the portal, right? Now, if I want to know about funding, I click on funding. It asks like, what information do I need? I need information around business applications. So it gives me different funding programs available under business application. If it's Azure, it will give me different Azure the funding programs. So what happens with this is, again, it's not a foolproof solution. It gives that information to CP that before talking to me, they'll have this information in hand, right? With the 5 hours, the 1 day gap would be reduced. So they'll know about the program. If they have any queries, they'll come up with some information. They'll ask like what are the funding templates, right? And to add to this feature, we can provide some more questions and then attach a funding template and send it through the email, telling that please fill this template and send it across. And once I wake up in the morning, I can see that funding template which a client partner has filled, and I can review and I can vet and I can forward that information if there is any mistake. If I don't see any mistake, I forward it to the Microsoft Sales Solution Specialist to for funding approval. Right, this will be one step ahead when it comes to funding information. Right, so this is related to funding. Now let's get into others. I was talking about others, right? Again, these details, right? It automatically these are user system topics like rephrase all these details. If it doesn't understand, Microsoft Power Automate, sorry, Microsoft virtual agents are smart enough to ask like, we don't have this information. What do we do? If it's others, right? I click on others. So here again, what I do is I have called one more flow over here. So suppose here it tells like we would be sending an email to Microsoft PDM Chris Parker. Let us know your query. So I'll tell that before showing your demo, I'll just show you the workflow what I have. The query is passed through Power Virtual Agents, right? And then email is triggered, and I'll receive an email, right? And the query with the email is passed to the PDM, right? For this demo purpose, I have used my email ID itself. So in the query, I'll just type it as I want to connect with banking head of HSBC, right? So what happens is a cloud flow is called, and I would have received an email. Let's check my inbox. Here you can see that I've received an email. Hi Chris, need your attention for following query. I want to connect with banking head, right? So automatically an email is triggered, and the conversation, you can take a conversation forward with the Microsoft PDM. Now comes now comes the third use case. Now comes the last use case. about advanced specialization. So these advanced specialization details would be in the partner portal. Because of compliance, I can't display that partner portal in the demo. What I can do is I can guide you what features can be implemented using Power Automate Desktop or Cloud Flows. So what you can do is, whenever a client partner wants to know about as advanced specialization, they can just type in, they can just select one of the options. In our case, let it be business applications. So here I have just provided you the link. What are the requirements? You can just click the link and know the requirements. But in real life, what you can do is you can provide your credentials. Power Automate Desktop gets into the partner portal, uses your credentials, and then extracts information from the web pages, right? It tells you exactly that these are the advanced specialization we have already met. Usually what happens is Microsoft, if we have an opportunity, right, Microsoft folks ask us what advanced specialization do you have. So to client partner won't be having this information. So instead of reaching out to PDM, waiting for blocking their time and using their time, right, they can get this information from the bot itself, right? So here I have not made use of PAD and extracting the information from the partner portal because of compliance. Here I have just provided you the link. A link is given. You can go ahead and get the overview about the program and get other details about advanced specialization programs of Microsoft. So last but not the least, here I have this system fallback. So suppose you type in a unrecognized query. If you forward an unrecognized query, right? So what happens then? How does the chatbot respond? So either it can redirect to the live agent, or it can call Q&A maker on Azure, and Q&A maker extracts information from the knowledge base and provides you the information, right? So I'll just show you how it works. So I have over here I have integrated a Q&A maker using Cloudflow. I'll show you the Cloudflow also. How I have integrated. So here comes the query, and here are the details of Q&A maker. So here Q&A maker, I have, let me open my Q&A maker. Yeah, here I have my Q&A maker. So here, let me show you my knowledge bases. Usually you can create a knowledge base with a freebies itself. If it doesn't require so many queries directed towards knowledge base, right, then you can make use of Q&A maker, which is free to use. So here is the Q&A maker, and I'll show you my knowledge bases. And here you can create your own knowledge bases just by filling out simple information about licensing and costs. And usually you can select whatever is free, available for free. And here are the knowledge bases. Once you create the knowledge base, you can test it and then deploy and publish it. And once the Q&A maker is published, you can provide that published information here, knowledge base information. So whenever the Power Virtual Agents has a query which is unrecognized, it pass it to the Q&A maker, and then based on the Q&A maker response, here you'll get the here you'll get the response. So I'll just write it as PDM over here. Here you can see the Chris Packer, which was not there in a flow at all. So what it has done is, I'll just show. No, I think what has happened is, let me sign in. No, I think it's taking my company account. Yeah, you can see that I've made use of, I've tested and saved and trained a Q&A maker. And here you can see that who is the Microsoft PDM I've written is as Chris Parker. Here also you can play a bit, train it well, and then see whether the Q&A maker knowledge base is providing enough information to you or not. Here, right? Here, test. I just click on unmanage. It gives me information what is there on the Q&A maker, and then you should go ahead and just publish it. Once you publish it, the information what I showed, right, this information would be with you, right? You can just copy this information and put it over here, and your Q&A maker is ready. Your Cloudflow calls your Q&A maker, and Q&A maker generates the information from the knowledge base and provides you the information in the chatbot here, right? So here, if I, sorry. See, even I have written the spelling wrong. It has rightly, the AI has rightly got the information from the Q&A maker, right? It's telling that unmanaged customers in scope of FY22. Yes, so it provides you the information. So you can, by making use of PVA, you can make by making use of cloud flows. You can call Q&A maker on Azure and get the details from the knowledge base. Right, so this is about testing the bot. And now what you can do, once you have satisfied with testing of bot, you can go ahead and publish it. Here you can publish it either to the team or to some people within your organization. You just need to go here and preparing to publish. Here it will ask like where do you want me to publish. I can just mention here the details where I want to publish. So let's see a demo. Instead of chatbot, I'll show you the actual demo of the pbot, what we have created. So here we type in hi. Microsoft. Register opportunity. Fill the information and then go ahead. If I say no, rephrase. Want to know about funding. Microsoft funding, I want to know. See, it didn't take me again to the next step. Here what it had done is after clicking on Microsoft, it asked me whether I wanted to register the opportunity or funding. But when I told directly funding, it asked me for funding related, whether I wanted to know about funding of Microsoft, AWS or GCP. When I clicked on GCP, it directly took me to the different types of funding. Instead of getting into the registered opportunity or funding step, it directly took me to the funding information. If I tell I wanted to know about Microsoft Modern Workplace, it gives me information about Modern Workplace. You can just click on the link, get the details about Modern Workplace funding. Right? Here you have different modern workplace findings. And these details, like, go ahead, I'm listening. These are auto-generated. These are system topics. What Microsoft PVA has pre-installed. I have a healthcare opportunity and wanted to connect with. I have a healthcare opportunity. I wanted to connect with uh, healthcare US lead. So I just type in the query. Email about your query was sent to Chris Parker. Please check your inbox and follow through. Right. So I can go and check in my inbox. I would have received an email here. I have a healthcare opportunity and wanted to connect with HLS US lead. Right. So this is about my demo. I hope you liked my demo, and I hope you can implement similar kind of use cases in your respective companies. I would be open to question and answer session. Let me know if you have any queries.
Thanks so much for this useful information. There's one question we have in the chat window from Rajiv,
Yeah.
saying that as a citizen developer, can you give us a couple of business cases where you have used this in your current role?
Yeah, so Rajiv, thank you so much for your question. So whatever use cases, I was explaining right now, right? So I had implemented in real life. So a client partner reaches out to me, I'd be asleep, and then I provide him the information after 5 hours. So that time gap is limited. That time gap is reduced. So what I did was, in that chatbot itself, I've provided all the information. So the next time client partner reaches out to me, he'll not ask about which funding program. He'll ask specific to the funding program what template I need to send, what I need to fill, right? So creating opportunities also is the same thing. So usually in our company, what we do is, instead of every client partner has access to the partner portal, they have given it to specific people. So they forward us the opportunity, and we take that opportunity details, create that opportunity on the portal, right? It's a duplication of effort, and it relates copy pasting takes time, right? So what we can do is, by using Power Automate Desktop, form responses are, you can take it from Cloudflow, pass it to the Power Automate Desktop using attended bots. You'll receive the information telling that there's an opportunity on Teams, and email you would have received. Opportunity is there. You can have a recheck as well. So Power Automate Desktop goes and it submits the opportunity on the portal. So that is one, and then you can guide them through business process flow if they are stuck somewhere. Provide at least the first level of information.
So Rajiv has another follow-up on this.
Yeah.
He's saying that if you have multiple components, how do you
Hmm.
manage cost estimation and distribution?
Yeah. So Rajiv, what you're telling is right. Right now, what I had done is, since it's whatever Power Platform services I've been using are fee-based. Only thing that is attended or unattended bots, that I'm using as a trail version. Apart from that, if you have that O365 licenses, then all the capabilities what I've shown, you can implement without any cost.
Thanks so much.
And also Q&A maker. In Q&A maker also, I have made use of. I attended one of the seminars and they gave me $100 of credits. But Q&A maker also, there are certain tier levels, free tier levels without any without any implication to cost, you can implement the Q&A maker as well.
Great. Hope that addresses the questions. I did not see any further in the chat, but amazing. This is like what Power Platform is built for, what it is known for. Citizen as a citizen developer, you have implemented, brought this to life in a real life use case, and I do not think there can be a better example than this, where you yourself, instead of going to a developer getting a solution made, you yourself have done this solution for your real life business scenario. This is amazing, and this is what Power Platform is all about. And we could not have a better example of execution of Power Platform than this at Global Power Platform Bootcamp. I must say this. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
and to add to it is that shows that every person, Power Platform is enabling every single user, irrespective whether you are from an IT background or not. You're still able to deliver things that you can solve the problems, real life problems. So it's mainly giving you self-service portal to do a lot of things. Abhinav, are we going to close this one now?
I do not see any further questions. So Mohammed Basha has pitched in his LinkedIn profile number. So if anyone wants to connect, please go over link on that profile and connect to him. For any further questions, we can shoot him to directly or post on the channel where the event is being hosted on YouTube channel later on as well. Thank you so much for joining us, Mohammed Basha. It was wonderful listening to you.
Thank you so much, Abhinav, for giving me the opportunity. And before I close my session, I would like to thank the event sponsors, Dhruvin Shah, Pablo, Abhinav, yourself, and Prince Care, and my Virtusa team and Microsoft team, and the training videos. I follow a lot of Dhruvin Shah's training videos. I think Dhruvin also could relate. Most of the PVA implementation, Q&A, maker integration, what I was connecting was through Dhruvin Shah's video training itself. So I made use of these training videos from these people, and I developed this bot without making use of single line of code. So thank you so much, and thank you team for being a really good audience. Thank you so much.
Thanks. So, hi Hashim. Guys, we have Hashim as usual. That's one name that is not away from whenever any of our events that we do it from Power BI Philippines to Power BI Daily User Group. Hashim is always there to support us, always there to help guide the whole community. He's been a pioneer. I think now I start telling him a legend of community works. So he's one of the big shots across the community. So Hashim bhai, welcome.
Hi everyone, thank you for such nice introduction.
Yeah. Hashim bhai, the floor is all yours. I'll start the recording and then we can start the event. You can just give them a brief in the meantime if you want to.
Okay, so you guys don't have any introductory slides. I will just take over then. Okay, let me know if you guys can see my screen.
Clear? Yeah, can see.
Okay, so welcome everyone. Hi, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are from, whichever part of the world. So today is Global Power Platform Bootcamp Day. So Microsoft, with the help of all other user groups, is organizing this event through the help of user group leaders like Dhruvin, Prince, everybody else. So currently today we have over 70 plus live events going on as of right now I am talking about. So this event is from 18th and 19th February running through the user group leaders. So our today's session is Let's Learn DEX Basics. My name is Hésham. I'll be your presenter today. Here is my brief introduction. I will not go into detail as Prince already introduced me, and I'm thankful that you guys always invite me in this session. So with this, now moving to the resources which we'll be using today's presentation. So we'll be using Power BI Desktop. So you can download the Power BI Desktop file through powerbi.microsoft.com/desktop. you can download the sample data file, and you have some events announcement there as well. So event announcement is like Microsoft is running Microsoft training days. The event link is here, up here. So if you register for the training day event, and you register for the event and you have attended the event, so you will be eligible for one fundamental exam. So whichever training you have attended, so you can give a shout to this. You can take one free exam, certification exam, and this will be all the user group leaders. And you can also mention which user group you are part of when registering the exam. So talking about the session agenda and objective, what we'll be doing today. So we have 3 different exercises. So currently this session which I'm showing you is part of 3-hour workshops. So we, since we only have 50 minutes of 60 minutes, 1 hour. So we'll try to cover exercise number 1. We will try to cover exercise number 2, and what we will see in detail what is exercise number 1 and what is exercise number 2. So exercise number 1, we have 5 different tasks. So we have, first we need to create a basic sales measure, then we need to create a total sales measure, then we need to have a city-wise sales measure created, like for each city we have a data set available we will be using. So we will have each city sales, and then we try to calculate percentage city sales, like how much each city is contributing in total sales. And similarly we have product sales, like how much each product is contributing towards the total sales. So this is our first exercise. Now the second exercise we'll talk about like creating a last year measure, like comparing year over year comparison, like I'm comparing my sales, current year sales with last year sales. Then we will have something like last n year sales, like I can dynamically through the filter or through the slicer pane, I can actually check like if I want to compare my sales with last year sales or last year sales or last 2 year sales, then I can use that. And then in the third variation we will do dynamic n months, like we will have. So this is our end output which we'll be covering today. So we will have like the sales dashboard, we have like city, you can see we have the sales measure here, we have Dubai says, like for each city we will have different measures created, and then we will try to understand the difference between each measure, like what are the different formats we'll be covering. So we will talk about different basics, very basics of DEX, but just to get all your concept clear and how you transform those business requirement into DEX, and how DEX is interpreting your syntax and your code and how it is providing you the output. So just to give you familiarity with the DEX. So with this you will see the last 10 exercise we will have some kind of a slicer here where we can actually go back and forward here. Before going to this, so I will show you all these slides. So we have these slides available, we can check. And with this I will start with a very basic file. So I have this basic file here, which I have made a copy, and I have left all other things here, and all this is coming as cross because currently I don't have any measures here right now. And another thing is like I want to show you some data, which is our sample data. So I will show you some sample data here. So this is our sample data. So this data set is of supermarket sales data, which you can download. There are a lot of data sets available already regarding the supermarket sales. So it has country, city, customer type, gender, product line, and it has unit price, quantity, and sales amount, total sales amount. So these are some of the key features of this data sets. Okay, now I go back here, and currently you can see I have some other stuff here in my file. So I will just show you here like how a data model looks like. So I have a calendar dimension here, you can see, simply see, and my calendar dimension is connected with my sales table, and we have 2 disconnected tables here, which is called n months and last n years. So we have these 2 disconnected dimension tables as well. And then we have a measure table here where we will organize all our measure tables. Okay, with this let's go back to here. See, now let's save this file. So currently this file does not have anything. Now I will go back and I will click on our exercise number 1. So I will read again exercise number 1, and we will try step by step like what this exercise asks us to do. So the first step is we need to create a sales measure. Then we need to have a total sales measure. And then third step is we need to have city-wise sales. Like for each city, we will create a measure, and then we will see how this will work. Okay. So to create a sales measure, this is very basic. I have all these major decks available here, which we'll be using throughout this session. Okay, just to save our time, because we'll be running usually in a workshop. When we do, we write all those. So to create a measure, there are 4 ways you can create. Right click on the table name and you can click on new measure. From home tab, you can click on new measure. From modeling tab, you can click on new measure. And similarly, you can go to data tab, you can click on new measure, and here as well. Okay, so these are the ways. I usually prefer right click and I click on new measure. So the syntax of this base measure, which is sales measure, is like we will be writing a name of a measure, which is sales, and then I'm saying okay, sum. I will use the sum function, and I will say sum. I have the sales column here, so I will say this is my table name, sales is my table name, and the column name is again sales. So I say that okay, sum, which column? Sales column. Okay, this will return me the sum. Once I click this one, you can see this 1.62 million, and I will just try to format this. So we have this formatted as well. Now you can see my total sale is coming up as 1.62 million. And if you go back, remember the modeling diagram. So currently, if I remove this relationship, so if I remove this relationship and I go back to this, so this is currently showing me 4.68 billion. So regardless whatever I select, okay. So just make sure whenever you are dealing, you have the correct relationship between your tables. So you click on manage relationship, either from your, and you select the table. So I am creating a relationship between date and sales date. It could be, and the relationship is 1 to many, cross filter, direction is single. Once I click this, the relationship is here, and you can see now I can see this is changing based on the parameter selection. And similarly, if I only select Jan, this will be January. If I select multiple month, this will be multiple months. And if I unselect, this is again 1.62 million. Correct? Any question till this point? You can use the chat window to ask the question. I will just go and turn off my video at this point. Give me a second. Yes, fine. Okay. Now I'm coming back to this PowerPoint, the PBX file. So we have created our first measure. Now, if you remember, our second part was to create a total sales measure. So if I can show you back, our second part is to create a total sales measure, regardless of whatever parameter selection we have. So you can say that, okay, this is actually showing us the total sales. So why do we need to create a total sales measure? Just give me a second and we will show you what is the difference between those two things. So I am again clicking, right click this measure thing up here. I say underscore city totals, and this time I use the calculate function. Using the calculate function, first parameter is like I am passing this already created sales measure name here, that okay, I want to calculate sales, and in the filter clause here I am passing that okay, whatever is selected from the external filters, just remove the city filter here. Okay, when I did this, you can see this is also coming up as 1.62 million. So what is the difference between these two? Okay, so you might see that currently there is no difference, and you are correct. So you see here I have placed this filter thing called chart. So if I select Dubai, this both are going to show same. If I select London, this both are going to show same. If I select this is all same. So you don't see any difference here, right? Now go back and I will show you how these two are different. So in a card visual, these two actually shows you the same result, but we have a matrix visual here where we need two more things. And if I create these two measures here just to show you, because our third part was to create a measure where now this time I'm creating a measure using this. So the easiest way to create a measure using, like, we need to create a measure for each city. something like this. So once I did that, click on this. So this, you can see this time this measure is created in another table, but I want to organize this table into measures table. So I can click on home tab, go to measure tools, see the home table here, and I can change the home table from. So this is now organized, and I can format this one as well. So always make sure you do the formatting once you create the measure. So now I have this measure. Now let's try to understand what this measure is doing. So currently this is the name of the measure. Again, we are saying calculate the sales, and this time I'm saying calculate the sales where this is the filter clause, filter parameter. So where sales city equals to Dubai. So this will return me the Dubai sales. And you can see here in the card visual next here, this is showing the Dubai sales. Any question? Now the last part of this exercise is, now there are different ways. There are 5 or 6 or 7 maybe, at least this is what I remember. And you can create like city measure, like where you need a specific city sales. There are many different ways. So now other method is like this time again we will create a sales measure using the same logic, and all those are returning the same result in the card visual. Now let's try to understand this one. So you can see we are creating a sales, and let me know if you want to zoom it more, so it's become more readable. So now this time I create a sales measure. I say calculate sales rather than directly saying sales city equals to Dubai. Now this time I'm using a filter function here. Now filter function, I'm passing the table name, okay, filter sales table based on where city sales equals to Dubai. So once I did that, you can see in the card visual all those are returning the same 520k, 520k. Now I have placed this into the matrix visual. Now let's try to zoom this matrix visual and understand what three measures we have created. So we have created a sales measure, we have created a sales city total, and we have created a sales Dubai, which is without filter function, and the sales Dubai sales with filter function. So now when we have city in our attribute, you can see the sales is returning 520k, 762k, 340k. But the total sales is always returning 1.6 million. Okay. Similarly, if you see where I write the equation without the filter clause, it is returning the same result, which is 520k for all the cities, regardless. Like for Dubai, this is fine, but even for London, this is returning the same result. Even for New York, this is returning the same result. But when I write it with the filter clause using this text statement, what it is doing, it is actually returning the Dubai sales where the city attribute is only Dubai. Okay, this is key concept to understand. Like if your business requirement is to only return the Dubai sales when we have Dubai, or it should be coming up as Dubai. So this time is fine. Okay, now go back to report, and now I can show you here something. Like now this time I select Dubai and London. Now you see here this is coming as 1.28 million, right? In the card visual, both sales and total sales are showing you the same result, but in the matrix visual this is coming as 1.2 million, which is what I have selected in my filter condition. So London, and so if I change my selection to London and New York, this will come at sum of London and New York, which is 1.1. Remember here, this without filter clause function is still returning the 520k, but this with filter is returning blank for those two. Okay, so this is a key concept where you need to understand, like, okay, how do we need to calculate? So this is actually returning blank in the card, but this is still returning Dubai sales. So you need to understand like what business requirement you have, and you need to fulfill that business requirement. So DEX is like, no DEX statement is right or wrong. DEX will return whatever you have written or whatever it will process for you. Okay, so you need to be aware, self-aware, like, okay, if we need an output like this, so we need to write a statement. Like if I need the Dubai sales regardless of whatever city selection or regardless of any parameter, then I will write this statement, which is without the filter clause, this one. And if I want to only return the Dubai sales where I'm that sure, okay, that this is the current context of Dubai, then this should be written, then I will write the text statement in this way. So this is our almost, we have covered half of exercise 1. So we have covered sales measure, we have created the total sales measure, we understand the city wise total sales. Now why do we need to create a total sales measure here? Because if you see, we need to, the next step is we need to create a percentage sales or percentage of each city contribution in the total sales. So that's why once we have this total sales, what we do, we will divide the city sales by total sales, and I can show you like how we do it. So this is a very simple statement. Like I need to create one more measure here, and this time I will say percentage city. This is the percentage city sales contribution, and I'm dividing using the divide function. I'm dividing the current sales, whatever the current sales are in the current context, and I've divided it by total city sales. Okay, so this will give me the total percentage, and you can see these on the right side I have already created, and these charts are already there in before I started. So these are using the implicit measures. So you can see I have this percentage available up here, so I can actually validate my percentage. So if I can put my percentage up here, so I have created this percentage measure. So let's suppose going to the back sheet 2. So I have this city sales. Okay, now this time I need to format this as a percentage, because Power BI does not know if this is a percentage or not. So once I did this, this is coming up as percentage, which is 32.8. And now you can see this is actually matching with what I have already on my pie chart here, because donut chart already provides you the percentage distribution. So I can have this percentage distribution up here. How about if I change the selection to Dubai and London? Now this time the selection is based on total, which is 1.28. So Dubai sales is 520, which is 40% of 1.2 million, and London sale is 762k, which is almost 60% of 1.2, and this is almost 100%. But the donut chart here is still giving you the results based on the previous percentages, like 32 for Dubai and 46 for London. Another thing is you need to keep in mind is like when I use this theming. So for Dubai we have light blue, for London we have dark blue, and for New York we have this beige color or brownish shade. So we have this one. So any question till this point, like how we are doing this thing and how this is calculating and why? So how do you calculate these percentages? So there are a lot of times where in your DAX report you need to show a percentage contribution. So this is the main thing, like you can calculate the percentage contribution, like you can calculate the total regarding the current context. Like current context is like, okay, this is my Dubai and London sales, so this is my current context sales. So you calculate the total using the current context, and then you use the divide function to get the percentage contribution. Okay, so this is one of the business. Now the second part of this is, again, if you go back, so I need to create a similar percentage contribution for each product line. So like how each product line is contributing towards the total sales. So if you remember, for city contribution, we have calculated the total city sales. So similarly, like city, we will calculate the product total sales. And this time again, I will create a new measure. And I'm saying, okay, total product sales, calculate sales. And this time I'm saying all selected. And this time I say, okay, only ignore the product line. So whatever the product line selection is coming from the outside environment, just use those things and don't apply any implicit function filters inside this. So now this measure is calculated. Now to calculate a percentage of product contribution, what I will do, I will simply create another measure, and I will divide my sales with the total product sales. So once I did that, you can see I have now product sales coming up here as well. Again, you see this as decimal, so I will change this to a percentage formatting. And I remember that I need to format this product sales as well. So I format this product sales total as well. Okay. So now this is the chart which we are looking into. This is the chart. So I have this total sales. This sales for each product line, which is 280k, 235k. This is coming up. I have coming up as this 1.6 million, which is the total sales. Now I have here my contribution, so I can quickly verify the contribution here as well, which is I can say 280k, just to get a rough estimate. 280k divided by 1623, which is coming as something as 17.25. I can say okay, correct. So I just say okay, this is correct. I eyeball it, and all the sum is coming up as 100. Okay. Now let's quickly verify one thing here, like 427k 0.8 something divided by 1623. So this is coming up as 26.35. Okay. Any question till this point? So your business requirement is like you have the percentage contribution for everything. Now, how about if I drill? So if you see, I have this product line here in this chart, and I have cities available up in my drill as well. So if I drill it, expand it to one more hierarchy, now you can see my Dubai sales is 90k, and my total product sales for Dubai is 520k. So how this is doing? So let's try to 90 divided by 520k. This is coming up as 17.36. So this is the and this is coming up as product total sales. Now my question here is, rather than dividing this by 520, because my electronic category sales is 280k, so I should be dividing this 90 by 280k to get the correct percentage, which is 32. So in this particular category, electronic accessories, Dubai contribution is 32%. And similarly, if you need to get the London contribution, we need to divide 144 by 280k. So once we did that, you can see this should be somewhere as 51%. Okay. So what I will do now here is, I have, I think, one more chart here. In this chart, I will, if I will add, because I already have this percentage measure here. So if I plot this here, bring this measure here into my values, right next to it, and now I zoom it. So you can see I have this Dubai sales. Now when I'm talking about the percentages, now this time you can see this is coming up as 32%, which is fine. London we have calculated, which is 51%, and similarly 16% for New York. And these percentages are amongst this particular category. The category is electronic accessories, and these total is sum. So did you get my point? What I'm trying to tell you here? Like, so if your business requirement is like to show the percentages, like for each individual categories, this percentage is fine. But when they drill the next level hierarchy, if it's a city or any other attribute, so this should show the percentage contribution among that particular product line. So that's how you do it. And then you can wrap this up like is context or is in filter context to select, like if you want to show based on product selection. And this is very simple. I can create a measure here called percentage sales based on, this will be based on BH, based on hierarchy. This will be okay. Any question you can ask through the chat while I'm using this.
Hashim, there's nothing as of now. People will ask. We'll let you know.
Okay. So you will ask something like, is current context equals to city, or if current context equals to something like, so there is one function here. We can quickly go. Here using the DAX, you can use the DAX Studio. Not this one. There is a function name called is blank is not is in a scope. Yes, this one. So is in a scope, and this time I say if is in a scope equals to city, like then I need to return the measure called percentage city. Otherwise, I will return the measure called percentage product. So once I did that, something like this. Let's see if it validates. I think I need to, yes, this is fine. Again, I need to format this as percentage. Even if I don't, this will work because both those measures have. Now this time I place this measure up here, and we will see what it is returning. And I will go into the zoom mode. You can see now this is returning 17%. So let's try to back up here and try to zoom it up here. Okay, no, fine. Now we'll go into the zoom mode. Okay, so what this is doing, so this is checking if the scope is city. So if my base level is city, then it will return the percentage measure, which is cities by sales, and otherwise it will return the product. If you have multiple hierarchies, you can use the switch case statement. So currently I use the if, so there are only two conditions where we can do that. So now you can see this is returning 17.6, 14, which is fine. But if I expand the hierarchy here, so this will return 32%, this will return 51. So based on, and similarly, if you expand this one, food and beverages, so this will return the percentage based on Dubai sales. So you can check it here as well. So my Dubai sales is 126k, and if I divide this by 427.8, so 320, sorry, 126, and if I divide by 427.8, so this is something 29%. So this is coming up at 29%, and these all three will sum it up as 100%, and this will be 26% in the overall category. So with this, I think you got clear concept like how you can utilize these. Okay, so let me know if we can proceed ahead with other stuff, move to the next part of the exercise, and if you guys can tell us how much time we have. Do we have more than 30 minutes or almost
35 minutes?
Okay, yeah, okay,
guys,
perfect.
if you have any question, just feel to ask, unmute yourself and ask. It's fine.
Okay, perfect. Okay, now let me go back and zoom again and try to read our exercise number 2. So our exercise number 2 is like we need to create some year-over-year comparison. Like what are the different ways we create year-over-year comparison, and we need to dynamically create a slicer where we can have this, like whatever number of year we need to compare, we can dynamically select this one. So this is, I can show you briefly here, like this one. So you can say I have this year selected as 2021, but if I want, I can go last 10 years, like last 1 year. If I want to go, I can compare it with last. So for that, what I do, like I created this last 10 using the what if parameter. So this is very simple. You can go to modeling and you can click on what if parameter. You can provide the start and date, like I can show you here. Yeah. So you can provide the parameter name here. You can provide minimum, maximum date, and then you can provide the increment, you can add this to a slicer. So that's how you create this this table, what if parameter. So what it will do is in the backend, it will create a series for you. I can show you with these numbers, and I have two different series here, which is one is with -6 to 6, and the other one is with 1 to 5. Okay, so currently what you are seeing here is with 1 to 5, and now you have seen that I have created here some table where it is showing January, February, March, and April, because these are the parameter selection I made here. I just save it now, and this is showing me the total sales as well, which is 668K for these 4 months. If I select any month here, now the sales is showing. Any particular city, the sales is showing for this particular city. So now my task is to create a sales measure which can actually show like whatever the selection I have made. So it will show me the year sales for the last year. Like if I am in 2021, I want to showcase like what is my sales for 2022 for the same period, similar selection. So there are 3 different ways. So we will try to use all those 3 things. So our first method which I will use here is a date add method, which is more kind of which I prefer and which is more scalable, and I will show you 2 other methods as well. So this time again I write the measure name here like last year sales using date add function DTA, which I used as a synonym for here or prefix postfix. So I say that okay, I need to calculate sales, and using the sales I'm saying that okay, using the date add function I'm providing the calendar dot date, which is my dimension, calendar dimension dot date attribute, and I say okay, go back 1 year, like this is by -1, and then I provide the period, which is like year, month, or days. So I want to go back 1 year. So once I pass this thing, I use the format. So you can see my last year sales is starting appearing as 508K, and this will be for the months which I have selected, like for January, February, March, and April. So I have this 3A sheet here, and this 3A sheet is coming up as 2019. So let's try, if I change this as 2, currently nothing is happening because I haven't used this dynamic thing to be used for now. So now let's try to first create all those 3 measures and understand what is the difference between those 3. So this is my first method, creating last year sales. Now again I will create a last year sales measure. Now this time I will use the parallel period function. So I say last year sales PLP, parallel period function, calculate sales. Now in the filter clause I pass parallel period function. I provide the same calendar dot date dimension, date attribute, then I will say -1 period, and I will say the year because the period is year. Once I pass this, I will say okay, format this one, and now the third method is I will create a sales measure using same period last year. So you can see the syntax is pretty similar. I will provide I will say calculate sales, and I will say same period last year function. And this time I did not provide, I only provide the calendar dot date attribute, which is from my date dimension. I did not provide any -1. I did not provide the year attribute or the month attribute, because this is understood that this function is actually providing you the last year sales function, and it can only provide you the last year sales. It cannot, you cannot, you could say, enhance or expand this function using any other thing. So once I format this thing, so you can see now I have all those 3 things. So I have this one coming up as one last year same period function is showing 508K, last year is showing 508K, and parallel period is showing 1.62 million. Let me show you the difference, why this is showing the different result. We never say that this is incorrect result, we will say this is showing the different result, and there is a reason to it. So because this is how the DEX is behaved. This is how the way DEX is written. So if I unselect every month, now all those are returning the same result, which is 1.62, 1.62, 1.62. And if you remember, what is this 1.62? Current year sales is 1.83 million, but if I change this to 2020, you can see this is 1.62, and all the other are now showing results of 2019. So this is, and let's again go back and select those 4 months what we have. Now we need to create one more measure here, which I will create just. So I will say I'm going to create a measure. Now this is very interesting part where you need to learn like how you can expand your DEX and how to write configurable DEX. So this time I am using a last n year sales using date function, and I am creating a variable here. I say number of years, and this is number of year is like, this is the parameter which I have created here. If you guys remember that I have this last n year value which is coming up as here, and since this is, I need to go back in time like -1, so I'm multiplying it by -1, and whatever, if the number of selection is coming up as 2, this will be -2, and again I'm returning calculate sales. I'm using the date function, and this time rather than providing a hard-coded -1, I'm providing whatever is coming from the selection parameter, and I say the attribute is like period is year. So I need to go back this year. So if the selection is 5, this will go back -5 years, right? Once I pass this one and I do the formatting, okay. When I do the formatting, now this you can see here, this chart is now appearing, and this is showing the sales for same period last year. This is, and this is coming up as date year function. Now let's unselect every of the month. Now I'm going to zoom this chart so we can understand it. So at the total level, you can see almost all last year sales is, we know that last year sales is 1.6 million. Same period last year, date function, date variable, and parallel period. All those are returning the same result at the total level. But when we go at the granularity where we have months, so parallel period function is always returning you the same result regardless of the hierarchy. So regardless of the hierarchical attribute you are in. So even if I am in my month hierarchy level, so this is again returning the results at the year level hierarchy, which is 1.62 million. But the other same period last year and date function are returning the result based on current context. Like, okay, if I'm selecting January, this is returning me results of January 2020, because currently my current context is 2021 January, which is 154K. And this is now showing me the sales of January 20, because this is like, we need to go back 1 year, but in the current context. The current context is January, so it will go back to last year January, and this is returning the same result, and this is fine. Now, if I change this from -1 to 2, okay. So now this time you can see this last year date and function. Both these are returning the 119K because both have the hard-coded value. Same period last year does not have any parameter where we can do -1, -2, but the date function, if I go back here in the date function, this is already -1, and if I click on this dynamic function where I say this is dynamic because this is based on the selection parameter. This is now, this time my parameter selection is 2, so this is going back 2 years, and we need to verify if this is coming up as correct. So I have this verification sheet up here open, and you can see in the verification sheet I have this year 2019 selected, and I have this one coming up as January 2019 sales is coming up as 110K, February is 82, 114, 106, and I can go back here and I can verify this is coming up as 110K, 82K, 114, and 106K. So this is how you write dynamic statement. Now let's select again these 4 months here just to simplify the selections. Now you can see. So this is showing minus 15. If I click on 3, so this is coming up as blank because we don't have any 2018 sales data. So now go back, and if I change the selection to 2020, and I can make the selection back here. Now this is going back as, this will show me 2019 data. Okay, fine. So I can make this selection. I can, like, if you want to select based on the selection parameter, like last 1 year you need to compare, or you need to compare with last 2 years. So you can make this based on selections as well. So with this, we have almost completed half of the exercise number 2 as well. Any question? Do you want me to rewind any part of this exercise? Just let me know before we go to the last part.
So,
Okay.
Hésham, one question here. So there are many people do not build up date tables in the model, right? And often rely on local temp or automated date tables. So does that affect any measures that we are creating here, just in case they do not do that?
Okay. So if I understand your question correctly, so you say that, okay, there is no a user might create a date table in some CRM or in the SQL database, or date table is already created in some other source system. So you can import that date table and you can utilize those table. Only thing you need to remember is date table needs to have in a proper format where they don't have any missing dates. So it should have always all the dates, like between those. So if
in case people have those who rely on automated date tables, sometimes people do not create a date table at all in the model.
Yes. Okay. So this is not a recommended practice, because the automated date table, which you can see currently, I can show you here what he's talking about. So if you can see, this one is coming up as automated date time hierarchy. The Power BI itself generates hierarchy here. So you always set it up here in the options and never rely on, because your sales table or your this one, if I'm correct, this is in the data load setting. Yeah. So you need to turn off this auto date time settings. Why? Because what it does, it will always create a date hierarchy here, and some people start using that hierarchy. Okay. So, but you don't need to use those hierarchies, because the problem is, like, this might have missing dates in it. This might not work as properly with the time intelligence. For the time intelligence to work in a proper format or proper way, you need to have a dedicated date dimension, either index through dex, which I showed you here. And there are different ways. You can use the calendar auto function as well, where you don't need to provide a start and end date. Other thing is, like, you can create a date hierarchy, date dimension using M code, which is through Power Query. All the formats is available, like Marco Russo has dex table format available here, as available in the forums as well. Similarly, Imke has her Power Query code available for the date dimension. And similarly, a lot of people have this SQL date dimension. So if you have a SQL date dimension where you have a SQL table where you created all the date dimension, because this is a very basic date table which I created for the demonstration purpose. But in the real-time production scenarios, you need to have the date table where you can actually mark your weekend days, you can mark your holidays, because if you want to see the sales for holidays, you need to have those days marked as holidays as well. You need to mark your weekend or weekdays as well. Similarly, you need to mark some schemes. If you have some specific scheme running through different dates, you can mark those as well. So there are a lot of different scenarios. So the date table is very complex subject, and you need to design your date table based on your production environment or your reporting scenarios. Sometimes your reporting scenario is like you have customized week, where you say a week is for 10 days, and that's totally possible. We have seen in the production environments where they have the weekdays coming up as 10 days. So you can have that customized thing. Similarly, another thing is, which we haven't touched here, is like what we are doing, that whatever the time intelligence we are doing right now is based on calendar month and calendar hierarchy and calendar fiscal year, which means that our start time of the year is January and our end is December. Our calendar year is starting from January end. So if you have a customized fiscal year, like let's suppose you have the customized fiscal year which starts from July and end in June. So how do you calculate year to date sales in that scenarios? So you need to design a date table where you have those customized hierarchy, and you need to build your measures that okay, your time intelligence should work on that particular hierarchy. Hope I clarified the confusion layer, why to avoid auto date dimension hierarchies and how you can actually expand. So you can expand the date table as per your needs. Like some people, like I can give you an example, like there is a manufacturing industry which they have plants in different sites. Like they have a plant in India, they have plant in Singapore, they have plant in Dubai, and all these three locations have their own three different set of fiscal years as well, you could say. So you can have three different fiscal hierarchies, and but your global level, which is sitting in US, might want to see the report in totally different, like they want to see the report in from January to, so they can have these scenarios built in your calendar table as well. So you can define all the things like, okay, this is my calendar dimension for January, but this is converted in when I'm in Dubai region or Middle East region, this is converted as this particular fiscal hierarchy. And this is if I'm in Indian region or Singapore region, this is considered as my fiscal hierarchy, whatever month. So you can define those things. You can expand those things. With this, I think we have 15 minutes. So we have enough time for our last exercise as well, where actually you can see I have this month table, and I can show you this time my month table has -6 to 6. So what this is showing, I can go back -6 months, or I can go forward -6 months. Okay, so I can go back. So if you see here in the 3, so this is only giving me only the positive integers number, but this time I have provided you the positive and both negative. So you can have this slicer. Now, what if I want to go back and forward in time? So this is again very cool stuff where we can create a new measure. And I can say, now, first I will pass and format this, and then we will just try to debug this tags, what this is doing. So you can see I have this minimum and maximum date from my calendar dimension. So whatever is selected in my current context. So if my current context is January 2021, so this will max date will give me 31st of January 2021, and minimum date will give me 1st of January 2021. Okay, this is fine, very simple part. We will, and then the next statement is like, I am actually getting whatever the selection is. Like I have this n months table here, and I am selecting the n months value, whatever is selected from the parameter. So I get this value, okay, from parameter. Now let's forget this if statement for now, and say this is if statement is actually choosing between min or max date, which I want to use. So I have put this value here. So I will come back to this part, and now my final part is I am using the dates period, again another function variable name, and I'm using the dates in period function. Like this will give me the range, like from if I want to go back 5 months or forward 5 months. So this will be the period from starting to end I will show. And what this is showing, this is giving me, I'm first passing the calendar date dimension date attribute, then I'm using this min max date, like whatever date I want to use. Either I want to use minimum date or maximum date. Then I will pass the number of months, like number of months is either positive or negative depending on the scenario. And then this time, rather than passing the period as year, I am passing the period as month. Okay, now let's try to understand this if statement, what this is if statement is doing. So if statement is checking if the number of months selection is greater than 0, which is if it's a positive number. So if it's a positive number, then I will use minimum date as my starting point. And if it's the negative number, okay, then I will use my maximum date, and I will just show you in a minute. And again, return clause is I'm calculating the sales, and this time I'm passing these sales, this period, the filter clause, and this will calculate the sales between those periods. I will show you in a minute like how the output looks like. Now let's go back and say this is -3, and my current month selection is March. Okay, now let's save this file. My current month sales is 2021 March, which is coming up as 157. So let's try to go back to the verification sheet, which is 4A, and I will show you here. My March sales is 157K. Fine. Any question till this point? Now, if you see my January, Feb, and March sales is what cumulative sales is 442K. Okay. So if I go back to this sheet and I can see this one, because this is my measure which I created, and months. So and month sales data, like this is showing me the cumulative sales of January, February, and March. So there are some scenarios where you want to plot like this is my current month sales, but this is my cumulative sales for past 3 months, past 4 months, like, and you can actually go forward as well. So if I can show you here, if I select this one, 2, so this time, or 3, this time what it will show you, it will show me the sales of March, it will show me sales of April, and it will show me the sales of May as well. Okay, so let's try to make a different selection here. Now let's try to make a different selection here, and let's say my current selection is March, and I want to select these 3. So this is showing me 585K, and you can see the measure here is actually showing me 585K. In current context, this is showing sales as 157, which is for current month. And similarly, this last year date add function is showing you the sales for last year March, which is 122K, which is fine. So that's how you calculate the sales for any n number of period. And now let's try, if you might be wondering like you don't still understand the logic behind this one. So let me comment this out for now, this one. And let's try to use minimum date here. Okay, and now, so since the number is positive, you won't be able to see a difference here. But now let's try to select any negative number here. Now this time, if you can see, this time I have selected -3. I have selected, so ideally it should show me my current context is March. So it should show me January, sales of January. It should show me sales of February. Okay. And it should show me sales of March. But what is happening in actual? In actual, what is happening? It is showing me the sales of 556K, which is incorrect. And I can show you from here. So if I make a selection from Jan, Feb, this is fine. And if I select March, this should show me the result till 442K. But this is not the case. This is not showing me 442K, but this is showing 157K. Sorry, 556K. How? Because this is not taking the full, not taking the month of March into an account as well. Okay, so that's why the problem started. So that's why what we did, we have created a measure here, like to select, okay, based on the scenario, like if the number of month is positive, then we need to check the minimum date, otherwise we will use the maximum date. So the maximum date should be, because since I have used -3, so the maximum date should be, this time I will use the maximum date, so the maximum date will be coming up. And when I was not using this one, it was actually showing you the results of December as well. So it was going back from minus March. It was actually showing you the results of February and January, and then again going back to the previous 1 year. With this, I think I have covered almost all the stuff, and hopefully we are good. And I'm ready for any Q&A left, so we can finish it up. Thanks. Hello. So I will stop the sharing and let me know if you guys have any questions.
Hashim, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah. Hashim, I was just saying that it's a fantastic presentation of how someone a newbie can look at the Power BI, can start using DAX, because when someone hears DAX, people start to get afraid of it. So it's a proper presentation of how you can work the basics itself. So it will be nice. Hashim, can you share the material with us so that at least we can share with the audience?
Yeah, we can share, but give me some time because I have like 2-3 back-to-back sessions. I have been going to different Power BI platforms.
Yeah,
so I will share the sample file already. Yeah, I will share. Give me a week, and I will share those.
Sure, no problem. We will post it over our handle so that at least people can come and check it out. So thanks a lot for that,
everyone.
Hashim, if there are any questions, Hashim, if you can post the LinkedIn handle of yours so that at least people can come and give you the, in case they want to reach out to you to ask something, so they can reach out to you.
I will. Just give me a second. I need to copy paste.
Yeah, and team guys, please help to share the feedbacks with us so that we can do. I've already shared the links with you for the feedbacks, so please do it, guys.
So here is my LinkedIn. Okay, I think it was wonderful that you guys are organizing so many events, and I saw there are a lot of events happening right now in India as well and across the globe as well. And thank you all the organizers, and very well done.
Thanks a lot, Hashim, for taking time to, as usual, for feeding the community with your sharing the knowledge of your with the community itself. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Thanks, Hashim. Hi. Okay, let me stop the recording. Ejo? Hi, mate. Ejo?
Hello. Yeah, Ajo here. Can you hear me?
Ajo, yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. Hey, Ajo, how are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you? Hope everyone's having a good time.
Yeah. Hey, Ajo, let us, Ajo, if you can give us a small background of what you do and all that stuff, so it would be nice. It's a short intro, how it goes across for you, how the session is gonna go progress in 1 hour and how it's gonna go. That would be very nice, and that will give a breathing space for everyone, and then we can start the session. The floor is all yours.
Definitely. Thanks for that. So that let me know once you can see my screen, then we'll get started. I'm just sharing my desktop. Let me know once you guys are able to see.
Yeah, we can see.
All right. So I think we have got another 3 minutes, but we'll get started. Hello everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, and for myself, it's good evening here. So it's around 6:30 my time. I'm based out of Australia, and hope everyone is having a really good learning session today, because I know there are a lot of similar session happening across the globe. In fact, I was presenting something today morning for the US audience, and this is my second session for the day, and really excited to be part of this session. And I reckon all of you are having a nice learning experience. And having said that, let's move on. Just to give a background about myself, and then what's the agenda on plate for today, and we'll get started from there. So, just a quick intro about myself. My name is Ajo, and I'm working for Cognizant Technology Solutions as a solution architect on Office 365 Azure platforms, and I'm pretty much a Microsoft guy who started career like 14 years back on .NET and then gradually moved on to SharePoint, then to SharePoint on, the Office 365 space. And also in parallel, I'm a front-end senior developer, focus more on React and Node areas as well. That's in a nutshell about myself. And this is in fact my third session on a public forum, where I'm presenting pretty much on Power Platforms and other suite of products. So that's an intro about myself. And the session that I'm going to present to everyone today is about the AI Builder capabilities that are available and how you can leverage AI Builders on Power Apps. Right. So that's basically the agenda for today. Okay, I think someone is speaking in the background.
Yeah, right. Druvin is there. I just mute him. Sorry. Thank you.
Okay, no worries. All right. So let's get started and just try to understand what things are. So whenever we talk about any topic, in terms of Power Platforms, any suite of products within Power Platform, I think all are pretty much familiar with this particular slide, which essentially shows the suite of features that are available on Power Platform. And we can't ignore this particular slide because we have to go through this even for the people who are new to the Power Platform environment, just to give a heads up around what kind of products, suite of features that are available on Power Platform. And obviously, it's going to grow. The way Microsoft look at Power Platform, they are going to grow it pretty much. But at the moment when we are speaking, we have this suite of features that are available. So in the previous session, I reckon we had a overview about DAX capabilities and things on Power BI. So Power BI, as we all know, is basically around the building your business intelligence from the data, right? At the moment, like when we talk in this present world, data is what we call as a king for everyone, right? So we rely on data, and then we use that as the source for all kind of activities, right? So when we look from that perspective, Power BI or the business intelligence capability on Power Platform is leveraged with the help of Power BI, and what it essentially is basically to get insight into data, right? So that's what I placed the top one called analyze. So basically, Power BI gives you the capability to analyze the data that you have, and extract the various dashboards, data visualization capabilities, right? And get more insight about the data. So these are some of the capabilities that are being provided by Power BI. Now moving on to the next feature, that's PowerApps. Capability on the Power Platform is the PowerApps, and that actually transforms the entire way that you are building your business apps. So as we all know, Power Platform is always aligned to the key term called no-code, low-code platform. So how, as a citizen developer, you can build custom apps for to interact with your data, act on your data. So that's what I mentioned as act on the data, right? So you got a data, you need to act on the data, save it somewhere. Typically, when you're looking at the traditional mode of development, we had to have those niche skills basically to do those things. But now with the capabilities of a no-code, low-code platform, Microsoft actually provides us in each and every one that capability of building apps, yourself through a couple of clicks and connecting to the different sources. So that's essentially what PowerApps bring onto the table. And as we all know, like it have got a lot of services, connectors, to integrate with your existing data. And also the other rich feature is like you can build web and mobile applications, and that can pretty much run on all kind of devices, which is not possible like some time back where you have to do the custom coding and stuff like that. And then come the third one, which is obviously the Power Automate, right? And from the word itself, it's going to automate all of your business process. You and basically take off the redundant task, creation of business process flows in terms of approvals, data transformations, data collection, right? The capabilities are more. But in a nutshell, it's basically to automate your business process or process automation capability that's been featured into Power Automate, and that's what I've mentioned as the top part as automate. And the new kid on the block, which is obviously the Power Virtual Agents, right? How as a business person, let's say you want to build a chatbot application basically to interact with the data. That's a whole purpose of having this Power Virtual Agent capabilities. So what it's actually bringing onto the table is building chatbot applications with few drag and drop facilities, just a few clicks and things like that. And that actually enables a person who's actually interacting with the, say, a customer facing representative, right? He or she knows what the customer actually wants, what kind of questions they are asking, what kind of feedback they are giving. So based on that, rather than they going to different, let's say if you look at a typical, software development cycle, right? You have a BA getting those requirements, translating into requirements, giving it to developers doing the development, and then going through all cycles. Right? Instead of which, you ask a person who actually knows what your customer want, what the people that you normally talk to want. You are actually able to build it from scratch with your expertise and with no much hassle. So that is what Power Virtual Agent is bringing onto table, and it's been something that's been progressing a lot. So underlying all these forms, we have those data connectors, which are basically endpoints, or what you call as endpoints or capabilities that helps you to connect to different sources. And as we speak, like we have got nearly 300 connectors as part of the Power Platform. AI Build is what we are going to focus today, and then we have the Dataverse, which is basically the underlying data, where the data is maintained within Power Platform. So we have seen an overview about Power Platform. Now moving on to our today's topic, right? What is artificial intelligence? So before jumping into implementing artificial intelligence on Power Platform, let's look at a high level what exactly is artificial intelligence, because there is always artificial intelligence and machine learning are always tied together, and how we actually understand what both are. I think this is a better way of explaining it, right? So John McCarthy, who is father of artificial intelligence, from his words, this is how artificial intelligence was described. So basically it says the science and engineering of making intelligent machines, especially intelligent computer programs, right? So we always said, intelligence is something that is with human beings, and now we are talking about making machines intelligent, right? So how we are making machines intelligent? So that's where the whole concept of the machine learning, the skill set that are needed to get those machine learning implemented, and from that you make the artificial intelligence. So basically artificial intelligence is a capability of computer system to mimic basically the human cognitive functions. When we say human cognitive functions, I think to make it more elaborate, the cognitive skills that we all possess, right? To think, to read, then to learn, remember, pay attention. So these are the human cognitive skills. Now we are enabling the softwares or the computers to become in similar fashion, right? In the similar fashion of becoming artificially intelligent. And for that, you need to actually train the machines. How will you train? Because it's, as you know, like when we are kids, we are being trained to do all these things. So similarly, we have to train the things. So for training, we need the data. And that is where the machine learning comes into picture, right? You have the whole lot of data. Now you go for the specific kind of information that you need to extract from the data, and that's what you're doing as part of a machine learning. And then whatever you have built out of that is being utilized to build your systems or to make them artificially intelligent. So essentially the whole goal of having an artificial intelligence system is to create an expert system, right? And basically how we make an expert system is to implement human intelligence into that. So what we are doing is we are creating a system that can understand, think, learn, behave like humans. That's what we are actually achieving with help of artificial intelligence, right? So that's in a detailed way of describing what artificial intelligence is. So I told a couple of things, right? So we have told machine learning, we have got artificial intelligence. The traditional mode of artificial intelligence, this was like a niche skill. You need to have those capabilities as a person who is building artificial intelligence. It was not one person. It requires different skill sets to all to come together, make the system artificially intelligent. But it doesn't stop there. You have to keep refining, fine-tuning your system as you get more and more data. So it's a long-running process. Okay, so that's how you have to look at what artificial intelligence is. Now moving on to the topic that we have today. So what is AI Builder or Artificial Intelligence Builder on Microsoft Power Platform? Okay, so what Microsoft have done is, as we all know, Power Platform is like a no-code, low-code application. And with the help of AI Builder, they have actually democratized the artificial intelligence. I mean, developing artificial intelligence into a system by providing people who doesn't have those specific skill sets about, the data science or machine learning, all those capabilities. So essentially, they have democratized this particular AI development capabilities to people with the help of Power Platform. So with the help of AI Builder that's available on Microsoft Power Platform, you can actually create, you can actually bring in the AI capabilities and then use that to integrate into different Power Platform suites such as PowerApps, Power Automate. You can connect to the data within the background. When I say data that is lying, it can be a SharePoint, it can be in SharePoint, it can be on OneDrive, Dataverse, where maybe you can use those set of data, or rather, you can just, use the raw data that you have basically to, make a artificial out of that. And that's essentially what AI Builder capability of Microsoft Power Platform is bringing onto table. And if you see those three, I've just highlighted those key areas that are part of AI Builder here. So essentially, it actually improves your business performance by automating, the processes, predicting outcomes, and then you can actually bring that artificial intelligence capability onto your apps or flows that can connect to your business data, analyze the data, things like that. And one other thing, the last one is obviously it's not specific to any skills, like it's not tied to skill, any specific skills. It can be used, it can be built, developed by anyone with, basic knowledge. So essentially, I don't say it won't be like a rocket science, but still, you need some skills, but definitely it's not like a specific skills that you need to have in the traditional way of building an AI capability. Now, moving on, what an AI Builder capability can do for us, right? So we're talking about artificial intelligence quite a lot. So what AI Builder can do for us is, and here are some of the features that I've highlighted. Essentially, some of the features that an AI Builder can do for us. First one, it can analyze a text. So when I say analyze a text, when you are reading a story, you will be seeing a statement which is like creating some kind of sentiments for you, right? And you are building something on using AI Builder that can actually recognize a text, pick out the keywords from that, and analyze the sentiments for that. And this pretty much come in terms of a customer satisfaction survey. Let's say you're running a customer satisfaction survey after an event. So there will be multiple reactions from the customer, like, oh wow, it's a beautiful event. Some might say, it was okay, things like that. So with this capability, you can extract those specific text from that, the feedback, and you can extract sentiments out of that. And based on that, you can build the data saying that, this event was like a huge success, or yeah, we need more improvements, things like that, right? That's some of the thing. Other one is like the prediction, right? You have set of data, and with the help of those data, you can actually predict the outcome, maybe what's going to happen next year, right? It can potentially, the use case may be around a sales forecast, or in the education sector, like how a particular bunch of students are going to perform in the next year, right? Based on the current data. So this is something prediction outcomes that you can do. Third one, like you can extract business card information. We'll come to more details about these ones when we go through the demo. But at a high level, these are some of the key things that we can actually use AI Builder for. Another key thing is around how you can extract text from your images, right? Read and save information from standard documents like invoice or receipts that you get. You can actually read the data, and then recognize and count items in an images, right? This pretty much comes handy in, let's say, in a warehouse scenario where you have, let's say, 100, or you have a lot of items being stacked, and you need to know how many items are there, or you can pull any kind of information out of that. So that's where one of the use case of AI Builder is coming into picture. Okay, so this is some of the capabilities that you can leverage out of AI Builder. But as you all know, our platform is growing, AI Builder is growing, and its capabilities are also growing. So we won't be restricting to these ones. and we are obviously seeing that there are more features that will be obviously coming in. All right, so we have seen couple of areas, right? We have seen Power Platform, we understood what artificial intelligence is, and then we saw like what are the capabilities that are part of AI Builder. Now coming to the most key thing, that is models. Okay, so models are what basically the okay, so models is where the entire data is going to be used for. I mean, how you are actually using the AI Builder. So AI Builder we saw, but to utilize AI Builder, you need to have models. Models are basically the underlying data that is actually going to get the right information out of whatever source that you're getting the data from. Okay, and on AI platform, AI Builder platform, we have got two kind of models. One is a custom model, one is a pre-built model. Right? So custom models are something that are there, and then you can actually tailor them for your needs. When I say tailor to your needs, you need to actually do the couple of things as part of implementing the custom models on the Power Platform. And then we have the pre-built models, and pre-built model, as the name says, it's ready for you to use immediately. Okay, so that's something that you have to keep in mind when you are working with models. So there are two, custom and pre-built. Custom obviously have to be tailored to meet your needs. So basically there's a basic skeleton for you, and you'll be using that and to train or to get the right information to be extracted as part of your needs, and then you use it. Pre-built, as I mentioned, it's something they're already in place. You just need to plug and play. You need to use it. As we get into the demo, you'll be able to understand more on the models, but just keep these things in mind. So we saw models, and then what is the life cycle of a model? Okay, so basically, as you see, these are the life cycle through which a model can go through. Okay, so first thing is obviously you have to create a model. When I say create a model, and this, to be very precise, this is something that we are looking from a custom model perspective. Okay, first thing is you have to create a model. The model is there, you have to create it, and then once you create it, will go to a draft mode, right? You will be saving it, so it's in a draft mode. Then you keep training the model. Okay, training the model is getting it massaged to extract the right information for you. So that's a part of training, and that's what I mentioned initially, right? Once you build a model, you don't just leave it as such. You have to keep making it perfect. That's what is the last step, like keep tracking of the model, right? So after training your model, to enable to be used in any other platforms, let's say Power Automate or PowerApps, you need to publish the model. Okay, so that's the fourth step, and then keep track of your model. You just build and you need not leave it over there. You have to keep updating or keep track of the model, because once we come to the demo, I can also show what I specifically meant by keep track of the model. Okay, so it's not like you just create and leave it. Just keep track of the model, make it more trained so that it gets more, it can handle more scenarios, it can get you more better data out of it. That's essentially what we're talking from a tracking perspective. Now, I think I've spoken a lot, and it will make more easy to understand the whole concepts when we go for a demo. And the demo that I'm going to show today is basically around the form processor component in PowerApps, right? So as I mentioned, what we are going to do from a form processing perspective is we are going to learn from the document, basically, and understand what's the information in that, and then try to extract the relevant information that we need from that particular form. And one of the main feature about this is like, it's not, there is no hard-coded rule saying that, oh, it should be printed text. Even if you have an invoice with a handwriting, obviously that's how you normally get your invoice, right? It can extract the information from that, okay? And then obviously the type of document that you can actually use for form processing, one is PDF, you can use a JPEG, you can use a PNG files. So that's essentially what we're talking from, the type of files that you can use. And after that, the form processing capability automatically processes the whole document, extract the relevant information for you, and then display it for you. Okay, these are few of the high-level steps that are involved in form processing. Okay, so having said that, let me move on to the demo part. So, how do you access the the AI builder? So, as usual, we go to make.powerapps.com. I'm already signed in, and that brings up the landing page for your Power Apps, right? And when you see the left-hand navigation, you have something called AI Builder here. So under the AI Builder, you can see two options. One is the Explore and one is the Models. If I go to Explore, it takes some time. Okay, yeah, it was quick today. So, all right. So this is a landing page for your AI Builder, and as we speak, we are able to see 16 models. So these are the models that I was mentioning about, being released by Microsoft. And as per the current documentation that's available on docs.microsoft, I reckon it's around 12. Few of them that came recently are yet to be documented, but these are basically the current scenario. Like you've got 16 AI capabilities here, and basically all these are actually tagged to something called data types. Okay, when they say data type, these are data types. You have got documents, you have got text, structured data, and images. So essentially, all these 16 are being tagged to each of these documents. Okay, and as I mentioned, a model can be either a pre-built or a custom. So those which are custom, you can see it's being tagged as a custom model here. Okay, so that's what you actually see here. And then in this particular page, there are very good tutorials which actually help you to understand the AI Builder capabilities and understand how you need to build different models that are available here. Then there are some good how-to videos, the customer testimonials about how they are using it, and what's the new features that are there and what's in the roadmap. So this is how the Explore section of the AI Builder landing page looks like. Okay, and I'll just quickly go through different data types. So it's pretty much the same, but all these 16 are now being tagged under different data types here. So I think it will be easy if we go through this. So if you see in the documents, we have got the invoice processing, text recognition, receipt processing, identity document manager, business card reader, and form processing, right? The demo that I'm going to show today is on form processing, but pretty much there will be confusion, right? Like, I've got invoice processing, I've got form processing. What is the basic difference? So this is a pre-built model, okay? And when I say pre-built model, it actually the invoice is going, whatever invoice that you're going to create should actually put the information like customer address, recipient, customer ID. This is a typical template that we see from a invoice perspective, right? So that's how so there is no other capability that you can build. It's predefined for you, and this one you are actually can be used in a flow, not on a Power. So that's what you mentioned here, use in a flow, right? So similarly, you have got text recognition, which can be used in a flow and used in an app. So you can actually upload and tag those specific text that you want to pull out. You've got receipt processing, identity, business card reader. So all these are like pre-built models. We have got form processing, and that's the demo that I'm going to show today. And that's actually a custom model. And if you see here, this can be leveraged both in Power Apps as well as Power Automate. Now moving on to the text one. So these are a couple of models that are available as part of text, right? And a quick example of what sentiment analysis was. If you see this one, here's a text that is there. It was easy to sign up for an online bill payment, right? So it's a happy statement. So that's why you are seeing the sentiment positive and confidence score as 100%. And let's say if I say it was okay, right? If I say it was okay, which is kind of a neutral one, and let's say to analyze the text, it says as a neutral state sentiment. Okay, it's kind of, and the confidence score is 70%. And if I say it was not fine to sign up, right? And it's a negative sentiment. So that's how the sentiment analysis is going to be leveraged. and there are capabilities to select multiple languages. So that's one example and can be used in both flows and in apps. That's around the sentiment. There are a few other models as well. You can try it out, but there are good documentations around how you can actually use this one. And then we have the structured data. That is where I was mentioning the prediction scenarios, right? You rely on your historical data, and then you actually get the data out of that. And then the images one, and this is one scenario that I mentioned before in terms of extracting the text from an image. And you have different scenarios, different use cases for this. For instance, you want to get an inventory of a set of products that are there. How many of this is, if you've got a rack of products being placed and you need to know how many products of, let's say, a green color name or rose color green can be used. So that particular use case can be implemented with the help of this particular object detection. And then the image classification is something that's rolling out. This is again a custom model. This part we have seen from the image text recognition. So these are few of the models that are available, which at the moment, like I mentioned, 16 models are available, which are spread across both custom and pre-built models and across these document data types. So now this particular section shows all the models that you created. Also any models that are shared with you. At the moment there are nothing shared with me, that's why it's empty, but this particular section shows you the models that you have created, right? Now, as I mentioned, let's try now building a form processing component. Okay. Give me a second. I'm just pulling the required information for us to build a. Okay. So what we are going to do today now is we are going to create a form processing component, and there's an invoice that's coming, and then based on the information on the invoice, we are actually going to present those information on a PowerApps. Okay, that's basically what we are going to do. And as part of that, there are a couple of steps that we have to do. So let's get started creating a form processing component. First thing, you land on this page, click on Explore. You have all the models here, and I go and click on form processing component, right? And there is an example over here which says, right, so there is an invoice being presented here. There's a name. You're pulling the name here. So this is how the data that's extracted are shown. But we are not going to rely on this particular invoice. I have something in with me that we should be using for this. Okay. So what we're doing is I'm going to click get started. That takes some time, and then we are presented with the screen, basically to start working with the model. Okay, so this is the first page that you see, and what we are going to say here is choose information to extract. So you can look at this particular page as your the information that you want to actually extract from your from the document or whatever source of data, and where you want to place it. So think that this is the the data that you want to tag to. So you're going to extract and put this information onto this field, and these are the type of fields that you can actually map it to. Okay, so what we are actually going to do this, before that I'll show you the invoice that we are going to create, we are getting. Okay, so this is the invoice that we are getting, and this basically got date, that's a date. We've got an invoice number, we've got address and who this invoice has been sent to, we've got a customer ID, and then there's a tabular section of individual line items, and then the total. All right, so this is how the invoice is going to look like. And the data that I'm interested to extract from this invoice, one is the invoice number, other one is the date, then the total amount, okay, the customer ID, this one, and also this section. Okay, I want this set of information to come to me, right? So just keep in mind that these are the information that we are going to extract. So to extract this information, I need some placeholders for the data that's going to be extracted, right? And that's what we're actually configuring here. So I'm going to create the first one, which is a field, and I say invoice number, right? So, and then I say due date. That's the next field that I'm going to configure. And due date, then I say I need a field to capture my total amount. Okay. Next one, and the last one is the customer ID. So I say customer ID is the other field to be extracted. So I've got the basic things here. Now I mentioned that we have to capture the table as well, right? So let me call this as line items for the name. If I have it as items, okay. And then I showed you this particular document. I'm pretty much interested in extracting description as first column. Let me put it this way. Description, the first one, and then I'm interested in the line total. Okay, so I say line total. So these are the information that I want to capture from this particular tabular section. Okay, and then I'm done. So I've got 4 fields to capture this information from the invoice, and then the items, which is basically a table that you want to capture. And you would have seen there is a checkbox. So some of the invoices might have a checkbox section saying, is this shipped or things like that. So you can actually map those one, and based on the tick box, it can actually interpret whether it's yes or no, right? So that's this one. Unfortunately, I don't have that on my thing, but so I'm not mapping to that. But these are the data that I'm going to capture now. So once these are configured, you can click on next, you move on to the next section. And this is called collection. Okay. So what exactly is collection? So as I mentioned you, we are building a PowerApps. We are building an A builder capability to extract data out of invoice. And typically in any business scenario, you can't expect, an invoice of a typical template, right? Another vendor might send you a different invoice structure, but you don't want to build different AI models for each and every invoice. That would be really at some point, right? So essentially, collection is getting you a place where you say, okay, I've got a collection one, which will actually have a receipts of this particular format. Another collection with receipt of different format. So that's how you normally look at. And per model, as per my current understanding, you can build up to 200 collections. Before it was 100, but as per the latest update, I reckon it's around 200 collections that you can build for a model, right? So what we are going to say here is we are going to create first collection, all right? And you can see I can change the name, and let me say it's, so this one is data item, right? So let me use that name here. Okay, I've given the name, and then I need to add the documents. Okay, and to make it very clear, we are not using the actual, you are actually going to tell the model that this is how the data is going to look like. Okay, so basically we are coming into the phase of training the model, and for the training we need the data, right? And that data is what we are going to configure here. And once this is done, once this is published, we are expecting, all right, that we are going to, if I get a receipt of this format, these are the data to be extracted, and for the AI builder to know that we are training it now through this model. That's what we are actually doing here. So yeah, so what I'm going to do is, when I click on this one, it gives me the ability to upload a JPEG, a PNG, or a PDF file. Okay, you've got the size also specified here, and per collection we need at least 5 documents. Okay, we need at least 5 documents, but as you make it more, that your model is getting better trained. So for now we'll just do with 5, and but these are the sources that you can actually connect to. For now I'm just connecting to my local, and I say I'm uploading 5 documents, all of the similar template that we just saw, and I'm just opening it and upload 5 documents. So it's getting uploaded now. Done. Once these documents are uploaded, so there is one collection, right? And you can add additional collections. Let's say this is one set of invoice that you're going to get, and let's say you are getting another set of invoice from a different company, right? Let's say of this format. Okay, this is a different format, not following the other one. So you want your AI builder to have the capability to read those set of documents as well, and that's where you are actually going to upload the next set of document and train your model. So let me call this one Contoso. I go there, and as we did just now, we actually go and upload those set of documents. So let me go a step back. All right. I've got Contoso, I've got the documents to train my model and upload. And I say upload 5 documents, uploading them, done, close. So we have got 2 collections created, one with the typical one template, another one with different template invoices. Once we are done, now comes the next stage of tagging your document. Okay, what exactly is tagging your document? So you've got information on those invoices that are being shared, uploaded now to the collections. Now we go to the part of going and identifying what information you want to extract from that. So we already have the schema here, like you have mentioned. Okay, I've got an invoice number to be extracted. You have got a due date, you've got a total amount, and we have the customer ID and then the table to be selected, right? So you can see the invoice here, and when I hover on these ones, right, you can see it's getting highlighted, and this is basically, and you can see show detected words here. So when I click on show detected words, what it highlights that kind of information that your AI builder have focused on the document. Okay, so this is an invoice, this is a date, the invoice number, all these data are being detected, and it's basically done with the help of OCR, okay, OCR technology, and it actually highlighted the words that you want to now tag to these fields, and it's super easy. So let's say the first one, invoice number. When you click on the invoice number, it actually brings up the data that you need to track basically. So you just say invoice number, immediately you select, it's coming as invoice number. Now next one is a due date, and you can see the text that's recognized are 3 parts here. One is October 26, 2017, but you ideally want to map it to due date. How you do that is just need to select as a whole. Okay, rather if you select like this, it will be highlighting only the month. If you select this one, it will highlight only the date, and then this is the year. But you basically need to capture the entire information. You select it, tag it, done. The next one that we are interested is a total amount here. Select it, and then you have the customer ID. Select the customer ID. That's also done. Now comes the most interesting part, how we are going to select the table. Again, this is super quick, easy. You just select this way, and then you can say items. Okay, that's, if you remember, the table that we structured here was named items. When I select the items, if you remember, we had mentioned 2 columns in that items table. We have described description and line total. So there are 2 ways to do it. One is you need to go and manually split what is the column, what are the things, and other one is auto tagging mode. So if you select auto tagging mode, you can see it created a table for you with the description and line total, and it's just a matter of selecting what information you want to read. See, when I selected this section, it automatically populated description, and when I selected line total, it populated. So now you are training you want your model to be trained on this data. If you get an invoice of this nature, the tabular data information should be structured and pulled out in this format. Done. All right. So once I'm done with tagging the right information against all the fields that were identified, the first document is identified. Similarly, we do for all other documents, right? And I'll show one more maybe. So this is what we do. Go to invoice number. We select the due date field. Then let's say customer ID to customer ID. Then the total to total amount, and then I select the table. And when I select the table, just to show you how we can do for this scenario as well, right? So this is how we actually do for the table. You can say, create the table. You can add columns like this. You have to, so all the descriptions are provided here, and then then you can select the header, you can say this is my description, you can select this one and say this is my line total type, and then done. So it automatically populated information for you, and then just turn it on. So that's how you actually do for this one. For now, just auto tag it. 1 second. So you keep tagging all your documents like this. So once these are done, you go back and then start, tagging your control store document as well, similar way. Due to the time constraints, I'm not going to do the entire things here, but this is typically how you do the data extraction. Okay, you say the invoice number, you say that the due date, you have a total here, and then this is one other thing that I want to just highlight. So if you don't have a particular field to be mapped, right, this is a different template. Okay, and if you don't see a customer number that you don't want to map, you can go where you will go here, and there is an option not available in collection. I mean in document. The other one is a collection, but essentially we're talking about a collection. So we can say that this is not available in this collection, right? So you can tag it that way. Okay. So what I've done here is pretty much once you're done with all the steps, right? Let me come back to my models. I've already created a model for today's session. Let me refresh it for a moment. Yeah. Okay. So this one that we see is the one that is a drop state at the moment, the one that I was creating just before something. That's what you're seeing here. And I've already created a form processing here, model here. Once you click on this one, we'll see the edit mode. Yep. So this is pretty much the same one that you've created. So I've created the field here. I've one collection here, which is the forms, and you can see these are the documents part of that. And then, oops, next, yeah. And then I've tag the right data to be extracted. We have seen our steps until here, and what happens after that is the section to train it. Okay, so after we have tagged the documents, we come to this one. We say these are the fields, these are the items, things like that, and then you click on train. So what we are doing with training now is you have your model, you have the data that is supposed to be extracted. Now you're letting your model, okay, these are the data to be extracted, and this will take some time, and I think it's almost done. It's still under training. So if I go to detail page, and you should, so once the model is trained, once the training is completed, you see this button getting enabled. Okay, and here you will be able to see how this model can be used. So this model can be used in either Power Automate or PowerApps, and today we are going to focus how this can be used in a PowerApps. Okay, so how this can be used in a PowerApps is once you click on use model, it brings up you the option where this can be used. I now go on to new app in PowerApps. Okay, when you click on that, it actually takes you to our canvas to build a canvas app. So it's getting things ready. Just a moment as it happens. There you go. So what it brought up is, it's like a premium component. You just click brought it, and that's the form processing component control being added to your screen. Okay, so you have this form processing component being added to your screen. Now you see, it says the form processing isn't connected to any AA model yet, right? So we have created the model. The form process component has been added to the canvas app. Now we need to select the model, and that's available here. So you click on select model, and that's the model that we have created. So I click on that, and now what you see is this is connected to that form processing component. Okay. Now let me go and insert a label, right? And what this label is actually going to show is, okay, let me insert one more. What this label is actually going to show is the customer ID. Okay, so let me say customer ID, which is one of the information that we are going to extract. Okay, now the text that we are going to show here, right? So we go to the formula bar, and what we are going to say is, this is my control, right? Form processing, form processing component, processor 1, right? That's the control behind it. Then I say dot fields. Oops. ILDs, right? So now we're going into a form processor. I'm going to get the fields out of that, and I'm going to say which field I want, right? I want customer ID. Okay, that's done. So I've got my label to extract the customer ID information, and let me insert one more label, and let's call that one as the total amount. Okay, amount, and let me insert the label to display that as I showed. Now we'll have it as form processor 1 dot fields dot the last one, the total amount. Okay, and now comes the most interesting section that I want. It's actually the data table, right? Because we got a tabular section below where it mentioned, you know, the line items. So let me show that information as well. So in the item section here, again say form processor 1 dot tables. Okay, so we have got the form processor. Within that there is a table, and the name of the table is items. Okay, and then so we are connected to the data source now. This is connected to data source, and now I need to say which fields I want to display. So I have my description field. I've got my item total add. Okay, so we have the PowerApps ready to be with, you know, the AI builder integrated into this. So now let's test it, right? So basically, if you upload a document here, the AI builder should go through that, extract the information that we want, and show it here. That's basically what we are planning to do. So just a quick overview. I've added two labels. The one is basically to extract the customer ID. Another one to extract the total amount, and then the tabular section to show the, you know, the tables which was there to show the different line items. Let's go and test it out. Okay, so the data that I'm going to upload now is, I'll just show that as well. Oops. Okay, test. So this is the invoice that I'm going to enter with 1975 is the invoice number, and I think it makes more easy if I include invoice number as well to make it easy. Just give me a moment. Okay, and processor 1 dot fields dot voice number. Okay, and then another label just to show that text here. Voice number. Okay, let's keep it a little bit small so that it doesn't overlap. All right, so there are three fields: one to show the invoice number, the one customer ID, and the one the total amount. Right, now let's run it and let's have a look at the data that I'm going to upload. So invoice number 1975, customer ID of 5791, and then these are the information. Just going to analyze, and this brings up my local file explorer. Let me go back, go to the edit, and then there's a document to be tested, and I upload. So now it's getting uploaded. Is the AI builder is going to that. The model is trying to extract the information that we asked to map, and there you go. What we have extracted now is the data that we needed. So first is the invoice number, which is the invoice number. Then we have the customer ID, which is 5791, and then the total price cost, which is $57, and then other line items, which are safe port alarm, filter cartridge, and port pump with the respective line item cost here. Yep. There we go. So that's what we have done. So what we have done now is, like, if you remember, what we did is, like, we went to the AI builder, created the model, we trained the model, gave the information that it required to extract it, and then we included that as on the Canvas app. Then it's being uploaded. And since we are on desktop, we are seeing the analyze, but as I mentioned, you can still do a similar extraction of information from a PNG or a JPEG, where you can actually take pictures, right, from your mobile devices, and that also can be extracted. So that's from a demo perspective about how you can actually leverage form processing component. Yes, and yes, that's pretty much I just want to cover for today's session. Hope you had got a basic understanding, at least in terms of what are the capabilities that are there from a builder perspective, and also how this can be leveraged onto Power Platform and specifically within PowerApps. But as I mentioned, since the time doesn't fit, I would say, like, there are other avenues where you can actually include this in your Power Automate, things like that, which is even more interesting ones. A lot of use cases, a lot of scenarios where you can actually automate your business process with the help of a builder integrated into Power Automate as well. So, any questions? The forum can be open for questions.
Yeah, Ajo. There is one question about the licensing part for AI Builder. Like, do we need to have the separate licensing for this AI Builder, or will it comes up with per app or per user?
Yeah, in fact, I should have given us as a disclaimer, because I was not planning to get into the licensing part. Obviously, it's not coming as default with it. Depends on what kind of service and things we have to purchase it. But it's a more elaborate one. Like, as you know, the Power Platform licensing is a little bit more specific around the services that you want to use. And again, there is a usage things around the kind of features that we are using.
Okay, sounds good. Apart from that, I think we are good. You explained in a very clear and nicer manner, so people understand it in very clear words. So I think we are good on that part. And once again, thank you so much, Ajo. Like, I know it's totally GPPB and it's your second session, and your evening you specifically allocated time for us to represent this overall session. So I really appreciated that, and on behalf of entire GPPB Delhi and Philippines, I would like to thank you for this wonderful session in this evening.
Thanks, Irvin, and thanks for this great opportunity. Right, in fact, I was actually eagerly waiting to present to different sessions. So, thanks a lot for that, for this opportunity, and hope everyone had a good learning session going forward. And thanks for all the organizers and the sponsors for this kind of events.
Yes, and we just have one raised hand. Just a minute, someone has question, I believe.
Sure.
Yeah. Rajiv here. I have a small question. So for creating these custom models, let's say I want to build some custom AI models using Python or any other language. Do I need to have a premium, some other license? The basic license will work here, or?
You are actually planning to build a custom one from scratch?
Yeah, custom model AI models, which we saw, which was already there. But if I want to build some custom models using Python or some other language, can I do that?
These custom models that I mentioned are something that is already there for you, which you have to again tailor. So if you see the form processing component that I showed, right, Microsoft Power Platform have given that capability there. Okay, and you are actually, when I look from your specific scenario, you are actually building something from scratch on Python, right?
Yeah, and I want to
use actually talking about
Power Automate modules.
Yeah, so that is something from building a completely custom one. You need to host it somewhere and then leverage that, right? So essentially what you're talking, there is a complete custom connector scenario, right? So typically if you ask me let's keep this A apart, right? You have your, a data somewhere. You need to connect and bring it onto, your Power Automate, for instance. So for which you'll be building a custom connector and then leveraging that and coming, breaking your, so the typical licensing model that speaks around that is around building a custom connector. Typically here, what we're talking is you are building something really from scratch for your requirement on a language. So essentially you need to build it, you need to host it somewhere, and then you need to bring it on to whatever capabilities that you want to leverage, maybe Power Apps or Power Automate, right? So the custom models that I'm talking here is something that is already there, but not trained or as per your requirement. That you have to do. That's what we just showed from a form processing capability, right? So there is a form processing model that is available there, which is a custom model, but I'm training that model to my needs of invoices that are coming to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. And I just wanted to add one thing, Rajiv, here. Like as far as I know, with Power Platform specifically, if you are talking about custom models, so at this time only you can build the custom model using Lob, which Microsoft recently introduced, using which you can simply create your image processing model, and on top of that you can build your Power Apps. That is the only way, which is the easiest integration between AI Builder and custom model that you are building with Lob. Any other integration about Python and any other language, I'm not pretty sure. Like out of the box integration is available. As you mentioned, we need to go with custom connector maybe, but yeah.
This is the one that I think Join is mentioning, the Lob, which is still in the rolling out phase. So
Yes, rolling out phase, and that is how Microsoft introduced. Now we can build our own models rather than Lob itself provide the desktop application where you can just train your images and all, and just create the model and publish directly to the Power Platform. Right. So I think Ejo, we are pretty good on the question part as well. So thanks a lot for taking time for the question.
Sure.
So yeah.
All right. Thanks all. Thanks. Have a good.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Ejo. Bye. Good
Bye.
night.
Good night. Thank you. Bye.
All right. So now we have our next speaker with us, Tarun. Hi, Tarun. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Dhruv. Hello. Nice to
Hi. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Yeah.
All right. So excited for your first session for GPPB?
Yeah, I'm very excited right now.
All right. All right. Thanks a lot for your submission, and thanks a lot for your valuable time for presenting your session at GPPB. Now I would just hand over the stage to you, and you can introduce yourself and just show us like what you are going to show us during this next 1 hour.
Sure.
So
sure.
over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dhruv. Thank you for the introduction. Yeah, I'm gonna share my screen. Yeah, and there you go. Okay, let's start. Hello, everyone. My name is Tarun Reddy. And this is my first session as a speaker and all. This is my first bootcamp that I am speaking on. Welcome everyone to Global Power Platform Bootcamp 2022. And today okay. Let's introduce myself. I will go from there. Okay. Here go. That's me, Tarun Reddy. I am a Bachelor of Computer Science Engineer, graduated from Lovely Professional University. I started working as a web developer. I was more into front end and building and designing websites for only front part. I am not interested in back end at all. But yeah, I used to work on Figma and design websites and all. And then I joined Pentera Technology, which is my first company as a career. And I started working as a web developer, and I worked on a couple of websites, and that was going great. And especially Pentera was working on Power Platform, and they were building apps and flows for solutions for other clients and all. So I was very keen into learning this new technology, and there were already well-known mentors that they are going to help me with this and all. And I started learning SharePoint and Power Platform. So ever since I've been building Power Platform and Power Platform solutions, and yeah, it's been a great journey for me. And today, basically, I'm going to show you a little bit of what my experience in Power Apps, and the main goal is to I've been working on a project. I've been working on a project, so I've been facing some problems in terms of implementations and all. It's not like Power Apps will provide you everything. There are some limitations to Power Apps, that's true. So we create workarounds to get through the problems and all, and we create a solution for that. So here I am with one of my solutions. Like I'll show you right away. Wait a second. Yeah. Here go. Basically, we have a list. We have a basic demo list. This problem basically arose in a client production where we have a entire gallery, entire list that we need to traverse inside PowerApps. So we are basically using PowerApps as a modem here, and here we have this whole gallery of 400 or 500 items. We need to traverse from each to every gallery. Let's see, if I want to go to this gallery and view that, you can view that. Now this is all well and good. You want to edit it, you can edit it. But the problem arose when we had to go back to this gallery every time you want to go to access a record or something. But the client produced with a solution where we need some navigation between this with this form. We need to go back and forth between these records from there only. So yeah, this was not particularly what do you call it? It's not a functionality inside Power Apps. We need to create a workaround for it. So Power Apps do give you next button inside mobile formats or something like that inside forms, but yeah, that's all they view. So that's the problem statement there. So the basic idea is to create a navigation between forms and all. And yeah, let me explain a couple of things here. Okay, here you go. We have a list. I just created this list for the demo purpose, and yeah, we are using this list inside Power Apps. So we are getting all this list here, and this is all designing. I'll just show you how I did it normally. Like I just inserted a gallery and the production sales. Here I go. I got this gallery here, and I add some fields into it. Somehow my data is not showing up here. Oh, that's a bad thing. Okay, we'll go to and explain here only. Okay, yeah, here you go. This is a gallery that basically I created, and now you can see these are columns that contains the data from the gallery itself, data from the SharePoint list itself. So you can see all the data here, and these are the column names that I created and put. These are just labels that I added here, and these are for sorting functionality as well. I added a sorting functionality where you click on these tiles, then the whole gallery will change the sorting order or something like that. Yeah, and here this is a search functionality that I added. I'll actually explain how the sorting works and all. So basically, we have a gallery here. You go. Basically, first the gallery contains of the data, sorted data. Which is when I'm coming into this screen, basically I'm getting some formulas done here. Okay, this is a basic. This is the product sales data is the one collection that is coming from the SharePoint list, and I'm pouring that all the data into sorting. I just created another collection to make use it. I never use the master collection to make any changes on something. I just put it into another collection, and here you go. Basically, my sorting works. I have seen a couple of different sorting methods, but my sorting works in a slightly different way. So basically, for each and every column, I give a variable which stores the current sorting order of the particular gallery. So it says now I'm keeping var sort title as a current, like what do you call it, in ascending order, remaining everything in is none. So basically what happens is there are three values that I use: none, ascending, and descending. So if a particular variable is in ascending order, the whole gallery will be turned to ascending. So when something is ascending, I don't want anything else to be acting up, so I just turn everything to none. And I also add this arrow mark, which is also controlled by the same variable that I'm currently giving, ascending or ascending, descending or descending. If the variable is ascending, the title will be like the name will be title with arrow upwards. And if the particular variable is descending, then the name will be title with down arrow. If there is nothing, if it's not both of them, then it's obviously none. So it will be just normal. So yeah, on every click of it, I'm adding a couple of formulas where if the current sorting order is ascending, then it make it descending, the particular one, and make everything else to none. That's pretty straightforward. And I'm here. Here you go. Just clearing this collection, which is that I use for the secondary collection. This is the main collection. I'm sorting this. This is a sort function. I'm sorting this with title. This is the column name, and the condition is if, but the particular. This is a variable again. This particular variable is ascending, then make it ascending, or else make it descending. There is no none here because like when you click on it, you obviously expecting to have ascending or descending value. So that's straightforward. And yeah, here's a piece of code that I'll explain later in the show. Yeah, and I think that's pretty much about sorting. And here you go search. Basically, whatever you type it in the search, I just want to search the gallery through the particular variable or string, and I want to show them here. So I didn't do anything in terms of on click of on change of search bar, but when you come into the gallery, you can see here I'm searching at every instance of time. I'm searching this particular sorted collection, and searching it with this particular text, which is search box is basically this control's name, and with the column called title. Currently, I added only search for titles. So how it works is whenever you type something, let's say 01, it will search you for it, and 010, 011. Yeah, that's how it works. You whenever you change something here, it will automatically take the string from here and search for the entire collection, and it will show up the results. And yeah, and there is some interesting feature about like filters. I will here are the 3 filters that I added for sales channel and warehouse code and discount applied for these 3 things. Okay, let's go and try that. Here I can do it in the play mode. You remember? Here go. Currently, sales channel is sales channel has different categories and all. So currently, I'm going to click on distributor, and warehouse codes. There are almost 6. I can select 1. I can just search with 2, I guess. Yeah, let's go. See, now each and every record is filtered with distributor channel name, distributed as a sales channel, and the warehouse is 1001. This basically is a small functionality. You can see the code here. Yeah, this is a slightly trickier one. First of all, I thought like on change of the drop down itself, we can do some filtering and all, but it was slightly complicated. We need a couple more collections for that. What I'm doing is I'm giving a filter button. When you select all the requirements you need and click on filter, then it will show up. Yeah. Let's see what the code is. So basically, if dropdown 1 is this one, dropdown 1/1 is this one. My bad for the nomenclature. I was in a bit of a hurry. 1_2 is the discount applied one. Okay. First of all, this is the one. Yeah. First, I'm filtering. Here you can see. I'm filtering. Oh, okay. Here it's an interesting part. I can use just sorting my secondary master list to just filter through it. But at every instance of time, I need to check whether the search bar contains something. If it is contains something, I'm filtering that and then searching and filtering further into the sales channel. That's a thing. This is slightly important when it comes to navigation. In terms of navigation, you basically need the current gallery. What are the exact items in the current gallery and store it into another collection. That's how the navigation works. If there is a different collection from itself, it doesn't work actually. So whenever there is we search something, we just got a couple of entries here. This is the exact collection we need to navigate through. We don't need any extra things and all. That's the main thing with my functionality is you can search only, you can navigate only through the current functionality you have. And the navigation also works with the sorting order too. When you change some sorting order, basically now the sorting order is different. 510 is then the first. So when you click here and when you want to navigate through, you want this thing to be first and the 101 to be last. Okay. Oh, I stopped in the middle of the filter. I will explain in a little bit. Yeah. So basically, if there is some, if it is the first particular drop down is not equal to null or space, there is a empty string on the top, so I just equal to that. If it is not that, if it's not space, then go on and search, filter this particular thing with the sales channel column with the current drop down selected value. So it will drop out everything into filtered collection for a sales channel, and it will, we can basically use this next. But currently we are using sorted, like this is, as I told you, says secondary master list. So basically I want everything to be dumped into this. So what I do is, after filtering everything, I will dump everything into product sales sorted after filtering everything. So once the first filter is done, if if it is blank, I don't want to, like, it is not blank exactly, it is space, so still it will search for space, and it will give you like 0 entries inside the gallery. That's not what we want. So if it is space, then I just want the original one, I don't want any filtered thing. So it is a if else condition that's working here. That's a if else condition that's working there. And here in the second drop down we have yeah, warehouse code. So basically, if this is also not space, then go ahead and search for filter the warehouse with the particular drop down selected value, and drop it into filtered collection for warehouse code. So this is also collecting the same collection, and we are basically filtering 3 times when we are using 2 different filtering collections, and then pouring everything into at last pouring everything into the main collection again, sorted. And yeah, once it's done, the end result is you can select some food here and filter it out. You can get the filter right away. And yeah, that's everything here. And basically one small functionality about, like, if anyone is new to forms and all, I just want to explain a couple of things. How the form works and all. Let me bring up a whiteboard. Okay. Oh, now we have a big records. Like we have all the records and all. And sorry, my drawing is slightly bad. Okay, let's say we have some entries inside a table, and we have IDs. For every record, we need IDs. So let's say 1, 2, 3, 5. IDs can be different, like they're not, I mean, in order or something. IDs can be different. So basically, what we need is this is an entire collection we have, and these particular things have IDs. This is exactly what we are using inside PowerApps. So when you click on something, it will open up a form with that particular values, stored values, and you can traverse through them. And if you want to edit something, you can edit it that too. You can just change something and just save it. It will save it into the backend too. So here, how it exactly works is, basically this is a form, and you need to just open one form and view it inside a different form. You need to take the record and show it into a form. That's it. So basically, the particular form requests you to give the source. Basically, this is the entire source. This is the source, right? We need to give the source to that. We basically need to give data source and the item. What is the current item that I need to show? There is an entire source that I have. What I need to show. This is a table of the entire source. You can see here. This is it. And yeah, you need to just give particular record that you need to show. What I'm doing here is, on click of the particular this button, I'm going to next record. So what happens here is, I'm collecting. Ignore this for now. I'll explain later. Here, see, I'm navigating into a screen of viewing records. This is screen view records, and with no transition. That's, if you want to add transition, that's a good thing. And here, as a third parameter inside this navigate function, I'm giving 2 variables. Let's ignore the second variable ones. It's comes into picture for the navigation and all. Here I'm storing I'm storing this particular item. This item is basically when you click on something, this item that it will consider as. So when you click on this button, this is taking it as this item, and you can access these as, like you can see here in the column name, this item dot warehouse code. So that's how it's particularly viewing right now. And yeah, I'm currently storing this particular record inside a variable and sending it into the navigation page. So once you go there, and here also I'm giving this particular form an item as a current record. So basically, okay, you can see here it's already getting the records and all. This is a current record I'm getting. You can see here data type is record, and these are the values that I need to show. And this particular form pick up all these values and show them inside here. And okay, right here, and I will explain the navigation too, how it works. So basically now we are accessing the forms like this, like you're clicking on one particular form, you're getting the ID and you're pushing it into, you're getting the whole record and pushing it into forms, and it will show here. So what I need to do is, when you're in this page, I need to traverse the second ID too. How can we do that? So what you just need to do is change the item from this particular record to this record. So you're just moving from 1 to 2, 2 to 3, and 3 to 5. And I also added a back function where you can traverse in reversely, and you can go to the first record itself, you can go to the last record itself. There are a couple more there. Yeah. So navigation, basically you just need to access the next record what you want to show, and it doesn't matter like if you're showing it in sequence or something. PowerApps really doesn't care about that. You just need to give the particular record what you need to show, and it will show. I will explain you the navigation now. This is a different app that I created. Here I added a couple of arrows inside the view form on the right and the left. So yeah. Okay, first of all, when I come into this page, okay, I think I should explain the process once. Yeah, I will explain the process. So now we have this entire gallery, and we need to show that in a particular form and then navigate. That's it. It's very simple. I will explain you in a bit. So now what I'm doing is currently taking this record. I'm currently taking this whole column, sorry, whole collection, and for every record, I'm creating a index. Basically I'm adding a array. Let's just say it's an array. If you're familiar with any programming language, you can clearly know arrays. It's basically have two particular items. One is ID and one is index. So ID is one, you have 1 to 5, so on. But the index is very straightforward, 0, 1, 2, 3. So what you want to do is, if you want to access the first one, you will just go to index of 0, and if you want to go last one, you will go to the number of you can count number of particular things, and you can go there. And if you want to go to this particular thing, you can just access like this array dot 3. You can go there. So basically currently PowerApps doesn't have array, so I had to create an extra collection where it contains ID and index. Only I'm just picking up the ID and index. Sorry, it's typing is very drawing is very bad. Okay, here you go. So what I'm doing is basically 1, 2, 5, 10. So now we have IDs here. It's not like we are have IDs in a particular order or something. So 1, 2, 5, 10. So I can't really guess what's the next number gonna be and give the power form like go to this particular record or something. So what I did is storing these inside these 1, 2, 5, 10 and giving them numbers 0, 1, 2, 3. Here I know exactly what next number is going to be because indexing we are giving the own number. So this is 0, 1, 2, 3 increment of 1. That's simple. And if you want to go to the first one, you just go to in the array of 0, or if you want to go last one, count number of things 1, 2, 3, 4 and then -1. You'll get the index number of the last particular record by n-1. That's straightforward too. And yeah, So I'm creating an extra collection to store the index values and then traversing through the index values to get the next record. That's simple it is. Here I can show you what's the code and everything. So in order to indexing to work, at every point of time you need to keep track of what's inside the gallery. So now this is a full gallery contains of almost 499 items. So once you change something here, 499 items. Okay, I'll explain you what happening in the visual on visible. When you come into this particular page, it's already starting. It's already sorting with a particular what do you call it? Column title as ascending. That's a default sorting that I given for the first time, and then I'm storing. I'm traversing each and entire record, each and every record inside this particular column. But this particular collection, I'm sorry with the terminology and all. Yeah, please forgive me if there are any mistakes. This is my first session, by the way. Thank you. And yeah, I'm using. Let's go to the bottom. Yeah, I'm going through each and every record of this particular collection and then collecting into another indexed collection where I have given two particular columns, which is value and ID. And in the place of value I'm storing ID, and in the place of index I'm storing count rows, because I just need to I just need 0 1 2 3, and here you can see 0 1 2 3. So I'm going to each and every record, basically each and every record, and then storing this ID, and then counting how many number of columns there are currently in the particular collection, and then putting it here. For the first time when you ran, there are 0, and the second time when you ran, there will be already 1 in the uppermost. It's not like we are still editing this particular record, so it will only count the one that we already have, and then count it here and put it here. So yeah, so we are basically creating a custom array inside PowerApps, and you can see the custom array here. Wait a second. Yeah, here you go. Basically, these are the values IDs. IDs are in order right now, but they will change eventually. But the index will not change 0, 1, 2, 3. It will be like this only. So what's happening here is when I change something, let's say I search something 10. Okay. 0 1 0. Yeah, it's sorted down to 9 items. So now what I want is I want to navigate through this particular 9 items. So I don't want any all the 400 items to be shown, 400 or 500 items to be shown up in the form itself. So what I'm doing is here, what happened to the gallery? Why it is changed? Like we searched here, and it filtered down to these 9 items. So we need to do the same thing with the indexing itself. Like you should sort down the indexing itself and then show it into the gallery, like save it into the indexing part. So on change of this particular search, what I'm giving is I'm collecting the index. This is the indexing collection that I'm currently using. You can see here, product sales data underscore indexed. This contains the index of current gallery. So now, wait a second. Okay, I'm saving it here. So every time there is some change in the, okay, not this, every time there is particular change in the current gallery, I'm just saving it here. I don't know why there's some reason it's not changing. Give me 1 second to figure it out. But indexed, okay. That's strange. Okay. That's completely fine. Okay, you can refresh this. Give me 1 second to figure it out, guys. Yeah, here you go. I don't know, for some reason it's not updating or something. But yeah, now it's good. So basically, yeah, we are searching. This is the current collection we have, whatever it is. Product sales sorted. Everything that's changed in between sorting and filtering will be dumped into this particular one column, one collection which is product sales data sorted, and I don't want to create one more collection for search itself. Like I can put instead of putting all the collection here, all the search here, I can just put one collection name and it will be done with. But I don't want to use more space in terms of collections and all. I don't want to waste all the things. It will basically the app will get slower eventually. So when you add more and more functionalities, it happens with the client products and all. That's why I've been meaning to use as less collections as I possibly can, working with them all along. So when you change a particular when you have entry inside the search box, I need the gallery to be changed and the indexing gallery to be changed too. So now the indexing gallery is changed with only 9 items. With the indexing, they are all indexed with the IDs, the current IDs, or I will change it up and show you, or it will be different. And here, so I think you understood what the basic concept of indexing is. I just doing that. And here one more thing, I'm also doing the same thing in the sorting too. When I sort something, now the first record is 109 and the last record is 101. So now we can check the code again. On click of this particular button, I'm changing I'm changing this gallery. So I'll go here and say I want the index collection to be refreshed again. So I'll do one more thing. I'll refresh one more time. So what I'm doing is, again, it's sorted. This is one having sorted everything, and this is searching for it's also filtering from search. It's the search bar itself. So I want this particular thing. This is a freshly sorted and filtered collection, and then put it inside indexed. It's also indexed. Now you can see the values are changed: 9, 8, 7, 6. So basically, whenever there is a change in the gallery, you need to capture the same thing inside the index, and you should be good to go. So I'll explain you what's happening here on the navigate section. Like when you are navigating to a particular section, what are the things you need to send to the navigation page to know what are the things. I mean, at what indexing number you have, at what stage you need to use indexing and all. Here you go. So this is the collection that we collected for indexing. This contains ID and index, but I need to know which one I selected now. So if I select this thing, this is the third one, which is index is equal to 2. So I need to keep track of what has been selected now, and then only I can say, like, if I'm currently at this is the second index, right? If I'm currently at second index, I want to go to first index, because we can easily decrease one by number by 1 and then go back. If I want to access the next record, I can just say increment 1, then I'll go to next one. That's how it's working right now. Okay, so here what I'm doing is currently collecting this particular item that I clicked and saving it inside this particular column. This collection contains the current selected item, which I'm clicking, and once you click it, it will save and take it, just store it, and you can use it in the next page itself, next screen itself. So what I'm doing here in the navigate section, I'm navigating it to records. It's pretty straightforward, and then screen transition, it's none. And here, in the variables part, I'm giving 2 variables. The variable is the current record. What is the current record? This item is good enough right here. You can do something like filter again and then go through it, but this item is pretty straightforward. When you click on this, when you click on this, this entire record is saved into a var current record by this item. That's how it is. And next, index number. So here, what I want is index number of this particular record that I selected. This particular record is selected, and now we have this column that's tracking of what's the current selected thing is, selected record is. So basically what I'm saying is I will access this collection dot index. This will give me the particular index number that I want. Currently it's 0 because by default galleries are selected. The first number will always be selected. Let's go let's go to the 4th one and get back. Now on click here, the indexing will be 03. It should be 03. Yeah, it should be 3. So I'm just like this. I'm keeping track of what page I'm on right now. And here you can see there is a small thing I'm slightly proud of. Yeah. at every point of time you need to know at what record you're currently on. So this is just a text next number. So when we came onto this page, we have if you have remembered, we just given a variable called index number, and in this page we are using it here, index. So index number is one less than the current number, right? Like I'll show you again. So in my indexing starting at 0, 1, 2, 3. So what I'm doing is, if I want to show like this record and I have index 0, I can't just show record 0 of 599, right? 499 or something. I just want to show the index plus 1. Okay, that's what I'm doing right here. Index plus 1. I clicked on the third item. I came here with the third item, but index number will say 2. Yeah, here index number will say 2. That's it. And the count rows, the particular index rows, how this is a currently updated version, but yeah. And what how many number of collections are the records are there inside this thing will show you, like the number of things that you need to traverse, that you can traverse through. So let's filter some things. Let's go filter. I have 2 right now. Yeah, here you can see 1 out of 2. That's good. And here now we need to go to next record. How we can do that? Just keep track of these things. Like let's say I can just, okay, now we have 109 to 101, right? Like let's take a snap of it. We can use it a bit later. Okay. Yeah, here you go. Currently at the first record, which is 109 after the sorting and all. And now I need to go to next record. Let's see what the code is here. Yeah. I currently have indexed collection. So what I'm doing is I want the next collection. I want the ID of the next particular record I want to go to. Then if I have that, I can just tell the form I can update the current record thing to next record. Then the form will automatically take me to that record. That's what I need to do. Just I need to update context, I need to update variables. That's it. So what I'm doing here is now we have this entire index collection, and I have the index number. So I can just increment 1. So I can get the index number of the next particular record and then store it inside this variable. What I'm doing is basically, yeah, I'll show you. What I'm saying is, what I'm currently storing is, now I have this index. Now I have this value. I want this index and this value. How can I do that? I'm just incrementing index by 1. I'll get 2, and I'm storing this 2 inside this var record ID. And with the var record ID, I can filter the sorted collection. Here you have sorted collection with the next record ID. Now what I'm doing is, I'm getting this particular value, ID of a particular collection by the index number. So yeah, here where ID is equal to next record ID, which gives you the ID of the next record, and collecting into call next record. This is another collection that we are using. You need to use a number of collections, like in order to get going. Like you can't really use one collection for all. Like you can, in some programming languages there's a functionality of using the same collection and then incrementing it by 1 and storing it, but it's not possible here. We need to have a mediator collections. You can just clear them at every round, so you can keep the collections clean and use the less data, use less storage. Okay, this is the next collection that we want. So when I click on it, I'm traversing the next record, what's the ID of the next record, and then I'm getting, and with this ID I'm getting the next record, the whole record itself, by filtering the ID is equal to value next ID. And now I just need to give this current ID, this current record is equal to the next one. So it will show you, okay, you want this record now, so I will give you this record. And also these are the two particular things we have used in the two variables that we are updated when we're coming to this page, right? So now also we can give the same number of variables and then just update them. What here happening is, like I know why you might be thinking why used first. There might be only one record in the whole. With the same ID, there will be only one record. You can only create one record with the same ID. What happens is this particular collection is currently having a storage of, I mean, not storage, data type of table. So what PowerApps needs is a record right now. He doesn't need the whole table. So what it says is, this is a wrong data type. I don't want this table here. I just want a record. So what we need to do is, even though there is only one record, we just need to put first function. So it will traverse that function and it will give the data type of record. So it will store it into where current record. And yeah, basically when you click on this, you're getting the next record. Got it? See, you can see it here. First we were in 109. Okay, let's see. Okay, now we are in 108. This is the second record right here, and third record 107, and fourth record 106, and there are a couple more buttons. I will explain the code, but let's see the functionality first. Let's go to the last record. Here's a symbol of last record. You are going to the ninth record, which is 101, and which is 101 here too. And back functionality here you go. When you click on the previous one, it's going to 102. We were in 101. Now we're in 102. Let's go to the first record here. It is 109. Yeah, here you go. We got the things correctly. And let's do one more thing. Like currently we have, you might say this is a currently straightforward thing, like you are traversing to the, but yeah, let's change it up a little bit. Let's search for 103 and filter. No, I need a couple more. We have here. No, we don't have it here. Okay, let's remove this and this. Okay, now got a couple more. Now the IDs and the every title will be different, random. So okay, let's do that too. Let's take a snap of it. Okay, and one more thing, I need to explain one more thing. Like when we are going to other pages, when I'm getting back to this page, you can see like the data is also what do you call it, resetted. The 498 items are currently showing here. That's a piece of code that I added. Whenever you come into this particular page, you just need to reset everything. That's not very straightforward, but that's not very general practice. But yeah, I just added this piece of code for the testing and all. But yeah, let's go on. Now we have this particular record, and let's take a snap. Can snip this particular title section, and now we go here. Now we have one of 15. We have total 15 records, and we are currently accessing first one. Yeah. Though, so we are currently accessing first record, which is 103. And let's go to next one, 124. That's, we got it. 143, and let's go to the last record, which is 589. Oh, sorry, I didn't actually capture everyone, but yeah. So you understood the concept. Basically, this is navigation. You just currently capturing the ID of the next record and the index of the next record, so you can just filter it every time and just put it inside the form, and it will take you. And this is the same functionality that we added inside edit pages. You can traverse. Okay, I just told you that like every time we come to this page, this entire gallery is resetting. We add that feature. That's bad. Okay, yeah. Here you go. In the edit page itself, we have the same thing. You just have two records of you are accessing second record of 15 records, and you can go back and forth between these, and you can go to last record, first record. You can see the values changing, and whenever you feel like you can change something in this particular record and just save it. It will just save into the backend itself, and that's done. So that's the functionality of navigation. I need okay, let's talk about something from PowerApps perspective. This is you might think this is very easy to do, like this is not very there are some limitations into you need to access, like just for indexing, just for traversing through records, you need to create a custom array and all. Is it what to use Power Apps and all? But one thing I can say is it's very if you are going through, if you are not too much into coding, and if you want to you just can understand the logic itself, and you need just a simple syntax to work on. Perhaps is the best. uh, See, you can even beginner can understand this. You just need to understand the collection, what types of functions are there, and how the collections and all, everything works, how the data types works and all. That should be straightforward. And uh, you can access the documentation itself. Perhaps has a very clear documentation of how the syntax is, and they have they even show you the best practices for delegation and all. That's a good thing. And here you go. If I want to do something with the filter, you can just go to syntax and search for what the syntax is given, and I think you just need to follow the function, follow the parameters that you need to give. You need to give a table first. You just need to add this formula and second formula. Formulas are basically anything that returns uh, value of, no, like, okay, it's not completely true, there can be any type of data type. The formula is basically it's a logic, that's it. Here you can see, I can show you one thing right here. Okay, yeah, filter, we have filter. Yep. Here currently we are using the same filter function that we are currently just saw. This the we need filter function. What we need is table with a formula. Second formula is not necessary, only first formula. So let's see what's happening here. Okay, filter, and the first parameter is this. This is a table. And we need to filter this table further to get the results. What I'm doing is here, there is one formula you can see, and in this formula you can access the column names, and you can give any value here. So what I currently wanted with this is, I want to filter through sales channel column. What do you want to filter? Like, you need some value, right? So I'm currently accessing value from this particular drop down. I can show you one more thing. I can also create a label. I just want to show how to access these values from labels or drop downs or anything else. So let's say here I'm saying this. What do we have? Okay, we have all these options. We just go online. So we have online right here. Here's a label that we are currently using. We can take the name of this label and go into the filter. And we can just replace this. Okay, let's save it somewhere. I don't want to mess the code up. Let's get the label here. Label 1 dot text. You can see there is one more big functionality in PowerApps where you can see the recommendations for the formula. What are the possible what do you can call it? What are the possible functions you can use for the now here I'm trying to use text of this particular label. What else can you use? Just type dot. You can see all the possible things, like the properties of the particular label, particular control. You can get all of them. So currently I want text. I will select text. He's like, it's very low code friendly, perhaps, basically. Yeah, that's the main thing. So now you can even see what is the data type on the value of this particular label here. It currently says online, which is this, and the data type is equal to text. That's what we have here. And if you can filter that, now the sales channel will be turned into online. So yeah, I highly recommend. So there's one more thing. Now I deleted the particular label. I'm still using the label's name inside this formula. So PowerApps will say like there is no label to use. There is a not an invalid name. So please correct this. There is one more big functionality from PowerApps where you can see the errors and clear them right away. Is very nice. This is very nice. See, now we are getting back to this particular drop down. Drop downs are like slightly tricky, not very much, but yeah, you can get used to them. So now currently using selected text dot value, you can say selected text itself a thing, but it will return your record type that we don't particularly want. Yeah, that's why we are accessing the value particular column, and then that returns the text value itself. And yeah. Mm, and feel free to ask any questions like in the if you want to see any code in itself, I will be happy to do that. And yeah, okay, what else we want to see? Okay, here's one more thing. This you can see here in the on visible. I have given some code here. You might not be it's, I mean, well aware of this, but this is something that's something I did very wrong. It's not should not be like this, but yeah, I will explain to you what happened. There is a drop down. Basically, I need some values. I need some items inside the drop down. Like now we have distributor in store, online, wholesale. When I was loading this gallery, there is a simple way. Like if there is a column that is drop down or choices column inside SharePoint. Now currently I have everything as a text column. That's a very big mistake that I did. If you have a choices column, you can just go with the choices column itself. Like you can type choices oh, choices of the column that you need. You just to mention the column, and it will take all the possible records, all the unique records into the consideration, added into the what do you call it, a drop down items. So currently I don't have one, but yeah, that's simple it is. So I created my own table here, right here. So I'm saving everything into DRP, which meant to say drop down, and then sales channel, and I'm storing everything into this. So it will basically create a table. That's all we need. And yeah, if you don't have a particular choices column, you can just create your own table and take it as a data type and push it into the drop downs or something. That's pretty straightforward. Yeah, so PowerApps basically gives you so much functionalities. If you don't have functionalities, you can you just need to think about the logic, and you can implement anything for your custom code. You can there are so much community help you can get from the community. There are so many Microsoft forms that you can access through. If you have a problem that's already been like someone also working on it, and they will also have the problem, they'll just post it, and someone already know the solution will post the solution. Then you can just traverse through them. And yeah, it's been really great working on PowerApps and all. And anything we can do right now? Oh yeah, I just need to show one more thing. Here you can see this particular columns. You can just place them anywhere. Like these are just labels. You can see these are just labels. From text, you can just put labels here. This is a basically label, and you can design it in any manner. What I want to say is you can create dynamic positioning. Yeah, dynamic positioning. So all these columns are dynamically positioned. If I increase the size of this particular column, every other label will be adjusted to the right side or something. So let's demonstrate that. Let's go to title. There's the width right here. It's 157 right now. Let's say 250. See, since the title is taking too much space, these columns automatically change. What normally happens is when you put this particular column and let's say one more label, let's fill it up. So you fill these two labels. Now you want to increase some width. Let's do 200. Now it's going behind the particular text, but what's happening is this text is overlapping with the particular first label, and basically it's not very dynamic. So what I'm doing here is changing the x value. Basically, this is the x value is the positioning where the distance between the leftmost corner, leftmost side of this power app, and the y is topmost. I mean distance from the topmost. So what I'm currently assigning is, you can see the formula here. I'm taking into the I'm positioning it positioning the second column depending on the first column. Basically, label 6 is the first column. What basically happening is, so I have two particular columns and I have this entire box. So basically, X is basically distance between the leftmost side of the Power App and this particular starting point of this control. So what I want to do is I want to position this particular box just beside this. I don't want anything else. So you just need to calculate the distance between this and this. So if this increases to here, it will also increase to like somewhere else. So what I'm calculating is the first label, the distance, the X of the first label, it will give the up to this range, and then remaining is the width of the first label. So you're basically calculating everything depending on the first label. You're just positioning after that. That's it. Here you can see first label dot X, which gives you 275, which is the distance between here and here. And the second thing is label 6 dot width, which is 525, which is this. I'm calculating this X and this width. I'm assigning it to this particular sales channels column, and it will automatically position itself. So I given for the warehouse, I given the label reference from sales channel, and the procedure date I given the reference from warehouse code. So everything here is dynamic. So if you want to change this width, you can change it. Like you can just push it forward. They will follow you. Yeah, and the same thing I have done with the internal columns inside the gallery itself. We have multiple columns and all. So if you change the one column width of the one column, it will automatically change others. And yeah, there you go. That's very good to like have that functionality. Once you give the code formula, and you just can just forget about positioning, you can just change the one thing, it will automatically take care of rest of them. And one more thing, yeah, when you given some code formula inside X or Y or width or X or Y, you cannot position the particular column with a drag and drop. You cannot position it. If you do that, the whole code will like mess up. Let's see, basically when you change this with the drag and drop, when you drag this down, this formula is useless now. So it will remove and give the custom number. So that's very bad. I'll show you what's happening here. Okay, this is a label 2. I'll copy the label. Let's see. I can position it with the dot X plus dot width. Now we go. Now we got that. So it's dynamic right now. The position of the second label is depending on the first one. That's true. What happens when you take it and drag it away? See, you can see the changing, like X value has been changed to 325. Now the whole code is gone. So whenever you're working on some project or something, do not change anything with the drag and drop. Yeah, when you're first initially positioning something, then it's good to do that. Or if you don't care about dynamic things and all, if you're not giving any formula inside X and Y, then it's good. If you're using any formulas, just be aware of this particular thing. I've been I wasted a couple of hours on this because like I wasn't aware of this particular thing. Yeah, while I was doing my project, that's a really bad thing. And yep, I think that's my session. And Dhruvin, can I see any questions? Do I have any questions?
All right. So first of all, thank you so much for this amazing session, because as you started speaking up, you mentioned like you are first time speaker, but by looking at your session, it not look like you are speaking for the very first time. You feel very so confident, and the way you represented the stuff, it's amazing. And I am surely bet like in upcoming future, or let's say upcoming next to 5 years, you will become a very good speaker in many public events. So
thank you so much.
So glad that you just debut your as a speaker part from Delhi Power BI user group. And thanks a lot for your wonderful session. And you covered lots of things today, like anyone who is new into the Power Apps specifically you shared lots of tips and tricks. So those are really, really amazing, and people really enjoyed a lot. So yeah, that's so amazing.
Thank you
And
so much, Rohan. Yeah, it's a
yeah,
great opportunity to speak here. Like this is my first session, and I hope I didn't stumble too much. Yeah, I am really not controlling.
absolutely,
Yeah,
absolutely not.
yeah,
And actually, it's as I mentioned, like by looking at you, it's not looking like you're speaking for the first time. You're so confident, you're so energetic, and I always love to walk with fresh talent who are just graduated, and I can see that feeling in you. Like you're so confident and just rock the stage. So
thank you so
amazing,
much.
amazing one. All right. So let me just quickly check my chat window for the questions, and if I have any question for you, let me just shoot it here.
Can I post anything inside the message? Like anyone can see that, right?
Yeah, yeah. Anyone can see it. You can post.
I'm just linking my LinkedIn. If anyone wants to reach out or like just discuss about Power Apps, that's fine with me. Yeah, there
All
goes my
right.
LinkedIn. Yeah, thank you so much. And yeah,
Yes. And one more thing, like the app that you have shared, if you can just provide that MSF code on any of your GitHub repository, or just share that code with
okay.
the audience, that would be great.
Okay, let me open my GitHub and I don't have a app right now, but yeah, I'll definitely publish it. I'll definitely create the MS app.
No
Let
problem,
me.
no problem. You can do it later and just
Okay,
provide us the link. We will share across our net.
okay,
No problem
that's
at
good.
all.
Yeah,
All right. So with this, I think we are pretty good on your session part. So thank you so much once again for your wonderful session, Tarun. And we will like to have you again on our next upcoming event.
thank
So
you so much,
people will get more and more about your new learning and whatever you learn in the future. Just share with the community. We are happy to have you again.
Thank you so much, Rowan. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Tarun.
Yep. Thank you.
Bye. Have a great day ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Bye.
All right. Thanks a lot. Okay. So now we are moving forward with our next session. So let me just stop the recording and restart the recording. So our next speaker is Leon. He's from UK. So first of all, I would like to welcome Leon on this event. Hi, Leon.
Hi, Druvin. How are you doing today?
I'm absolutely good. How about you?
Yes, fantastic, fantastic. Thank you.
Yes, because I've seen your LinkedIn post. You are going to speak in so many events throughout the day. So in GPPB, you are sharing across your knowledge across the globe. So that's really good. And I know how difficult it is, like to manage everything and to speak into multiple events. So I really appreciate that. And I'm not taking more time to you today. I will hand over the stage to you. So just introduce yourself to our lovely audience and just start with your wonderful session. And again, welcome to GPPB 2022 from Philippines and Delhi User Group.
Excellent. Thank you. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. So I'm just going to share my screen now. So hopefully you should see my PowerPoint. Just minimize that. Excellent. So thank you very much, Druvin. It's an absolute pleasure to be here with you today and across the whole Global Power Platform Bootcamp. So with that, in today's session, we're going to look at an introduction to machine learning within Power BI. For those of you that don't know, my name is Leon Gordon. I'm a current Microsoft Data Platform MVP, and there's some links to my LinkedIn. I'm also the current founder of the Microsoft Power BI UK user group and also the Data DNA dataset visualization group, whereby we have a monthly challenge to visualize a dataset in any visualization tool, and there are also prizes to be won within that. And from a work perspective, I'm the current director of analytics at a UK-based Microsoft Power BI consultancy called Onyx Data. So with that being said, what will we cover in today's session? So first and foremost, we're going to take a look at what is machine learning, or commonly referred to as ML. Then we're going to understand how we can benefit from ML in Power BI. We're then going to look at how to create a machine learning model in Power BI Premium, or Premium per User, also known as PPU, and how to create a machine learning model in Power BI for free, so without the premium license or the Premium per User license. And then at the end of the session, I will go ahead and give you some resources to continue learning from. With that being said, today's session is going to be delivered by a couple of slides, and then it's going to be very demo heavy. Okay, there are going to be some technical topics throughout the session that we are going to skim over, as this is only an introduction and did an effort to stay on time. So we do want this to be an interactive session, so please do feel free to ask questions throughout. Okay, so what is machine learning? So machine learning is a branch of artificial intelligence, also known as AI, that teaches computers to do what comes naturally to humans and animals. And this is to learn from experience. Now, I've highlighted that bit of text there because it's key to understand that what we're trying to do is enable our computer to learn from experience. So machine learning algorithms use computational methods to learn information directly from data without relying on a predetermined equation as a model. So the key takeaways from here is we're going to ask our computer to learn from experience by learning information directly from data. How can we benefit from machine learning in Power BI? Well, we can do this in a plethora of ways. We can look at using real-time predictions to understand customer churn analysis, customer leads and conversion, and also predict fraud. In today's session, we're going to look to solve a problem common to most sales companies, whereby sales companies are spending quite a large amount on leads. So purchasing leads, customer leads from companies that they then go through this sales process of a sales call, a follow-up, a conversion, and ultimately either a sale or a non-sale. This particular fictional company we're going to look at today has a 3 million lead spend per year. So this company is spending £3 million to purchase leads, to then convert those leads into buyers of their products. This company currently has a 4.3% conversion rate. And the problem we have here is that in this case, with a company spending a large amount on leads, there's also going to be a number of those leads that don't convert into buyers, right? So not everybody is going to buy a product from this company. And also with that amount of leads, it's also not the case that this company will be able to contact all of those leads. So here we can see that this company isn't really getting the best return on investment for their spend due to obviously having the leads that don't convert and leads that they can't even contact. So wouldn't it be great if we could utilize a system whereby we could identify common attributes of buyers that tend to purchase with this company? Now, this could be age-based, gender-based, location-based, but if we could start to identify leads that are more likely to be buyers before we even purchase them, then obviously we can target our spending and maximize the return on investment for this company. So with that being said, let's understand how we can use machine learning in Power BI to accomplish just that. So we're just going to go into our demonstration workspace, and first and foremost, I'm going to go through how we can use Power BI Premium and Premium per user to use AutoML to accomplish this. So here we are within the workspace. And I've already got an environment set up, a premium environment, which is called Sandbox. Now, in here, what we need to do first and foremost is create a new data flow. Okay, so we'll just click that again. Excellent. So what we're going to do is to create our data flow, and what we want to do is actually take a look at our source data. So I'm just going to go over to our GitHub. And again, I will make sure the links for this are available throughout this after the session. Within our GitHub, we're going to look at two particular files. We're going to look at a sales training file and a prospective buyer file. So let's first and foremost look at our sales training file and understand the data that's been provided by the company. Now, this is historic data, okay, so historic purchase data. So we have a customer's age, their marital status, their gender, their yearly income, the total amount of children this customer has, the total number of those children that are still at home, what their type of education is, their occupation, are they a house owner or not, the number of cars owned, their state and province code, their postal code, And our key column here is whether or not they are a buyer. Now, this is a Boolean value representing true or false as a flag, with 0 being a false, they did not buy, and a 1 being yes, they did buy. So this for us represents the data that we're going to use to train in machine learning and understand any common attributes that we can identify to identify whether or not this user is a buyer. So with that being said, let's go ahead and import this data into our data flow. So we're just going to go to the raw version of that data, grab the URL, head back over to Power BI, and within our new data flow, we want to define a new table. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so in this circumstance, we're now on the Power Query web-based version, and we want to bring in a text or CSV file. So we want to link to our file now. So in the URL we just got from our raw version, we want to paste that in and go ahead and select Next. Excellent. Now, Power Query, the web-based version, will go ahead and digest that data and present us back a preview of the underlying data. Now, in this example, we can see that our first row has become our headers, which is great, and Power Query on the web-based version, has correctly identified our data types as well, with our postal code, our buyer, etc., being whole numbers, and our string values being text values. So let's go ahead and move on to transform our data. In this example, we don't need to do any transformations, so we can go ahead and save and close. Excellent. So we now have our sales training data ingested into our data flow, and we can go ahead and give our data flow a name. So let's call this GPPB underscore ML for the purposes of this demo. Let's go ahead and save our data flow. And then we'll be prompted in the top right hand section, just once that's gone ahead and saved, whether we want to refresh our data flow now or set a refresh schedule. Now, for the purposes of this demo, we don't want to do either, so let's just go ahead and close that. And so we now have our sales training data ingested into our data flow. Excellent. Now let's go back across to our GitHub, into our root folder, and let's look at our prospective buyers. Now this is our leads that we've purchased as a company. So this is very much transactional data. So we've got a prospective buyer key, an alternate key, our customer's first name, last name, their age, marital status, gender, yearly income, total children, number of children at home, education, occupation, house flag, and other common attributes that we saw in our training data set. Now, if we just scroll all the way across to the right, we will see that we don't have, in this instance, a buyer column. Now, the reason for this, as I mentioned, is that these are leads that we haven't actually contacted as of yet. So we don't know whether these leads are going to convert for us or not. So let's go ahead and get the raw version of this CSV and import this into our pre-existing data flow in exactly the same manner as we did before. So let's go ahead and add a table. We want it to be a text or CSV as a data source. We're going to input our file path URL and go ahead and click Next. Now, once again, the web-based version of Power Query Online will go ahead and do a preview of the first 1,000 rows of that data. Again, in this instance, we can see that our first row has become our headers and our data types have been correctly defined. So let's move into transforming that data. And again, we don't need to do any further transformations. So let's go ahead and save and close. Excellent. Power Query will go ahead, ingest that data for us and ask us again if we want to refresh now or set a refresh schedule. Again, for the purposes of this demo, we don't want to do either. So now we have our training data and our lead data within our Power BI service in our new data flow. So let's go ahead and take a look at creating a machine learning model. So now Power BI in the service gives us a nice guided UI wizard to walk through here, asking if we're new to machine learning models and what we'll be doing. So as we go through these steps, we can understand that first and foremost, we're going to create and train our model. by selecting our training data, choosing a model type, and then ultimately training our model. Then we'll have a chance to go through the report of that training and understand whether we need to improve it at all before going ahead and applying it to our lead data. So let's move ahead and get started. Excellent. So again, walking through the AutoML wizard, we can see that it's asking us to select a column that we would like to use for our prediction. Now with this, first and foremost, we need to choose a table. So the table we're going to use is our training data, so sales training. Okay, so our outcome column is what we want to base our prediction on. Now we have a column in here called a buyer. So we want to understand, and we want our machine learning model to be able to understand whether or not this person or this individual would become a buyer for us. So let's go ahead and click next. Now Power BI in the background will move forward and ask us to choose a model. Okay, so based on the columns that we've selected, Power BI will recommend to us a prediction model. Now the model will learn from the underlying data to predict whether or not an outcome that will be achieved. Okay, so we can see here that Power BI has predicted that we would like to use a binary prediction. And a binary prediction is determining the likelihood of a sales lead converting or the probability of a customer responding to a marketing campaign. So in this instance, Power BI has correctly predicted our model of choice. If it hadn't, we could go ahead and click here to select a different model. Now, as we can see, we have two categories of machine learning models, one being classification, the other being regression. So we've already successfully predicted that we would need a binary prediction, but if not, we also have general classification, which is used for classifying the likes of credit card applicants into groups of those who have good credit, bad credit, or those that require further analysis, and also regression. Now, regression is used for the likes of estimating house prices in a market based on regional factors. So once again, as Power BI has correctly identified the model type that we would like, we can go ahead and go back to our choose a model screen. Now, with that being the case, let's take a look at choosing a target outcome. Okay, so in here we can enter the value that we're looking to successfully predict. So we want to understand whether a buyer is going to be true or false. So in here we want to understand if somebody is going to buy for us. So we want a true value. Now the label we're going to put into this model, if we get a successful match, will be a buyer, and if we do not get a successful match, we will have not buyer. So let's go ahead and click next. Fantastic. Now we're moving forward, and with our guided wizard, we're being asked what data we want to utilize to understand the attributes that lead towards a person being a buyer or not. Now, as we mentioned, in this case, Power BI looks to predict for us in the background whether there's a correlation with the buyer attribute or not. Now, in this instance, we can see that Power BI is telling us that the likes of the marital status, the gender, the number of children at home, etc., all have a low correlation with whether or not an individual will be a buyer or not. So with that being the case, Power BI here is recommending to us not to select these columns. So just bear that in mind when you're creating your own machine learning models. For the purposes of this demonstration, I will select these values, and this will become just to show you further down the line why these values have a low correlation. So let's go ahead and select the majority of these values. Okay, and then we can go through and select next. So now let's name and train our model. So let's give our model a name. So let's just go with GPPB _ ML _ I do recommend that when you are doing this within your organization for production, please do put in a description. It helps other developers in the future, but for the purposes of this demonstration, we're not going to. Now, we then move on to the training time of the model. Now, obviously, the longer you train your model, the more accurate the results. As we mentioned at the beginning of this session, we are by using machine learning, we are helping the computer to learn directly from data. So as with any type of learning, reiteration and reinforcement learning, so the more times that you do something, the better you get. And it's the same in this instance. Okay, so when you are doing productionized versions of do you use longer time periods and find an ideal time period for you to train your model? For the purposes of the demo, we're going to lower this down to 5 minutes because obviously we do not want to be waiting a long time for our results. So what happens next? Well, in the background, whilst this is refreshing, there'll be a statistically significant sample of data being utilized to train the model, and this is using 80% of the data that we've given within our data flow, within our training data. So it will then go ahead and test the model on the remaining 20% and go over the prediction accuracy within the model before generating a report for us. So let's go ahead and save and train. Excellent. So as we can see, our changes are being saved and the workflow refresh is now in progress. At this point, Druvin, I'll just pause briefly to see if we have any questions. Okay, I'll see there's no questions for the moment. So we can go ahead and continue with a version of the data flow that I've previously deployed. So if we go ahead and select our data flow, because the one that we've just created is refreshing in the background, then we can go ahead back into our machine learning model, and we'll be presented with a similar screen that you will see once your machine learning data flow has successfully refreshed. Now we can go ahead and we can see within our actions that we have some options. Now the option we're interested in is the training report. So let's go ahead and select the training report that's been generated after a successful refresh of our machine learning model. Excellent. So Power BI Service will just go ahead and generate that report. Now, again, I'm just going to go through some of the key areas of this report as opposed to spend too much time in this area. Okay, so this page is our model performance page of the report. So first and foremost, it's letting us know how the model was evaluated. So within this model, the model predicted that the buyer probabilities for a test set of 1,563 records and compared the predicted outcomes. So if you remember earlier, this was detailed to us in the 80% versus 20% rule. We also have a value given back to us for the model performance and the area under the curve, or the AUC. And then we can go ahead and see our top predictors. Now, you may remember that I did say that Power BI, being the clever tool that it is, told us which of our attributes, or betterly known in machine learning features, had a low correlation with our target output of a buyer representing true. Now, I added those columns in, but here within the report, we can see that we were correct in thinking that the top predictors by influence were age, marital status, and total children, whereby there was a low correlation, just as Power BI suggested, of yearly income, total children, etc. So let's go ahead and select our age, which is our top predictor by influence. So by selecting this value within the report, we can actually see that of our age column, those most likely to be a buyer with our company are either 46 and less, or between 46 and 59. And similarly, as we can see here, our marital status of a buyer is more than likely going to be single versus married. And the total number of children for a buyer is statistically more likely to be somebody of just one child as opposed to any other value. Now, just as we go back into our model report, we have our nice little diagram here, whereby we have the performance of the report. So here we have our predicted buyer column, and here we're saying that of our predicted buyers, the actual buyers is 704, and that our model is predicting buyers that are actually not buyers within this column as well. Now, of our model's performance, the predicted not buyers, which are actual buyers, are 0, and the predicted not buyers, which are actually not buyers, so those being correctly defined by this model as a predicted buyer not being a buyer, is actually 0 as well. So what we can see here with these two values, so our 704 and our 0.00, is that our model is performing well in predicting buyers that are actually buyers, but it's not performing well at all in predicting non-buyers that are actually non-buyers. Okay, and this is for two reasons, one being the recall and the other being the precision. So what is recall and what is precision? So what precision measures at a high level is the correctness, and what recall measures at a high level is coverage. For example, if we set our precision at 98%, it means that the model says the prediction is positive and the prediction is likely to be accurate. A model can be overly conservative and only make limited positive predictions, resulting in a high precision. So in other words, it fails to make sufficient positive predictions, and this is why we also need to consider recall. Okay, so with this being the case, we have our nice little bar here that we can adjust to either increase our recall or increase precision. So by adjusting this, let's see what happens. Okay, so we've noticed that by increasing the precision only slightly of our model, those that the model is predicting as non-buyers are being actual non-buyers is starting to increase. So let's go ahead and bump that up a bit more. Now we can see the swing in the other direction. So now the model is successfully predicting a non-buyer or more non-buyers as actual non-buyers, but now we can see that less of our predicted buyers are actually being correctly defined as actual buyers. Okay, now we've understood that what we wanted to achieve here was to understand of our leads which of those leads were actually going to convert. So by moving to an increased precision, we're moving further away from our predicted buyers being actual buyers. So what we can go ahead and do is we're just going to set this, for the purposes of this demo, to 0.5. Okay, and here we can see with these two values, we've now balanced the model out in a bit more detail. Okay, so I'd always recommend that for your use case to play around with that. 0.5 is usually a good starting point, but obviously you need to have a bit more playing around with it. So we can obviously use our cost benefit analysis as well to increase our population size, increase our unit costs, and increase our unit benefit. And again, this is something that we would talk about in a more advanced session as opposed to our introduction, but something just to be aware of. Now let's move on to our accuracy report. Again, we're just going to move through this quite quickly. As the report defines, this is taking a bit more of a deeper look into the accuracy of our model predictions, looking at the ROC curve, the cumulative gains chart, and then comparing these values against what the ideal is, what a random guess would be, and how the model performs. Finally, let's take a look at our training details tab. And this is just going to go through and give us some background information in terms of how the model was trained, the sample rows. So we understood that we had 7,293 rows that were ingested as part of our sales training data set. And as we previously mentioned, 80% of this data set size, so 5,730 rows, was used to train the data. And in this instance, due to the time that we ran this for, which was 5 minutes, we had 32 iterations run, and the final model being used was a pre-fitted soft voting classifier. Again, don't worry too much around the model definitions at the moment. We're very much showing you the power of AutoML as opposed to doing a deep dive into the technical. So as we mentioned before, in terms of our reinforcement learning, we're iterating over the underlying data to identify common attributes. And in this example, we had 32 iterations, as we can see here, over the data. And then we also get some more information around our features. So these are the column attributes that we chose to utilize to train our model. And then the final parameters that were selected. Okay, and then we have a bit more information on, again, the underlying machine learning models and why they were chosen. So excellent, our machine learning model is now successfully trained on our data, and we can go ahead, if we're happy, and apply the model. Excellent. Now, with that being the case, we need to understand what we want to apply our model to. So we know that we have our prospective bias CSV. Now, if you remember, this is our lead CSV. So our lead information of customers who we have not yet seen or called. We're going to utilize our machine learning model to identify of those customers, which ones are more likely to be a buyer. Okay, so we would then give our output column name, which could be a buyer prediction, and we'll go ahead and save and apply. Now, as I've already done this previously, we won't apply this at the moment, but in your case, you would go ahead and save and apply. Now, once you have done that, you'll be presented back to your sandbox screen. Okay, and if we just jump back into our data flows, we would now have some new tables within our data flow. One being the buyer prediction. So this is the training data that was utilized, so the 80%. Then we would have the 20% left of our data set, so our testing data. And most importantly, we would have two new tables. One being our prospective buyer, so our leads data, which has been now enriched by our prediction, and then we'd also have some explanations based on that. So now that we've got to this point, we can go ahead and open Power BI Desktop and connect to our data flow. So let's open a new report. Okay, and then we're going to go ahead and get data. Okay, and Power BI is letting us know that formatting has just got easier in the latest release. Excellent. So now that we've gone to get data, let's type in data flows, as that's where we want to get our information from now, is our Power BI data flows, and go ahead and connect. Now, Power BI will establish a connection to our workspace. And we can go to our sandbox workspace, and we can go to our previously created version. So in this instance, it's ML webinar deployed, and we can load our two new tables. So our enriched buyer prediction and our prediction explanations. Now let's go ahead and look at the transformation of that data first and foremost. Okay. So first and foremost, we've got our buyer predictions explanations. So generally, we wouldn't utilize this for reporting purposes, but I just want to walk you through it briefly. So in our first column, we have our explanation index. We have our predicted outcome. So this is where our machine learning model is predicting whether or not an individual will be a buyer or not. We then have the field that this has been based on, the type, the data type that is, and then the contribution to the model, any values behind that, and then we have our explanations displayed as text. So what's happening within this table is this is the machine learning model's explanation for why it has predicted what it has predicted. Now, again, as I mentioned, we wouldn't really use this for reporting services. It's just for your information. The table that we are interested in is our enriched enriched prospective buyer table. Okay, so as we can see, this holds all of our lead information that we had previously. So our first name, last name, age, etc., etc. But if we just scroll to the end, we will now see that we have some new columns. So this is our predicted outcome. So this is the column that we're most interested in, as this is identifying whether or not this lead, based on our machine learning model, is likely to be a buyer or not. We then have a prediction score. So this is the scoring of the likelihood of this result actually being correct. And then we have some JSON versions of our prediction explanation that we looked at in our previous table, and the index of that as well. So let's go ahead and load this data. As I mentioned, generally when you are loading this on your own systems, you probably wouldn't need to have the prediction explanation or the explanation index. But we'll keep those in there just in the interest of time. And then we can go ahead and in the background, Power BI will just load this data into our Power BI file. Excellent. So let's go ahead and take a look at our leads. So let's have a look at our buyer prediction. Let's grab our first name, our last name. let's go ahead and get our buyer prediction outcome and our score into a simple table up here in the left-hand side. And let's go ahead and put on brief filter. And if you are just joining this session, would you mind going on mute for us, please? That's great. Okay, so fantastic. Now we have our lead information here on the left-hand side. So our first name, our last name, the prediction that our machine learning model has given back to us, and also the prediction score. And we have a rudimentary filter here. So let's go ahead and select just those values of which our machine learning score has said that a lead is likely to become a buyer. And go ahead and filter that. And then let's obviously sort our scores as well, descending, so that we can have those buyers with the most likelihood of being, those leads with the most likelihood of being a buyer, sorted from top to bottom. Now, this is hugely powerful to any sales organization, because what we've now done is we've ran all of our lead data through our machine learning pipeline to highlight those values which are more statistically guaranteed to be a buyer than those which are not. Okay, so we could obviously hand this information out to our sales team and have an understanding or be targeting leads that fit our attributes of people that generally buy. Alternatively, we can also change this filter to be false and start to filter out these leads which potentially wouldn't buy with us in the future. So that's how we would utilize AutoML in Power BI Premium or Power BI Premium per user to classify leads and understand those that were more likely to purchase with us. Excellent. Presentation. Now, that's great, but not everybody has Power BI Premium or Power BI Premium per user. So what we can do alternatively is utilize open source and readily available tools and libraries to do this in both Power BI Pro and Power BI Desktop as well. So let's go ahead and once again make the machine learn. And please be aware that although he doesn't look too happy, no machines were harmed in the making of this webinar. So, what alternative tools do we need to use to do this within Power BI for free? So we need something called Anaconda. Now, Anaconda has over 25 million users worldwide and is an open source, so freely available platform for Python and data science and machine learning on a single machine. So we'll go ahead and get that in a moment. And we also need to utilize an open source machine learning library by a gentleman called Moiz Ali called PyCaret to go ahead and do our machine learning with. So with that being the case, let's just jump back into our demo. And if you haven't already, so I already have this installed on my machine, but if you are following along, then please go over to anaconda.com, download the Anaconda individual edition, and go ahead and install that on your system. Also, you may need to get the Microsoft C++ build tool. So the recommendation is to pre-install this just to make sure you don't get any errors as we go through and install PyCaret as well. Okay. And again, I will make these links available in the chat following the session. So with that being the case, you would have gone ahead and installed Anaconda on your machine, the Microsoft C++ build tools if required, and let's go ahead and launch Anaconda. We want to use the Anaconda command prompt. So what will happen is in the background, we will open up Anaconda prompt and it will present to us our base environment. Okay, now what we want to do is have an environment which is specific. So you can spin up different environments. So think of these different environments as different containers whereby you can install segregated tools. So for instance, you may want to have a different environment per project, but you can manage this as you best see fit. For the purposes of this demo, we're going to go ahead, sorry if I select the screen, we're going to go ahead and use the activate command, and we're going to utilize a environment called data science _ UG. Now we go ahead, and this naming convention can be whatever you want to obviously label your environment. We go ahead and select enter, and we can see that we've moved from our base environment over to our data science _ UG environment. which is great. Now we need to go ahead and use the conda command to go ahead and install pip. Now pip will enable us to be able to go ahead and install other libraries. I do recommend that you start off using this process. Now, in your case, if you do have a new environment, this may take a few moments to install, but we're using a previously defined environment, so pip already exists. Once we have pip installed, we can go ahead and use the pip command to install our open source library that I previously mentioned for machine learning, which is PyCaret. So let's go ahead and install PyCaret. Now again, all of these requirements are already satisfied with on this system, so this may take a little bit longer in your case. But once we've completed those steps, we now have a Python environment which has all of our necessary libraries and PyCaret installed to be able to enable us to use Python and machine learning for free within Power BI Desktop. So with that being the case, let's go over to Power BI Desktop and let's start a new report. And the first thing we need to do once we've started a new report is just close out of our wizard screen. Oh, sorry, we've still got, let's say got it this time so it doesn't appear again. Now let's close that down. So we've come out of our wizard screen. We need to go over to our options and settings within Power BI Desktop and select options because it's great. We've got our new Python environment set up and ready to go for data science and machine learning, but Power BI is not aware of that just yet. So let's go over to our global settings, go to Python scripting, and then we want to select other as our detected Python home directories, and then we will set our directory to our Anaconda environment, our latest environment. And in this instance, you can see that the data science underscore UG that we've created is the environment that we're selecting. We can go ahead and select OK. And now Power BI is ready for us to go ahead and use Python within this environment. So now what we need to do is, first and foremost, let's go and get some data. Now, previously, when we used Power Query Online, we used the text CSV to start to get our sales training data. Now, when you're using Power BI Desktop, you can't do that and you need to use the web data source. So once we've selected that, let's head back over to our GitHub repo. We're going to go into the root of our repo. And again, in the same manner, we're going to go and get our sales training data. So our sales training CSV, we want the raw version of that so that our URL is nice and correctly defined. So let's copy that and bring that over to our URL here. Let's hit OK. And again, Power Query will go ahead and preview that data. Now you will see that in Power BI Desktop, our first row has not been correctly defined as our headers. So let's go ahead and transform that data. So when you are doing this in the desktop, you will have to make a couple of changes like we didn't have to do in Power Query Online. So first of all, let's use our first row as headers. So we can now see our first row has jumped up to headers. And again, some of our data types have not been correctly defined. So let's go ahead and just change some of these data types. To our correct. Okay. Up here, let's change our data type to whole number. Excellent. So we now have our sales training data in the correct state that we want it in to start to be able to build out our machine learning model. So with that being the case, let's head over to transform and we're going to run a Python script. Okay, luckily for yourselves, I have a pre-prepared, or I have a few pre-prepared Python scripts that you can go over to our GitHub repo and use to try this for yourselves at home. So again, we're going to gloss over a lot of the technical aspects of this underlying scripts. But what we want to do is just go ahead and get the raw and copy that across. Okay. in. So what we're doing within this script, let's just go back to the script itself, just to give you an overview, is that we're going to ingest the data into a data frame. We're going to start to transform that data set and encode a lot of these values so that they're ready for us to be able to run through PyCaret's machine learning algorithms. And then we're going to present ourselves at the end with our data frame, whereby, and sorry, just change the type of our bio column as well, just to ensure that it's ready to go through our machine learning algorithm. But with that being the case, let's jump back over to our Python script. We're going to hit OK. Now, Power BI will ask you about data privacy. In the interest of this session, we're going to ignore all privacy levels. This may be different in your organization, so please do adhere to any organizational rules. Now, Power BI, as always, in Power Query, we'll just run through that Python script, and then it will deliver us our free data frame. So however many data frames you have in your script is what will be available to you after the processing. And the one that we're interested in here at the moment is df_imputed. So let's go ahead and expand that table. Okay, now you may notice that the majority of our data types have changed in this example. Now, as I've mentioned, what we've done is we've encoded our attributes to be able to be passed through our machine learning model. So the easiest way to show you this is some of our mapping. So, for example, you can now see here that our marital status, whilst it was previously M or S for married or single, we now have a 0 or 1. Similarly for gender, gender was previously male or female, we now have a 0 or 1. Okay, so that's prepared our underlying data set to be able to run another Python script. Let's just jump back to our GitHub repo, and we now want to train our data set for ML. Now again, let's go and get the raw version of this script. And what we're doing here is we're importing PyCaret, particularly the classification module. We're delivering our data to the classification module, and we're declaring what we want to utilize as our training columns. So as similarly to what we did in the AutoML on Power BI Premium. And then in this instance, we're going to also save our sales training model once as a pickle file. Now, a pickle file, just imagine that as an object that saves all of our machine learning model metadata within it and results. And we're also going to export our test training data to a CSV as well. So with that being the case, let's go ahead and run this Python script. Now, hopefully this should only take a few moments to run through in an effort to save time. And just while it does run again, Drubin, do we have any questions at the moment?
So far we are good, Leon. I think it's the way that you explained is pretty clear. So right now I don't see any question in the chat window. In the meantime, if anyone has any question, just raise your hand and ask directly to Leon.
Excellent, thank you.
Perfect.
If this does take a few moments to go through, then we do have a previously prepared version of this as well.
No worries.
Again, Python scripts don't tend to take too long to run. In this example, again, depending on how much data you are trying to push through it, and also whether you're trying to present at a conference and do a demonstration as well. So hopefully the demo gods will be kind to us today. We'll just give this a few more moments. If not, I can show you what the output would be in another window. Okay, no problem at all. Let's move over to our previously prepared demo. Let's go to our sales query. Okay, so we have our sales training data here. Now the step that we would have just got to, the output of running it through our model would have given us all of our different data frame. So as I mentioned, every data frame that you have within your Python script will be presented to you at the end, and you can just go ahead. The one we're interested in here is predictions. Okay, so we can go ahead and select predictions, and rather than me select it here because it will put in another step, I've already previously selected it within the applied steps. And then we have our final data set, which is presented to us. Now, as previously mentioned, we have our new columns. So in the AutoML that we did on Power BI Premium, we had our new columns, which was our outcome, so our label in this instance, and also the scoring in behind it. So after we successfully ran our Python script to train the data, we're now presented with our 2 new columns, which is great. And we've also been presented with our pickle object file, which has been saved locally. So our machine learning model in this instance is now trained, all for free, using Python, PyCaret, and an Anaconda environment, which is great. So now we want to go ahead and classify our leads. So in this example, I may be best sticking with the previously defined version of this. So what you would do is, actually, let me just go and show you how you'd actually import that data. Hopefully this one is loaded now. So I'll just get us back up to speed by opening up our predictions. I'd hopefully rather show you the end-to-end of how to do this as opposed to missing any steps. But also conscious of time, as always. Okay, so what we can go ahead and do is get our new source, and again we want to go ahead and get the web-based version of our data source. So here what we're going to do is go away and get our lead information. So to do this, let's go back to our the root of our repo, and we need to get our prospective buyer CSV. Okay, so remember this is our lead information, and we want to get the raw version of this CSV. Copy our, just push that back as well. Copy our URL, come back over to Power Query, and we'll go ahead and paste our URL in. Now I just want to show you these steps, and then I'll go back over to the previously created version just in an effort to save time. Because again, what will happen is now you're using Power BI Desktop, it's operating in a slightly different manner to Power Query Online. So we just establish the connection to our data. And very similarly to what we did in our last, when we imported our training data, you should see that Power Query within the preview has not successfully seen that our first row is actually headers. And once again, we need to change our data types as well to just match up to what we had previously. So we now have our prospective buyer. What we want to do first and foremost is use our first row as headers. And again, for each of the columns that have been incorrectly classified as a text data type or a string data type, we would need to change those to be whole numbers. Again, in an effort to save time, as we've previously shown, now I'm just going to come back over to our previously created version whilst the other one loads, and we would be presented here with this screen. Okay, so we would have gone through, promoted our headers, changed any data types that need changing, and we would then move ahead and transform and go ahead and run our Python script, which would bring us to this phase here. Okay, so what we need to do at that point is go ahead and go back to our GitHub, and we'd be looking to now impute our new data set for prediction. So we would go ahead, grab this script from here, copy it, and paste it into our Python script. Now, very similarly to what we did on our sales training data, we need to go ahead and transform and encode, again, the key attributes within our data to become decimal values and be mapped as we did again in our previous version. So we would go ahead once that's completed, and we would impute our table, open up the df underscore imputed, and again you can see would be presented with our encoded data. So we can see that our values here have all changed. Again, marital status and gender are probably the key ones to point out. They've been encoded and mapped to single values. Great. So now our prospective buyer, our lead information, is prepared to be able to run through our next Python script, which is to go through our machine learning model. So we would go ahead, and in your scenario, you would go ahead and run a Python script, but our step already exists. You would come back to the repo, get our final Python script, copy it, and paste it into our Python script. So what we're doing here is, again, we're opening our PyCaret library. We're using the classification module. We're now feeding the directory. So you remember I mentioned a pickle file, which is our object or our machine learning model. So we're utilizing that model to now run our data or our lead information through that model, utilizing Python as opposed to on Power BI Premium, where we utilized AutoML. You would select OK. And then we'd be presented with this screen of our data frames. Now we'd be interested in the predictions table. So let's go ahead. We've already opened that on this version. And we will now see that our lead information, so this was our leads that previously did not have any buyer information. We've now got our label and our scoring. So this is our outcome and the score, similarly to what we had in Power BI Premium. Now, for the purposes of this demo, you may have noticed that our first name and last name have now changed and been encoded and mapped to values. So for the purposes of this demo, I've just gone ahead and changed our data type of our buyer key to become a number, and I've also duplicated our prospective buyer data set, so we can utilize our first name and last name by having a relationship between both keys. So with that being the case, we've now successfully ran our machine learning model, and we've also successfully predicted whether our leads are going to be buyers or not, very similarly to how we did on Power BI Premium. So we would go ahead, and in your example, you would close and apply that. And then you're now presented with your end-to-end machine learning model. So let's go ahead. Now, as I mentioned, because we duplicated our lead information, we can go ahead and get first name and last name. And we can see that we've actually got first name and last name values from our duplicated table. And we can go back to our actual data that's been run through the machine learning model. And as there's a relationship between the columns based on the primary key, we can go ahead and get our label, and we can get our score in exactly the same manner as we did from our data flows. Now let's create a rudimentary filter by using label. In this example, we've got a 0 representing false, and we've got a 1 representing true. So in this outcome, 0 is somebody who's not likely to buy from us, and a 1 is somebody who is likely to buy from us. So let's go ahead and filter our data for those that are likely to be buyers. And again, we can go ahead and sort our scoring by those that have been defined as being buyers and the likelihood of that being high. So we could, again, as we mentioned before, present this information to our sales team, and they'll be able to start calling leads which we have classified that are more likely to buy. And alternatively, we could send those that are more likely not to become buyers back to our lead generation unit and purchase more or save some money. So with that being the case, that's an end-to-end demonstration of how we can utilize Power BI Premium or Premium per user to use AutoML to do a machine learning model to predict buyers based on leads within Power BI. And we've also looked at how we can do this for free using Power BI, Python, Anaconda environment, and PyCaret. So that's the end of our demonstration, and I'll just jump back in to our presentation. So we now have a vision. So how can we take this to a new level? So we've only just touched the surface of what we can do with machine learning, both using AutoML and also using PyCaret. You could also look at doing outlier detection, topic distribution, association rule mining, and much, much more. So with that being the case, I will put some links to some more resources. So first and foremost, my friend and fellow MVP, Luca Zavarella, has a fantastic book on extending Power BI using Python and R. And also there are online URLs readily available on websites like KD Nuggets, Towards Data Science, and as I previously mentioned, you can go ahead and go over to the Anaconda environment, and Microsoft also has some in-depth documentation available as well in terms of machine learning. So with that being the case, are there any questions?
So excellent session, Leon. Right now we don't have any question into this particular AutoML thing. So it's really the way you explained, it's really amazing, and you have covered lots of concepts like how to do with the premium and pro licensing as well as Python and those concepts. So it's really helpful for everyone who wanted to implement the ALML model specifically into Power BI. So once again, Leon, I would like to thank you for your most valuable time on this GPPB event, and people enjoyed the session a lot. So thanks again.
Thank you very much for having me, Dhruvan. And like I say, just if you do want to follow me on any of our channels, and that's readily available for you on the screen at the moment. But I will just stop my share.
Perfect.
And like I say, Dhruvan, thank you very much. It's been an absolute pleasure to be with you as always. And thank you very much for having me. It's been great.
Yeah, same here, Leon. And in upcoming event as well, we would like to have you more into our events. And good luck for your upcoming session for other user groups where you are going to speak.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, bye. Have a great day ahead. All right. So let me just stop this recording. And now we will move forward with our next speaker. So first of all, I would like to welcome David on this Global Power Platform Bootcamp Delhi. So hi David, how are you? I think you are on mute, David.
Now you can hear me.
All right.
Okay. Hi, I will share my screen.
Perfect. And first of all, a very warm welcome to you on Global Power Platform Delhi Bootcamp. Thanks a lot for your valuable time to present this amazing session in next 1 hour. So I would like to hand over the stage to you, and if you can just introduce yourself and just let us know like what you are going to cover in the next session, and go ahead with your session.
You can see my screen?
Perfect, I can see.
You can see the PowerPoint.
Yes.
Okay, let's start. Welcome to Self AI, NLP, R, Python, SQL Server, 1922 ML Services, Polybase with Desktop, Power BI Desktop. My name is David Yitzhak, DBA from Israel. So about myself, more than 24 years experience with SQL Server, Oracle, Sybase, infrastructure and application DBA, NoSQL solution like MongoDB, Redis, Cloudera, Hadoop. I lecture all over the world, including Oracle Open World. I'm one of the manager of Data Platform Global Hebrew YouTube channel and Data Platform in Israel. This is another lecture, but the Corona opened the world, and I think I break a world record in lectures. This is only the last 2 years, the lectures, SQL Server 19 on container Kubernetes. This lecture which change and evolve all the time. All data virtualization with SQL Server 19, NoSQL database, analytic in Power BI, query store. By the way, I have lectured in past summit this year on SQL Server 19 container Kubernetes. So this is all the lecture, only the last 2 years. So this is about myself. So let's start. Let's start with the lecture. So what is our agenda? In our agenda, we will learn how to build our custom visual with Power BI. In this example, I'll use bubble chart with ggplot. I will show you how you can insert data into table with SQL Server from Power BI. I will show you how to do advanced string manipulation with Python. And this is all the demos. If time permits, I will show you how you can build your data from your computer with SQL Server 19 and Polybase for Power BI. So I love books. I love the smart people who wrote the books. So this is the books I use for the lectures. Products with Power BI, self-service with Power BI, especially Apress. Pro Microsoft Power BI, beginning Microsoft Power BI. Recommended books about R, practical R, beginning R, advanced R, practical Python. I promise you that at the end of the lecture, we'll know to write Python and R, and you could do it from your computer. So the sample for this lecture is Word Importer. You can download from these links. And AdventureWorks sample database, these links. You can restore the backup and the sample database on Windows, Linux, containers, and Kubernetes. So why should we use R and Python in Power BI? So you have seen today and before that DAX expression is wonderful. It's query language to integrate your Power BI data model with complex business logics. Power Query, data wrangling tool to shape and transform your data. VeriCap engine, store data efficiently for reporting and complex calculation. Interactive visualizations to present your data easily. Also, you have Power BI visuals in App Store. So why should we use R and Python? Because R and Python together are popular and come together. You can create any custom visual you want very, very easy because it's come from the open source community and you have endless of examples, endless of code. You can perform string manipulation, I show you now, which are not available in Power Query and DAX and very, very simple. You can use third-party API with Power BI data models. You can apply data science to your Power BI data models without the need of Power BI Premium. I will show you. Very easy and more. If you want, so we will do all on our desktop. So the optimal, how should we configure our Power BI environment? The optimal way, of course, to use the data science virtual machine in the cloud, this VM, but I will install manually the software on my computer. I will download and install SQL Server Management Studio, which includes Azure Data Studio. I will use Microsoft Power BI Desktop for Power BI Report Server or Microsoft Power BI Desktop, which optimizes for Power BI Report Server. So this is for the cloud version, and this is on the on-premise server. I should download the latest version of R from this link. I should install Python, very simple, with Windows installer. And I will download RStudio. RStudio is good, the community edition is for R and Python. It doesn't cost money. And it's single home for R and Python. You don't have to know Anaconda and other tools. You use only one tool. And you should install SQL Server 19 Developer, but the easiest way is to use SQL Server Linux Docker. Why Linux Docker? Because Windows Docker is not supported currently anymore in Microsoft. So let's start. First, you should download and install SQL Server Management Studio from this link. When you install SQL Server Management Studio, it installs Azure Data Studio. Why it's so important? Because beginning with SSMS 1.8.7, Azure Data Studio is included. It's cross-data platform open source desktop tool. And it includes notebook for everything, for TSQL, R, Python, managing Docker. So once we install SSMS, it installs Azure Data Studio. We should install Power BI Desktop, the latest version. In this example, it's Power BI Desktop, optimized for Power BI Report Server if you are disconnected from the internet. You should run this exe, and this is the screenshots. We should install R from the link. Installing R is very, very simple. You should R exe, and in our case, we'll use R 4.0.5 version in this path. RStudio Desktop. Once we install RStudio Desktop, which is open source and free, any single home for Python and R, the community edition is free. You can write the code here. You can see the result here. You can see the data here. Okay, so you can see it here. This is RStudio. So RStudio, we should open RStudio as administrator, right-click, open RStudio as administrator, and then giving the path to the installation of the R, where we see program files r4.0.5. This is the directory. Tell him, use this directory. This is the R version we've installed. So let's learn R in 5 minutes. It's very, very simple. You open the console, you write 7 minus 3, enter, and this is arithmetic operation. This is the result. Functions, how do you write function? This is example of function date, enter. Another function is help, and the name of the function, help about log. Here you will see the explanation about log. Simple object in R. You should create object with the assignment operator. This is assignment operator 8, and this is the value. Once write 8, enter, this is the value. You can put object as an object. If you write the object and press enter, you will see the content of the object. You can put object as an input to a function, log, and here is 8. So, and this is the result. Another function is round, and this is the object 8 multiplied by 2.5, and this is the result with the assignment operator. This is the result. This is how you create string, and this is hello with double quotation. Enter string, and this is the result. Note in R, all the objects are case sensitive. We should know how to create vector. You create vector with a special function named C. So this is temperature function, C, and this is the values here. And the assignment operator, temperature, enter, and this is all the value. If you want to view the content of the vector, you can operate function on temperature. For example, length, temperature, we have 5 elements. If you want to view the 40H member of the vector, temperature, and here 4, and this is the 40H element. If you want to apply function to each member of the vector individually, exponent, and is the name of the vector, and is the result here. So, but why should you use R editor or RID external with Power BI? Why? It's very simple, because R editor is limited in Power BI desktop. So we should configure RID as external editor to Power BI. Very simple. File, option, and setting, option, and here tell him, it will detect your R directory, see program file r.4.0.5, and this is RStudio. So Power BI use R editor as your R editor. So again, our editor is very limited. If you see an error message, you cannot understand them. So therefore, you should use external RIDE. We should also change a different library in RStudio for the library. How do we do it? We open RStudio, like here, and then tell him, oh, open REXE from this path. Or our GUI, the same. Then we write libpass. Libpass will show the default libraries of our libraries. Here it's C user David document rwin and C program files r.4.0.0. We want to change between them. Why? Because we want to take this computer and copy it to other computer, and we want to use standard location for R. So my libpass assignment to my pass is get the pass. And this, we can switch them. MyPass 2, MyPass 2, 1, assignment to MyPass. And then reassign them to libpass again. Libpass, now we write libpass. We can see that the directories has been changed. The first default directory is C program files r4.0.0 library. We can also add a new library path for the package. libpass mypass assignment, and then mypass, and here the another directory, C custom R, and put it to mypass, and then add a new path to libpass. Libpass, my path. So this is the way you change the default library to default path, to standard path in RStudio. Again, RStudio, RX, or RGUI. Once you've done it, if you go to RStudio and go to install package, you can see that here it's installed to library. C program file are 4.0, so it's been changed. How to install our packages? You should run once on the computer, install package and the package name, for example, install package GG repel, and this is the path. Or you should install multiple packages at once. C data. Sorry, and install multiple packages at once. C data and this vector which give us two packages, data table and deep layer. This is the vector of the two packages. Assign them two packages and then install packages. So this is the way you install our packages. How do you load our package into memory? You should run it once per computer with the library and the name of the package. This loads the packages into memory for user in each computer. How do you install our package from RStudio? You should open RStudio as administrator. Then you can install from repository C1. It's the world repository of our packages. There are packages for everything you've imagined in the world. This is the open source repository. Okay. Or you can install it from zip or tar gz. It means that you have downloaded the packages to zip file or tar gz file from this repository, and you can install it. It's good, for example, for disconnected computer for the network. So you can see install packages reported to C1, and this is the path to the default library, or install packages, and you can see it here. This is from C1, and this is from package we download from C1 to your computer. And this is the path where you install the R packages. So again, if, for example, in Power BI you get this error message that you cannot install this, you cannot display this visual. Why? Because the package is not installed or there is an error. Then you can you can install the missing packages. For example, if you get this package, there is no package called ggtemps in Power BI. Here you create a vector with the C, and then when you install tidyver, scale, ggtemps, glue into, and this is the vector, and put it in the package variable, and then install packages. Will install all these packages, and that will overcome the error message in Power BI, which says that this package does not exist. I will install all the required packages and move it to disconnected network. Again, we should change the default library to C program files R4.0.0 library. This is our version of, this is the version R which is on my computer. We should open RStudio as administrator. Using libpass, we will see the default path. We will change between the user path and the default library path here. And then we create a vector package and create a vector with the C and put here all the packages we want. You can see it here: tidyver, scale, ggtemps, glue, ggreplay, etc., etc., etc. And then install packages. Once we have done it, it will install to C program files R4.5 library. Then we can take all this directory and copy it to disconnected computer from the internet. So this way we can synchronize disconnected computer from the internet with the packages. So let's start with the first demo. How do we create visual by using our package in Power BI service? So Power BI desktop has two variations for our packages. We have our visuals. You can install any package including custom R packages. But for customer visuals we want to create, we can use only public CRUN packages. Remember, CRUN, it's the worldwide repository for our packages. So this is the link for this article. For example, it tells us that we can use only ggplot. This is graphic library 3.3.2, and this is the path. So how do we install specific version of R in our computer? We should use the DevTools packages. First, we install the DevTools packages, install packages, package DevTools, library DevTools, load the DevTools, and then we tell install version ggplot version 3.3.2. And this is the repo where we can take this version of ggplot. So this is the link, this is the article. We tell us how to create visual by using our packages in Power BI service. This is what we need. This is a version of R and Power BI desktop. If we get error in Power BI desktop that we cannot display the visual, we should remove the package, for example, in this example, Tidyverse, and then reinstall it, install package Tidyverse. You don't have to do it all the time, only when you get this message error. When you configure your environment, you can see it here. You can do it from RStudio or from RGUI. You can see it here. How do you run Python script in Power BI desktop? It's very simple. We should install Python from Python website. We see it before. Power BI use the following packages: Panda, which is software library for data manipulation analysis; Matable, which is a plotting library, graphic library; NumPy, it provides an object-oriented operated API for embedded plot in your application. So this is the link to this article which shows us what should we install with Power BI desktop. So install Python is very, very simple. You can see it here, install Python, and this is the location of the installing the Python. C Python 3.9. This is the location. How to install the required packages? So we should search the packages in pipe.org. This example. We open CMD as administrator and then run pip install Panda, pip install NumPy, pip exe install Metabolib. All the packages will be inside packages. This is the path. C Python 3.9 lib side packages. Then you can copy this directory to this connected computer. I know there's an account, etc., but again, we're using consistent method which is work on every computer. Anaconda not all the time working on each computer. This method works on any computer which is open to the internet. So pip install. Again, we don't have to use a lot of tools for our Python. We should use only one tool. Otherwise, you'll be confused. So you go to RStudio and tell him tool global option and use C Python 3.9 Python exe, the Python we have installed. And then we start the session here. So you can see that we can run a Python script in RStudio R, find new file, Python script, and run it, and then run. So let's install the latest version of SQL Server on Linux images on your computer without being DBA. First, you should install Docker Desktop. It's very easy. You can go and install Docker Desktop. Once you install Docker Desktop, you should stop and delete container and volume. Docker PS show all the running container. Docker stop SQL Server 19 latest will stop the container if such a container exists. Docker RM SQL Server latest will remove this container. Docker volume ls will show if there is any volume. Volume, it's external file outside the container, or a container keep the data in the database. Why? Because containers are immutable. If container gone, the data can go. Docker volume RM SQL volume will remove this volume. Docker volume ls show us, you can see it here, if there is any volume. And now is the magic. Now we install in 2 minutes SQL Server on Linux image container. Why Linux? Because Windows container does not support. Docker run -c accept ulamin, accept the license. -csa password, this is a password, and this is a password. Memory, -memory 2048 mean use only 2048 gigabyte of memory. -p1433 -433 mean map the default port of the container 1433 to the default port of 1433 of the host. So if you will connect to the Linux image, you don't have to put the port because the default port of SQL Server. This is the container port, and this is the host port. This is the mapping. Minus name SQL Server latest, this is the name of the container. Minus hostname, this is SQL Server latest, this is the same as the container. Okay, it's the same because it's more convenient. Minus man source SQL volume target var opt SQL mean, take this default lib, this the path of the data file, log file, arrow file in SQL Server, map it to external file in my computer and put all the data there. Why again? Because container are immutable. Minus is start unless stop mean the container is like a service. When the computer starts, the container will start automatically. You don't have to start it. Minus D, MCR, Microsoft Com, SQL Server latest, install the latest version of SQL Server 19 in detached mode. It's meant to run in the background, and that's all. Now you should run that the container is RAS is Docker PS. You can have more formatable output with Docker container ls minus a format table name image t status port Docker volume ls. Docker volume inspects SQL volume, will show us the volume, and this is how it's done. With server line of code, you install SQL Server. That's all. You can see it here. Now I should copy the backup to file to container. How do you do it? From PowerShell I run docker cp and cp backup worldwide imported full backup. Mean take the backup of the file I've downloaded and put it on SQL Server latest. This is the name of the container, and put it on this directory var opt mssql data. It should be copied from your computer to the container. Docker exec minus u root SQL Server latest show mssql var opt mssql data worldwide import full backup. Mean change the ownership of the file to MSSQL. Why? Because the service of MSSQL Server run under MSSQL. In SQL Server 19, you have to change the ownership. Docker exec minus it SQL Server latest bash mean you can connect to the bash, and that's all. If you run this ls minus l var opt MSSQL data worldwide imported full backup, you see that the ownership of this file is now MSSQL. Why should you change the ownership? I should change the ownership because if I don't change the ownership to MSSQL, I cannot load the backup. This is the only command you need here. And now you go to SQL Server Management Studio, connect to your local host, SA and the password. For simplicity, I use SA. The default port is 1433, so you don't have nothing, and then connect. And then you go to restore database and give the full path to database where is var opt msql data worldwide imported full backup, and that's all. And we'll restore SQL Server. We'll install SQL Server 19 with backup in 5 minutes. I don't have to be DBA. I can be only developer. On my computer, you can see it here. And now let's talk about ggplot. ggplot is amazing graphic. This is the link to ggplot. It's part of the Datasets package. Its quality that visualized out of the box is the most popular charting in R. It's the most sophisticated plot than other graphic library, which is named R Basic Plotting System. There are translations in all other languages, including Spanish, whatever you want. There is a huge user community and contribution. There's all the time ongoing improvement because ggplot is the winner. Because there are thousands of examples. There is extension library in this. You can see the extension library here for ggplot. Everything. And how do you install ggplot? It's very simple. Install package ggplot, and then library ggplot will load the package. So this is the menu. You can use this recipe, this manual, all the time to create your own custom visual. And I tell you again, there are 1,000 of custom visual in the open source community. So you should configure a Power environment. We see before you should install Power BI Desktop, you install RStudio, and SQL Server Docker on Linux. You should install the required package. We see it with the installed packages. You should get and load the data into Power BI. We see it now. Create, in this example, because we have fat league, we create a fitness cluster based on the demo. We should drag our custom visual icon to Power BI, and we start initial configuration. We should export the data to RStudio for development. Once we finish the development, we load all the required packages and data sources and develop our code. After that, we will add our code to our Power BI. So this is the recipe. Let's see it. It will be more clear. This is our bubble chart demo. This is the final result. See it here. This is the final result here. You can see it here in my Power BI desktop. Okay. So what is bubble chart demo? This is a scatter plot with additional attribute dimensions. So we add a layer and point for vector variables. The data is taken here from fake basketball league. So we have here X, it's the weight. Y, it's the age. You can see it here. The field color inside the bubble is the region. Okay, it's region. You can see it here, the field color. The color along the bubble is the league. This is the color along the bubble, it's the league. Okay. The size of the basket, the size of the bubble is the basket. The label is the name. So we have 3 continuous and 3 discrete variables. Continuous weight, 8 number of baskets. Region leg name is discrete variables. So this is our data. This is player versus CSV can be taken from SQL Server. ID, first name, last name, weight, 8 basket, region, league. You can see it here. This is our player by CSV. So first we load the data into Power BI. File, get data, text CSV, player basket CSV. You can see it here. I have loaded. And now I should change column name, column data type as follow. ID one number, don't summarize. Year one number, first name text, last name text, weight one number, 8 one number, basket text, region text, league text, and don't summarize. Now I should drag here a slicer visual and drag it to the canvas here, and then I should select the year field as the field for the slicer. Now I should drag our visual. You can see it here. I drag it. Once I drag it, I should resize this, and I should enable script visual. It will ask me, should I run R on this desktop? Enable. Okay. Once I drag our visual to this, there is our script editor will open, and automatically will create this code. Dataset in Power BI is that it's assigned to data frame. Data frame, which is named dataset. So what is data frame? Data frame is like a table with 2 dimensions. Dataset with special properties. Power BI allows only dataset with unique rows. So therefore, you see unique dataset. Unique dataset and put it to dataset. So use the unique functions. But I told you, our studio is very limited. So here you go to, you click on the 45 on the title bar and tell him open in R script editor. So once I open it, R script editor, which I have configured, I should take the file and save it, name him to R custom visual PBI bubble chart ggplot and start develop. So in our case, this is our R studio. You can see it here. You can see it here, the R studio here. And this is a script we are developing in our studio with no connection to Power BI. R is very easy language. Why? Because it's not for developer, it's for statisticians. So it's very easy to develop in R. There are millions of samples in R in very area in R Studio. In area you imagine, you can only take the code and use the code there. So we should open R Studio as administrator. R Studio as administrator. We should have the following line to read and start debugging. So cdwer custom visual PY drop mean go to this directory. Dataset root CSV mean read the player basket CSV files. This is in coding, black landscape, false. And this is in R Studio. You can see it here. So let's pass about the code. The code is very, very easy. Dataset root CSV, player basket CSV, check name false, blah, 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 blah. So this is mean read the CSV file into the dataset. Okay. Tidyverse. So we are using Tidyverse. What is Tidyverse? It's a collection of libraries to clean structured visual data for wrangling data. So we are using ggplot. Also, we are using ggplot, and so this is Tidyverse here. So we load tidyverse, library tidyverse. So we are using also ggRepel and ggtemps. Okay. So sorry, because we are using ggplot and dplayer to manipulate data, and ggplot with the graphic plot, we can use tidyverse. Tidyverse include both library, dplayer and ggplot. Now we should also load two libraries, ggRepel, which automatically position and overlaps with ggplot in the graph. We'll see it next. And package ggtemps, change the display of non-data component of the visual. More simple, this is the background of the graph. So here we load ggplot. Here dataset will show us the first 5 lines of the dataset. So now we'll create a vector which is named source column. Source column is the column of the data frame passed to us from Power BI. So here we take the column name of the dataset we have uploaded from the file and sort it alphabetically and put it in source column. Now we'll create our vector of the required name columns. Basket, first name, 8, ID, last name, league, region, weight, C. This is the function C, and assignment to Power BI column. Now we want to confirm that the column we have expected from the data file is the same as the column we have expected. So here we compare between source column we have read from the file and Power BI columns. And with the function all equal. All equal function with these two functions return true and all equal return true. And false and all equal is true. It means if the column we expected is like the name of the column here, which have been sorted alphabetically, it's okay. So column compare will have true value. We'll use a unique function to get a list of unique here from the here column. So how do you do it? Data set and here unique and put it into the slice here. So we'll draw the graph only if the year is, this is the condition, only if the year is unique. So if length last year is 1 and column compare, it means that this compression between the expected column and our vector column is true, we'll start visual. Now we'll use the object with name our visual data. This is our variable name. We're using the pipe and object forward into a function to call expressions. So let's see here. If length last is 1 and color compare, you can draw the picture. So dataset. This is the dataset we have read from the file. Remember, pipe means pipe all the data to our visual data. Pipe, we can pipe an object. Mutate function will create another column. How do you create another column? Very, very simple. Substring first name 11 mean get from the column name first name the fake character, concatenate it with last name with period in the middle. Paste is start concatenate and put it in a column name. Mutate mean add it to the data set. Now I want to draw a graph, so I need to know the color. How do I do it? I'm going to this website extracolor.com. This is the site. Now I should choose a color, and then from here I will have the extra value of the color. This way I can create a vector of all the color. Asia, this is the color. Africa, this is color. America, this is color. Europe, this is color. This is C, and put it in region color. For the legal color, the same. ABA and B. Again, I'm going to this site, create my, by dragging here the desired color, and this is the value, and put it in the vector here. So there is a vector for the region color and the legal color. Chart title is this title of the car. So again, paste this concatenate. And customer visual plot for slices. Remember, we have slice here. We're choosing unique here, and the separator is this blank. Now, I use the function ggplot. It's very, very easy to use the function ggplot. Why? Because it's a set data frame object. In this example, it's our visual data. It's our visual data. It's data frame. We have created. It's a variable x, y, z, etc., etc. Code is organized in a block of multiple lines of authentication. You can see it here. How do you connect the lines? With the plus sample. So we have X weight, Y age, size of the bubble, it's the basket, field inside the color, it's the region, this is the basket vector, region color border of the bubble, this is league, label name, so ISD means dimensions, ggplot, the variable, so X weight, Y age, size, baskets, okay, size, remember the basket vector, color league, remember the league vector, field region vector, stroke 2, stroke is control the size of the edge of the border of the point. So this is the edge, this is the thickness of this, the edge of the border of the point. Label, this is name, this is the this is the column name we've created. Plus mean go, continue. Scale color manual values legal color. So change the color of the bubble using preferred color by legal's color name character vector. So again, this is scale color value with the legal's color. Scale field manual valued region color. This is the field of the this means change the color of the bubble field by the region color we have created before. Again, note the plus. Geom point champ 21. Only Geom point champ 21. You can see it here. 21. It is the only we can define the border and the field. So therefore, we use only this type of point 21. And Geom text triple size 5. So if you go to this site, you can see that ggRipple provide a Geom from ggplot to repair and overlay text label. It means that the text in the graph will not overwrite each other. And the size is 5. And ggtitle, chart title, this is the chart of the title. So ggtitle is a function to add the title to the chart. System view and is in the background of the graph. Here the background of the graph is blank. Else, if the year is not unique and the vector, the color, the name of the vector we expected is not as we expected, plot new mean no graph and plot the input data does not support visualization. Once we have done and we upload this to Power BI, this is the final result. You can see it here. If we select 2 years in this example, we'll get an empty graph and tag and saying input data does not support visualizations. So I will supply you all the demo and all the versions, and this is only the demo. Our custom visual Power BI ggplot in this directory. This is the player by CSV. This is the code. Our custom visual Power BI BB chart in R. And this is our custom visual Power BI basket PBIX. This is the Power BI. So this is the final result. You can see it here. Again, this is the final result here. You can see it here. You can see the here. You can see the result here. So the code is very, very easy. And again, this is the final result. And you can see it also here. I don't like to type in demos because people get angry. So you can see it here. And this is the code in RStudio. You can see it here. The code is very simple. You don't have to be developer. It's for statistician. And you have a lot of code out there in the internet. I give you the recipe. Okay, let's see another exciting example. How to insert data into table in SQL Server from Power BI. Because Power BI is read-only report. So why should we do it? Because we want to log or monitor the amount of data being loaded in the data mart. Therefore, we want to do insert from Power BI. Also, it's not impossible by definition. First, we create a data source, ODBC, to SQL Server database, SQL Server 19, 22, Linux, Docker, we've created. Very, very simple. Go to the ODBC and then create, connect to SQL Server default, ODBC, SA password, and this server dot mean the local host on your computer, and then test data source, successful, that's all. And we create ETL log table in SQL Server, open SSMS, and write the following code. Grow table if exists DB ETL log, and then create table ETL log, load date, its data default get date, mean this is the time of the load. If you don't insert any value to this. When you insert a column to this table, it will get the getter by default. Table name varchar and number of records. You can see how it's look here. So how do we do it? We develop R script in RStudio. Again, this is a recipe. We copy the R code into Power BI via get data, and the code in my example is insert data into table in SQL Server from Power BI R. In this example, we have two data frames, df read and record insert. We will rename df read. Df read, it's all the record we have read from the table. In our example, we use the table dim account, but it can be any dim table in your data mart or data warehouse, the property section, and then click close and apply to load the data into Power BI model. Let's see it. First, we open RStudio and write the following code. Library Tadves, library RODBC, and library lubricate. It means load all these packages. Here the table we have created. So this is the package we need. ODBC for ODBC, Tadves for data manipulation, and this is another package we need. And now it's very simple. We'll create object with its name, table name, with the name of the table. In the example, it's dim account. It can be any table you want, and it can be several tables. This is the query, SQL query. Paste means concatenate. Select star from DBO dot table name. Okay, this is the query we need for our insert. We count the number of the record. We read all the records from the table. Now, ODBC connect DSN SQL Server 17. This is this thing we've created before. UID it's the user SA. For simplicity it's SA. Password is the password, and put it in com. This is the connection properties. Now, SQL query channel code. This means the connection details. Query SQL query. This is a query. Select star from DBO table name. Read data frame. Now you should know if you have a very large table, you will get error message. Could not allocate memory. Why? Because the regular R version, the open source, is not optimized. In this case, we should use our Microsoft version, but do not read millions of records because your computer will fall down because of memory problems. Current date now mean get the current date with this function now and put it in current date. Number of record, enroll ReadDF, enroll function, read all the record in ReadDF data frame, which is select star from DBO table name. Now we should use this function as table record insert. As table turns the existing objects like data frame or matrix to a data frame with the class tbdf. We need to insert it to database. That it's in R. So record insert, as table will convert it, record insert. This is the record. And now that's all. SQL save means saving in the database. Channel call, this is the connection properties. That record insert, this is the record we have created before. Remember, this is a record directly before with the table name ETL log. Append to mean append a new record. Row name false mean do not create any new column name. So in this example, you can see that we create the record insert include the load date, which is the current date, the table name, and the number of records. So we put it, and then we close the connection. If we not close the connection, we get error message. Then, if you do select star from your ETL log, you will get this. You will get this, the date where you did open Power BI, the name of the date, then the table, and number of record. So you can see here that we have two data frame, ReadDF, which will be renamed to dim account, and record insert. Record insert, it's the record which Power BI insert into the database. Record insert, it's the number of record we have count in the table name. You can see it here, the dim account. Okay, this is the table dim account. You can see the ReadDF. the record insert. The demo also included here. You can see it here. You can see it here, the DIM account. And this is the table. This is the DIM account table we have read from Power BI. And let's continue. So this is the way we insert metadata into SQL Server with Power BI, which is read only using R on Python. Of course, you can do it either on R on Python. Let's show you how you can do advanced string manipulation with Python and language NLP, natural language processing. So Power Query support basic string processing and pattern matching. So it's great for simple manipulation, but R and Python, again, they are the winner because you do everything with them. You can do advanced string manipulation and pattern unlike Power Query. For example, I will show you. You can match sensitive data using Python in Power BI very, very easy. For example, we want to match the ID and the phone number. If we want to load the data to Microsoft Cognitive Service, more IDs. We can use technicals. Again, we don't have to write it. There are a lot of examples on the internet to work with unstructured data. For example, simple NLP technicals without API calls through services like Microsoft Cognitive Services. For example, we can count the number of words and sentences in text. We can remove expression in invalid format like address and name in text, all using R and Python. So again, let's show you how we run Python script in our Power BI desktop. We should install Python, very simple, I'll show you. We show the install required packages, which show you pip install, pip install, pip install, pip install. You don't have to do, you don't need an Anaconda or other things. You go to Power BI desktop and then enable Python script in your Power BI desktop. Select file option and Power BI and then scripting. You can see it here. You can see it here. Python, here the version of the Python, and here it's the ID. Again, we're using R Studio BI because R Studio is free, it's open source. We can use it for both R and Python. You don't have to use other tools. So let's prepare. How do we do it? We prepare our Python script with RIDE, make it sure it runs successfully with R Studio in this example, and then we are going to, we take our Python script and very simple, go to Power BI desktop, get data other Python script. And this is our Python script. Select connect, and we then copy the script into the Python script dialog box. Select OK, then if you run it successfully, you can see that we can load the data and the data is masked. You can see it here. Again, I don't like to type. So you can see it here. Here is the data which is uploaded in mask using our Python code, which is very simple. You can see it here. So we are using, in our example, we are using string manipulation with Python.py. API is extension for Python. So first, we import Panda as PD. What is PD? PD is nickname from Panda. We don't write Panda, so import Panda as PD. Import ARI. What is ARI? Regular expression library of Python. Import OS. This is OS library of for OS. This is the operating system packages of Python. And we will declare our function. The function is very, very simple. Python is very, very simple language. Def mean defined mask test. This is our function. Clear text is the input. Font pattern. So this is the font pattern in Israel. 0 minus 9 mean number between 0 and 9, and they appear 10 times. If you want a regular expression for phone number in USA, this is the declare. If you search in big on Google, you will find it very, very fast. So this is the regular expression for font pattern. ID pattern RD9 mean this is the ID pattern in Israel, which is 9 number. But if you want ID pattern in USA, this is the regular expression for the ID pattern in USA. So this is the ID pattern. So this is one pattern. This is form pattern, and this is second pattern. Now, so we're using the function sub, the function sub of the regular expression library, resub, clean text mean. Go to form pattern. This is the form. The input is clear text. Now, if you find form pattern matching with form pattern, overwrite it with XXXXX because the phone number in Israel is 9 number, and this is clean text. Now do another transformation. Take clean text as input. Go to resub, and if you find an ID pattern, change it with XXXX and put it in clean text, and then return clean text. This is the only function you have to manipulate with Python to manipulate the data. It's very simple. Millions of examples with Python. Ready examples here. Always change here. If string manipulation with Python mean go to this directory, change directory. Always change here, and then pid read CSV custom feedback CSV mean read the file. This is read the file. Print the data frame. Data frame is like a table. So this is before masking. You can see it here. dfhead will display the file record if it's long. Now the magic df remarks mean go to the field remarks in the data frame, and then df remarks apply mask step. Apply the function mask test on the remark fields. That's all. And if you look here, you can see that after we write down here df, we'll print the data frame. You can see that all the remark field is masked. Why it's masked? Because the phone number is masked. The ID is masked. And this is the sample directory. Custom feedback CSV, string manipulation with Python CSV, string manipulation with Python PBIX. You can see the directory here. This is the code in Python. This is CSV. This is the Power BI desktop. I have time? I have time, so I continue.
All right. Yes. You have.
So I can move on and on because I have a lot of perfect materials. I can move.
Yeah. Still we have.
Yeah.
10
Okay. Let's start another exciting issue. So this is another issue. I will show you. Everybody knows Azure Data Synapse, etc., and you build a data lake. But I will show you now with SQL Server 19 and Polybase how you can use Polybase to build your database and collect with only SQL without any knowledge of technologies to SQL Server, Oracle, MongoDB, Hadoop, Cloudera, with Power BI Desktop, only with Transact SQL. Very, very simple. So it doesn't cost money because if you use standard edition, you pay a very low amount. So let's talk. First, I told you that if you install SQL Server Management Studio, by default you install Azure Data Studio. In Azure Data Studio, there is data virtualization extension for Azure Data Studio. You can see it here. This is extension. This extension enables you to connect to remote SQL Server and Oracle Server for lower version. And also you can connect to MongoDB and Teradata with this extension without being DBA. So what is SQL Server Polybase without so this is integrated with SQL Server, distributed computing engine. You can query anything, any data, anywhere, no geographic boundaries, only with Transact SQL. You can see it with Transact SQL. Why it's distributed, scalable, and query performance? Why? Because it can push predicate and statistics to external table. For example, if you are query Oracle, it will push predicate or the predicate. It will build optimally on Oracle with the right predicate, with the right execution plan. It will not bring all the data only the data you need. Also with so this is it's supported on standalone SQL Server, Linux, Windows, like you see in Docker. You can use Scalar Group on Windows. It's also auto-deployed with Big Data Cluster. Big Data Cluster, I think this is the engine behind Azure Synapse. But all what I show you here, you can do on your computer. Everything is on your computer, free. So again, you are using Transact SQL with Polybase. your DBA install Polybase is very simple. Then you can query Cloudera or Hortonworks. By the way, Cloudera acquired Hortonworks, so Cloudera and Hortonworks are now one company. So you can query Azure Data File System. You can query relational database, Teradata, Microsoft SQL Server, and Oracle. NoSQL database like MongoDB and Cosmos DB. And there is again, what is most important that you don't have to install MongoDB, Oracle, Teradata on your development machine. Why? Because these drivers already installed with the installation of SQL Server. You don't have to install nothing. The drivers already installed. But if you want to extend your queries to other sources, any source on the world, you have an amazing company which is named CData, and I don't have stocks there. CData have all the VC drivers, and there's a lot of course, other companies to everything on the world. So if you install the right driver of the VC, for example, for Amazon, Streamline, etc., OpenShift, whatever, on your SQL Server, the developer which will use SQL Server will use TSQL query to query these other external sources. So data virtualization. So we have one view point from data source with heterogeneous security model. Why? Because it's like external tables in database. It's not like link server which open a hole in your server. It's like external table. You give permission on this table, only on these tables. No complexity. You don't have to know other technologies. You manipulate everywhere. That everywhere with SQL Server with standard SQL. So everybody knows ETL, ELT, and this is SSS for examples. But we are using, we can use ETL, ELT with SSIS packages. But if you are using Polybase, you don't have to move the data. You leave the data you leave the data, and you can query the data where it resides with Transact SQL. So you can query the data time, no need to replicate to move the data. And in real time. So no organizational boundaries, no geographic boundaries, no technologies boundaries. So Polybase objects is very, very simple. You have data scope credentials, it's secret, it's the user and the password. External data source, the location of the credentials of the data source. SQL Server, Oracle, MongoDB, Hadoop. External table, this is the object in data source. External file format, if you are using external file format, is the format of the file. So, for example, if we install Oracle 19 and HR schema, this is SQL developer. You can see you are going to employee. You can see the employee ID, first and last, better. This is SQL developer. This like SMS in SQL Server. You can query it. So how do you connect with Polybase? Again, you don't have to install Oracle client on your machine. You do it from Azure Data Studio, which is connected to SQL Server. You only have to be DBA on the database where you only need to be DBA on the database. So very, very simple. You go to Azure Data Studio, you create external table, select data source, and this is Oracle. This is the master key password you have to put in your database. Password, this is password, you've created it once. And then you tell him, this is Oracle, this is the server, this is the port. If it's a different port for 1521, you don't have to write it, but this is a different port, you are 1522, for example. This is the instance name here, JSDB. That's all. Next. And that's how you're connected. Now you select your table, HR employees. Once you create it, this is the object. And this code is generated automatically, but you don't have to know the code. This is the mapping of Oracle types to SQL Server. That's all. Once you do it, you can see that in your database adventure, you have external table, HR employee table in HR schema in Oracle. You can see it here. 5 clicks in Azure Data Studio. Again, you don't have to install client, so you can see it here. Now what's amazing, I'm going to SSMS. And SSMS with Transact SQL and query Oracle HR employee table on Oracle. with this simple select employee ID, first name, the same syntax as SQL, and this is the result. This is the same result for SQL developer, but my PowerApps developer don't have to know Oracle. He connect to Oracle with SMS using Polybase, which is external table on your database. The declaration is doing once. You can see it here. This is data from SQL developer. This is the same form as SMS. Now let's connect to MongoDB. It's begin to be a fun because it will give you a party. Virtualized data, MongoDB. And here is the MongoDB server, the port. The default port in MongoDB is 27017. And this is the database name. In MongoDB, there is also a database like SQL Server. And this is the mapping of the table I've choose. And voila, what I have here, you can see it here, that in Worldwide Importer, I have Polybase demo in MongoDB, and here in MongoDB there is no table, there is collections in JSON. So here I have employee detail collection, which is mapped to external table in Worldwide Importer, Polybase demo in MongoDB, and employees detail connections. If I go to NoSQL Booster, NoSQL Booster is free tool to query MongoDB. You can use also SQL to query MongoDB and not the language of MongoDB, which is not simple. So you can see that if I query the employee details collection in Polybase demo in MongoDB, this is the result. Here you can see that I use the query to use SQL queryability of MongoDB because everybody in the world knows SQL. So all the vendors know that they should use SQL. Even MongoDB should use SQL. So NoSQL Booster gives you the ability. You can see the result here. You can see that you have the key, which is the key, the value. You can see that there is array, value, name Smith, project. You can see an array of project, Hadoop MongoDB, score. This is the array of score. So the question is, how do I map this to relational database? Why? Because I want MongoDB developer to use SQL Server with SMS to query MongoDB without knowing MongoDB. So this is the trick. I'm going to SSMS, select ID, name, this is the ID. This is the ID and name, this is named employee. Now, because project is an array, and how do I transfer array to a row in the relational model? I use a function string aggregate. Very simple, string aggregate. String aggregate means go to employees projects, employee detail projects. So this is project. This is the employees, the employee details. Okay, and concatenate the project Hadoop MongoDB with this forward reporter, Polybase demo, employee details, and then go by the other column which is not using the string aggregate. You can see it here. And this is the result, ID, name, and only employee project is concatenated with one line. This is an array in MongoDB. The same for the scores. Select ID, name, string aggregate, employee detail score. Employee scores, you can see it here. You can see the scores here. Forward important, Polybase demo. So again, this is Polybase demo. This is the external table in SQL Server, which is mapped to Polybase database in MongoDB with Azure Data Studio Flu click and to table employee details. And then and then scores. When you map MongoDB collection, it put the name of the table, and then there is underscore, and then the name of the array, like here. So group by ID name. This is the other column which is not aggregate, and this is the result. You can see it here. Employee scores. So ID, name, and employee score, which is concatenated between the period between him here. So this is how I map. I map MongoDB array with Polybase. Very simple. To SQL Server, and my Power BI developer can query MongoDB without knowing MongoDB, REST API, JSON, etc., etc. So how do you integrate MongoDB and flatten the array form and flatten all the array in MongoDB to Chana model. Very simple. Now I connect to SQL Server with to word importer, and then I put here the query I think before with string aggregate. This using Polybase, which is configured on SQL Server to query the MongoDB. You can see it here. You don't have to connect to MongoDB. You don't have to install the driver of the MongoDB because this driver is already installed in SQL Server. And now I can do, this is the final result. I can do a data lake to Power BI. Why? Because I can do a join in SQL, in SSMS with HR employee. Look here, select star from HR employee, which is external table on Oracle, join Polybase person, which is array which is person. It's in external table in SQL Server, which is to person array in Polybase them in MongoDB, and do a join between them in SQL Server automatically. So select star from HR employee, ASI, join Polybase demo person on employee ID equal ID. So this is join between MongoDB and Oracle in SQL Server, and the Power BI developer doesn't have to know no Oracle, no MongoDB, only SQL, transact SQL. You don't have to install nothing. And this is the result. You can see it here. So you can see that this is HR employee ID in Oracle. This is NoSQL Booster, which query the person array, but you don't have to know them. Only you are going here in the SQL Server. By the way, if time permit, you can see that I have another external table. I have external table on remote SQL Server like vTarget mail, parking violation, which is another big table on SQL Server. But I can connect to CSV file which resides on Hadoop. You can see CSV fly delays. So this is my data lake, because here I'm connected to Hadoop, Cloudera, MongoDB, Oracle, SQL Server, like external table. And it's secure. Why? Because I give it permission on only this table, and I don't have to know nothing, because with Azure Data Studio I have to configure the external table. You can see it here. Another example here. Select star from HR employee, join in Polybase demo, where employee ID. You can see it here again. In this example, I can see that in the same query, I can flatten two array in MongoDB with string aggregate. Select top select top ID, string aggregate, employee detail project. Again, this is the external table. Project, this is the array. This is the array in the external table in employee details in MongoDB. String aggregate, employee details scores. This is the score array in employee details collections, and this is the as employee detail projects. From what imported Polybase demo employee details. This is external table which was declared on SQL Server. Go by ID, this is ID, and employee scores, and this is the final result. So what I do here is to take all the array collection and sub array in MongoDB and flatten them to a simple row in SQL Server. You can see it here: name, employee detail project, and employee detail score. You can see it here. It's good for my Power BI developer because I don't have to know MongoDB, MongoDB language. By the way, there's another trick. I can use Polybase to build my MongoDB server dashboard with Power BI report server. This is the example. You can see it here. So if I do it here, I should create on each Mongo instance the following external table: database list, server name, hosting for server name. This is the external table on each server. So this is MongoDB connections. How do I do it? I'm using the function info database list, info host, info connection, and put it into this external table. So this is a MongoDB collection for database list, info hosting for connections, and I declare it as external table in the SQL Server. And now we're going to not Power BI. If I'm using Power BI report server, I can use reporting services. I can create a dynamic list with parameter of the server name, and then use the following in MongoDB. Use DB host info collection, insert many. DB host info is a function system will put all the details of the host into, and DB host info OS. DB database list, insert many, DB admin command, list database. This will populate our collection, and then we create external table with Azure Data Studio from SQL Server to MongoDB. That we can get all the details. You can see it here, database list and host connection about our MongoDB servers. I have more. I have more demo. I have more time.
No, I think
power.
yes, we are about to end up this overall event. So yes, as you mentioned, like you have so many demos. So lots of learning throughout this one session, and I know like how much effort you place to make this overall presentation, and lots of small pieces to get a more knowledge on this particular area. So I really appreciate your entire wrap up here, and as you also shared your PPT with me already in the email, I will after the event I will share. Can I share the material with our audience so that they can?
I will send you all the present and the demos, and you can upload to your site. The presents I have to create a GitHub because it's all the time updated, because now it's SQL Server 22.
Yes.
New materials, new tricks.
Yes.
And you can see, but what amazing here that you can do it all on your laptop, on your books.
Exactly.
You can see this is closed. You don't have to pay nothing, because you see Docker, very simple, Power Desktop, Polybase, see. There is also a last section, but how to connect to Cloudera with Cloudera and Polybase, and using Spark with Power, but next time maybe.
Yeah, definitely. And David, as we have today GPPB event, and we are also having monthly sessions every month, and so basically in our upcoming session we will invite you for more demos, and at that time definitely we will have a full slot to you. So whatever demo that you wanted to represent to our audience, it's fully occupied stage. So keep in touch, and thank you so much once again for this amazing session, and putting all of this into a single slides, and sharing your expertise.
I will send you now.
Yeah,
I will send you all the materials, the demos, no problems.
Yeah, thank you so much, David.
Thank you so much, India. I love India because I've been a lot in India.
Yeah. All right.
Rishikesh, Islamabad, Jaipur, Udaipur, New Delhi.
Wow.
I like India.
Wow.
Kashmir, New Delhi, Dharamsala, Ladakh. India is amazing. Ganges. All Israeli love India.
Great. And next time when you come, feel free to message us. We will definitely meet in person. So whenever you are coming next time, just connect us. We will definitely love to meet you. And when I see your introduction slides, so you have a very vast experience into IT industry. So as you mentioned, like from almost 25 years, right, David, to IT. So how do you feel after having this long journey specifically in IT? Like what are your thoughts by reaching up to this stage? Like you have achieved lots of things, like you have seen IT from beginning to grooming nowadays. So what are your thoughts on that particular part, which I really wanted to know from you, like how that entire journey was?
I started when SQL Server, it was, I started with Sybase before SQL Server. It was Sybase and SQL 19 and Oracle, I think 7 or 3, and etc. But I think the direction is, of course, to the cloud. But the problem with the cloud, that when it's coming too much click, you do not become professionals. And when you don't have cloud, you don't have systems. So what I intended in my demo to show you are hands, how you combine between the clouds and working with hands, because where there is no cloud, you cannot work. So this is what I want you to show. And I see a lot of DBA which work in the cloud, but the skills have been downgraded because you're working too much with these clouds. So you have to combine clouds and on-premise.
Got it.
And sometimes cloud is very expensive.
Yes.
So you can see it here. You can do it with so this is for the next years. And of course, there's open source. Do not forget open source, because I saw you can use millions of scripts in every area you want. So
yes,
you can see in like R, Python, etc. So this is my this is the important things I want to say after 24 years of experience.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing your experience as well with us, and we would love to have you again on our next upcoming session. So we'll definitely connect you again for next events soon.
Thank you for
Thank you so much.
bye. Good day, everybody. Bye.
Bye. Have a great day ahead.
Bye.
With this, I think we are up to end for this GPPB 2022, and we are going to wrap up this event now. And from next time, whenever we have our next monthly meetup for Philippines and Delhi user group, we will inform you through our social media handles. So once again, I would like to thank everyone who is attending this session right now. Also, I would like to thank all my organizers, Power BI Philippines group, Power BI Delhi user group, and thank you so much for making this event successful, and we will connect soon in our next monthly user group meeting. Till then, I'm signing off. Bye. Have a great day ahead.